Okay, welcome everybody to the Town of Telluride Town Council meeting. It is Tuesday, September 17th, 2024. It is 10 a.m. We are at Rebecca Hall at 113 West Columbia Avenue and also hybrid online. First thing we need to do is the call to order and the roll call. And starting from my right.
Ellen 11.
Jesse Ray Arguez.
Geneva Shawnet.
Me and Fee.
Dan and Wright.
And Teddy Erico, Mayor. Number one on the agenda is work sessions. 1A, update from the Telluride Medical Center. We have Jeff Roberts here to present, and we'll have you move up to the microphone so everyone online can hear you.
Sounds good. Thank you. Thanks for having us here today. Congratulations, Zoe.
Thank you.
Yeah, probably a month ago, Teddy and Paul Reich, our board chair, and myself met, discussed a few things about the medical center in the town, and it was suggested to come to the meeting and give an update, which we're always happy to do. So we sent out some materials, financial statements, and a recent press release, which kind of gives an update on where we're at and what we're doing. But I have a few other things I'd like to highlight. And at any time, please feel free to ask questions. I organized kind of the list of things here on the standard things most healthcare organizations look at: service, quality, finance, employee, that kind of stuff. And so just jumping right in, before I took this role, I talked to a few people who I knew in town and up in the village, and they all kind of said the same thing. It was hard to get in the medical center and hard to communicate and all that. And I think we've seen a big improvement in our service around those regards. We expanded our schedules. Our provider productivity is up 12.5% over last year. We put a big focus on annual wellness visits this year. We always do a May Health Month, and this year we did 200 more wellness visits than previous year, which was 200. So we doubled the amount of that, and we're doing a similar thing in the fall. Not only is it good for us from a volume standpoint, but it's huge for the community as far as overall health. Getting your annual wellness visit is shown to reduce, long-term health effects and major health conditions, and you catch them early and stuff like that. So it's a big focus of ours. It's kind of a quality initiative too. And just talking to other people, and the same people I talked to before, they all said they've seen an improvement. Doesn't mean we're perfect, and we're still working on things, but we're trending in the right direction there. And from a quality standpoint, which is one of the things we look at, is Net Promoter Score, which is a standard metric across all industries, and it's big in healthcare. It's basically, would you recommend this business to your friends? And we're currently running at 97.5%. Best practice is 95. So, we were at 88. So we've made a lot of progress in the last several months. So that's good to see. Another thing we've been working on is people said they had a hard time getting in, talking, to get a hold of somebody to talk to. And so we really focused on not only expanding and training up our front desk staff and the people who answer the phones, but we also secured an outside company to take the calls when we couldn't get to them. But we don't want to, that's not the option we want to go. And so we've really been working on trying to get at least 75% of our calls answered by a live person. And right now we're at 76%. So that's growing as well. So we're getting there. And we don't do a lot of Medicare volume, but Medicare patients, but we do participate in a Medicare shared savings program or an accountability care organization. So it's just programs whereby if you meet certain quality and service metrics, you can get additional payments for Medicare. And for this year, we hit 100% rating on all the quality and service measures with Medicare. So next year we'll get a 3% bump on our Medicare payment rates. We don't do a lot of Medicare, but we take anything we can get. And so again, another positive improvement. One of the other things we're really keyed on is employee morale. There's a lot of turnover in the past. We haven't had any turnover last year, and we're fully staffed. And some of that was, looking at, what could we do to be more responsive to employee needs? We also got all our employees up to market value on their wages, which they hadn't gotten increases in a number of years or small increases. We're instituting ski passes this year for the first time in the history of the medical center, which everybody's really excited about. We're putting in a performance review system, which I haven't done in several years. And so really a lot of it is around just connecting with employees and meeting their needs. We've had a number of employees come up and say, I was thinking of leaving last year. It was really stressful working here. And now they're all saying they love coming to work. And so it's just a big change in employee morale. And I think that feeds into the service and quality improvements. None of it's isolated. It all goes together. And then on the financial improvement piece of it, they had a revenue cycle company last year that really gave them a lot of bad advice and I should say a lot of bad advice, but some bad advice, some things they should do differently, and which wasn't correct. And so for a long time, we weren't billing a lot of our ER stuff. We weren't billing CTs out of the ER. And so what we've seen from last year to this year, through improved coding and charging in our collections process, we've collected 1.4 million more dollars through August than we did the year before. So some of that is just billing for things that weren't done, and some of it is just better billing and a better collection process by a new revenue cycle company we brought on last October. And other things too, like they never collected co-pays. Well, now we're collecting co-pays when you come in through a new electronic registration system. Industry standard for days in AR, how long your money is in accounts receivable, you're not getting paid, is 45 days. We were close to 100, and now we're at 56. So we're trending in the right direction there as well. One of the big ones we look at in the industry is days cash on hand. That's basically, do you have enough cash to make payroll and short-term costs and stuff like that? Industry standard is to be over 200. I think during the problems last year, it was down to less than 30 days, which means you have a hard time making your payroll if you don't have at least a month's worth of cash to pay payroll. Right now we're at 177 days. So we're still not at our target of 220 days, but the way we get paid, the mill levies is pretty much all in March, April, and May, and another bump in July. So we've gotten all the money. Yeah, it will go down over the course of the next several months before we get our next payment next March. So we expect to be in March 30 to 40 days cash on hand, days cash on hand, but we'll be able to grow that over the next probably 3 to 4 years to get to our target. So again, that's all heading in the right direction. Yeah, I guess I just said that piece. Okay. The other thing we've been able to do with the help of the levy money is address some pretty big outstanding infrastructure needs. Most of our IT security systems and hardware and software is 7 to 10 years old, which in the IT world is pretty old. And we're going through the process right now of updating and replacing all that. So be a much better place. And there's all kinds of, as everybody knows, all kinds of bad actors out there doing the ransomware and all the other cyber attacks. And so it's just something we need to be on top of. And we're finally replacing our X-ray machine. It's 18 years old, which is a long time in the X-ray world. And it does give us problems every once in a while, but we're replacing that this fall. So we'll have a new machine. So we're ready for the ski season because it gets used a lot during the ski season. So that's exciting news as well. Other than that, housing is something that's still on our target. I wasn't here back when they asked for the mill levy dollars, but looking at the promotional materials, it looks like we had stated we were going to use $350,000 a year for the housing, either through buying or stipends. And happy to say we bought our first property for $700,000. So we've more than doubled what we said we're going to do in that regard. And we're looking at other developments, private developments, working with the town and Mountain Village and any opportunities there. So it's still a big focus of ours. And as we build our reserves up, we'll be able to buy more properties and get our employees in there. So that's kind of the bulk of the update. Any questions, comments?
Great. Jeff, thank you so much. Any questions for Jeff?
Just out of curiosity, where is the housing unit that y'all recently purchased?
Do you know where Eider Creek is?
Of course.
About one of those. So,
I have a fiscal question. There wasn't a projection included. Do you guys see the same amount of like revenue and expenditures throughout the year? I know that we got just through January through July. Do you have any fluctuations throughout the year? Or is it pretty steady?
no, it really varies with the seasonality. Primary care is not as seasonal, but a little bit. But the ER is very seasonal. You know, in the spring and fall season, the opposite shoulder season, we go down to hardly any patients. You know, and then we're really busy in the winter and busier in the summer. So, you know, with summer being less than winter, and then we have a fall off season, and then the winter season doesn't pick up until, you know, into December at least. We won't have a lot of volume, and then we'll burn through more cash during that time.
So even with the billing, so even though you're not seeing people come in, I would assume that you're still billing out and people are paying bills that haven't been paid. Right?
Yeah.
You're still recuperating money. from
Oh, yeah. We had,
outstanding.
as of probably 3 months ago, we had 700 patients that were ready to go to collections, but the accounting system was so bad and the way they ran this revenue cycle was so bad that we have to analyze every account and make sure it's correct. Because we don't want to do is send a bill to somebody saying you owe us, you know, $1,000 and we're sending it to collections, and then it turns out they already paid it. Or it wasn't billed properly, or was never billed to the insurance company. So we have to go through every one of those. We're about halfway through, but it's an incredibly manual process. And then you realize too that ongoing, anybody who hasn't paid, you know, last fall, they're up for collections. And so that number, you know, if you did nothing, we just keep growing. So we're actually making pretty good progress on it, but it's going to take another 3-4 months probably to get that down to a reasonable amount and clean that up. And a lot of that money you're never going to get anyways. You know, in our business, anything over 120 days, you're probably not going to get the money, or very little of it, maybe 10% of it. So we have done one write-off, major write-off on accounts that were over 2 years old. And at the end of the year, we'll probably do another write-off on accounts that are 1.5 years old, because the cost of chasing them is just more than you're ever going to get. So
I think I read that you guys got like $1 million in bills owed when you got the new billing or coding company hired. Is that correct? Yeah.
yeah, I mean, yeah, they're doing a much better job. I mean, our revenue per patient through them is up. What was it? It's close to $200 per patient, which is pretty fair amount. A lot of it, again, as I said before, is because of the collection practices around the ER and what they were and weren't billing for. I mean, there's certain things we can't bill for because of our physical plant. We just don't meet life safety codes for Medicare to allow us to bill. Our designation doesn't allow us to bill Medicare, but we can't get the designation we need because of our physical plant. So, you know, we're hoping the new facility will rectify that and we can get a pretty fair lift on reimbursement that way.
Thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
I had a question.
Sure.
I'm glad you talked about this a little bit, but I would love to get a little bit more detail. I had flagged like IT hardware and software and IT updates. Both are, you know, fairly substantial budget items.
Yep.
Like, what are the differences with those? And are the IT updates we see in the 2024 budget something that's ongoing, or is that like a one-time, is that a one-time expense? Because I don't see it on 2022 or 2023.
Yeah, so a lot of that stuff was postponed because they just didn't have the money. And I'm not an IT expert, but you know, there's physical hardware, there's servers. We have servers in our building. We have servers in Denver. It's part of the redundancy. And then we use some cloud-based servers. So there's hardware, there's cloud-based, and there's software. And so all that stuff was old and creates a bigger security risk. And so it just needed to be updated.
What's the significance of having those as two different line items? Why? Because they're listed as two different line items on your budget.
Honestly, anything from the budget from last year is going to be totally different this year. So I don't know. I wasn't here when they did the budget, so I don't know why they separated them out. But
well, and then is that IT updates? Because that's, you know, close to $300,000 a year. Is that something ongoing?
it won't be that high ongoing.
Okay.
Next year we have a switch we want to replace, which is about 50,000, and then No other major infrastructure pieces other than, again, a lot of our laptops and computers are 7 to 10 years old as well. So it's just a matter of when they break down, we replace them, and they're 1,500 about a piece. So we may do 10 of those next year. Who knows?
Well, that answered my question.
Great. Any other questions for Jeff?
The only other thing I wanted to talk about is, we were very appreciative of the loan you guys gave us last year. I wasn't here, obviously, but certainly appreciate it because it made a big difference between yourselves and the other communities. And we do have a note with you that's coming due the end of October. My understanding is when they created that note, it was just to put something in place because elections and new boards coming up. And, just want to talk about, do you still want us to pay that? Do you want us to pay the whole front now? Do you want us to pay it over term or time, or how you want us to do that? To pay back all 3 municipalities this fall would be pretty huge dent in any money we have now. So don't know if you had any discussions around that, but I wanted to do it well in advance of the October 31st date so people had time to talk about it.
Well, that's great to bring that up, and so we can get out in front of it before it's a last second thing for
Yeah.
you guys. Obviously that was done before I was elected, as well as a few other folks on council. So, we need to get a little bit more up to speed on that for sure, and what the thought process was back then. Zoe, I don't know if you have anything to add. I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, so we have an executive session to talk about that after, during today's
Okay.
meeting. So I think we'll give some direction and background to council and be able to provide some insights to you, after we have that
Perfect.
discussion.
Great. Thank
Yeah.
you. Appreciate that.
What a clarification, the loans for Mountain Village and Senegal County, those were preferred to be paid back, right? Not necessarily, right?
Correct,
And
yep.
where ours was like, we definitely wanted it to be paid back at some point.
I think all of us had the language of preference in it. In our promissory note, it did provide more defined guidelines of payment by the state.
Ours does.
Mhm.
Yeah. The
But
The
yeah,
county just said we can pay it back if we want to, basically. I'm paraphrasing.
that's right.
Mountain
That-
Village just gave us a check. They didn't give us any paperwork. Or anything. So
And yep, so the county's a statutory, and so they cannot require or, provide a loan under any sort of
Yeah.
stipulations like that. And Mountain Village, after speaking with them, their sentiment was that they had a preference of being paid back, but it was not a requirement.
no.
Yep.
Are there any questions on that promissory note while we're discussing it? All right, Jeff,
All
thank
right.
you so much for showing up today and giving us
Yeah.
the Med Center update and broaching the promissory note and those details. And we'll get back to you when we have a little bit more direction for you.
Sure. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, everybody.
Thanks. Jeff.
Okay, item 1B, Historic Architectural Review Commission Annual Report. Erica Jensen and Michelle Dodds.
Mayor,
here.
members of the council, Erica Jensen will present the annual report.
I cannot share my screen. I was gonna pull up the report.
Should be good.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much. Okay. Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Great, perfect. Okay, so we're gonna go over the HARC annual report, and then I'm happy to answer any questions or discuss anything in detail. That the August HARC meeting, HARC voted 5-0 to recommend approval of the annual report. And this report covers August 1st, 2023 to July 31st, 2024. So some regulation changes. I believe the largest was the changes to the design guidelines and building in Telluride, which was approved by Town Council at the August 6th, 2024 meeting. This was a year-long process for HARC with a special committee committee and 8 special meetings. So this was a big lift, and we're really pleased that this regulation change has been approved. Some other smaller changes and land use code amendments were the sign code, changing the wetland regulation and wetland setback process, some landscaping changes, and application time. So those were smaller than the design guidelines. Some trainings, we are required to do a certain number of trainings. So myself, our old preservation director, Donna, and the HARC chair went to the state preservation conference. And then on June 26th, HARC had a training with P&Z to go over the purpose and rules of commissions and proper procedures for quasi judicial meetings. HARC also had their annual retreat on March 20th. In terms of the survey, there were no changes to any ratings made this year. We are hoping to begin updating the survey in 2025, time and money permitting. Since this report was approved, Bob, Mark, and Andrew were reappointed to their terms. And then the number of meetings, HARC meets every third Wednesday of the month. So the number of meetings for this year, we've had 20 HARC meetings and 8 chair meetings, and then 9 special meetings because of the design guidelines we do. HARC reviewed 52 applications this year. Trying to get rid of this. Someone is calling me. Okay, there we go. HARC reviewed 52 applications this year, which is down from 71 last year. And overall, 174 CAs were issued, which is similar to years past. It does look slightly lower than years past, but we stopped tracking determinations in no effect, which are like-for-like replacements outside the historic district. When we moved all our applications online to SmartGov, we stopped tracking D&Es, so the number looks slightly less, but we are processing about the same number of applications. The board had really great attendance this year and a limited number of recusals. We do have a large amount of meetings, so very impressed with a limited number of absences and recusals. In terms of department updates, we finally finished our scanning project. All files are now online. That was a major lift, and we're so pleased to not just have boxes of files anymore. Everything is available to the public online. And in terms of staffing, our historic preservation director, John Wenzel, retired in May, and our new historic preservation planner, Darren, started in May. And lastly, HARC set some goals for the year, and their proposed 2025 goals are they want to continue their annual retreat in February. They would like to do a public seminar. This used to happen. We haven't done it for a few years, but it's a time for members of the public, contractors, architects to meet with the board, have questions answered. We could go over the new design guidelines, the new changes to the design guidelines. HARC would also like an outside training, so someone to come to Telluride and give them a training on interest of theirs. We're going to discuss what kind of training they would like at the HARC meeting tomorrow. And then they would also like to review past HARC projects for design guideline compliance and just see how finished projects are compliant or how they can improve the design guidelines. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Erica, thank you so much for the presentation. Are there any questions?
Erica, can you expand actually just on that very last point of review HARC projects for design guideline compliance? Just what is sort of the seed that got that going? Why is that something that there was desire to happen in the most recent design guideline review and revision? What is the sort of goal and outcome being looked for in that goal? Excuse me.
I think it's just a good check-in for the board to look at look at current projects and see if the design guidelines are being met, if there's areas that the board can improve. I guess we won't see the new design guidelines in action because they just took effect. So these would be older projects that were reviewed under the 2015 design guidelines. I think the board just wanted to look at, 4 or 5 projects that have finished construction in the last year or two and just see areas that they could improve as a board.
And improve as the board as in improve as a board in what way specifically?
If there's, all projects have issues with mass and scale, then maybe they need to hone in on the mass and scale design guidelines more, or they have issues with the steep lot design guidelines. Maybe there's areas of those design guidelines they could focus on more. It's really just a check-in to see if maybe there's part of design guidelines that they need to be more stringent on or really focus on.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions on the presentation? Awesome. We're rolling today.
Thank you.
Erica, and Michelle, thank you so much. We really appreciate that. It is 10:26, so we're running early. Zoe, are you prepared? Do you want to skip ahead to, are we okay as a council of skipping ahead to maybe the manager's reports?
Yeah.
And that way that'll give Ally time to show up at 11.
That sounds great. So from the manager's office, I wanted to let everyone know that we are working with Team VUA in their merchant meetings to try to have a collective merchant business meeting this coming fall, most likely in October. We're still working on a date. So I don't have that to share, but that's an exciting new opportunity that we have not explored before. With IT, one big thing from that department, that the wastewater treatment plant is fully operational on fiber. This is really big for those connectivity pieces. No surprise that our wastewater treatment plant, like most infrastructure, has a lot to do with technology. To have that cleanness and redundancy is really important. From the sustainability side, we've been awarded a number of grants. We've been awarded $312,000 from the CDOT Safe Streets and Roads for All grant for a regional transportation safety plan that we're going to be collaborating with the town of Mountain Village on. We've received just over $53,000 from CDOT Innovative Mobility Grant to purchase tools for the transit division to prepare for the new electric Galloping Goose bus, and $164,000 from the Colorado Clean Transit Enterprise Fund to purchase a second electric Galloping Goose bus. So we're going to have some electric Galloping Goose buses here in the near future, which is really exciting. Darren and team are also working with the town of Mountain Village on an EV ride and drive event coming up on September 25th. This is going to be for local EV owners and interested residents who might be interested in purchasing or understanding what it's like to have an EV vehicle. This is going to be from 12 to 4 p.m. at the Gondola Parking Garage. And then a shout out from our green grants. Mountain Film, which was awarded $25,000 in our green grant, helped complete an energy efficient window and door replacement at the historic dollhouse. And they have significantly reduced their utility cost, really improving sustainability. So they provided us with some of that information. It was great to see our money going to good work, which especially when it comes to building emissions, that's our largest emission source. So a win there. From our housing development team, the Voodoo Affordable Housing Project, which of course features 27 rental units and the just over 3,000 square feet of commercial space, is just about complete, 95% complete, with tenants set to move in hopefully by October 1st. Shandoka Building F Phase 1, the remodel and addition of 3 units, 80% complete and expected to finish by October. The Canyonlands project with the 28 to 29 rental units and 8 deed restricted units is moving forward with agreements expected in October. Virginia Placer Phase 2 with 9 units for operational needs and 10 to 12 rental units is advancing with design development set for completion in September, the design piece. And then finally, Shandoka Building F Phase 2 and Lot L redevelopment are progressing with decisions to proceed expected in late 2024. And the Carhenge redevelopment, which is aiming for about 230 units. We're refining those plans, as we know, with TSG for Phase 2. So a lot going on in that world. For Public Works, Streets and Utilities, we have our fall overlay program, which we have all noticed. There has been some delays due to the asphalt plant malfunctions that we've been utilizing, but we're hoping to pick those up again tomorrow. We are at the mercy of that plant, but I give total props for Kyle and his team for moving and mobilizing as quickly as they can when the plant is up and working, and that we have TGI, which is the Telluride Gravel, helping us to get that done, because it's very important to finish that this fall. Accessibility ramp project, we have awarded that to KSK, and their work is going to be starting in April 2025. We had some problems with getting our bids back to a fiduciary responsible amount, and we're grateful that KSK has worked with us and we are able to move forward on that project. Mahoney Bridge repairs are scheduled to begin mid-October, and our Freebox transition is scheduled for mid-November. So that's a big one for the community. Water, wastewater. So the wastewater treatment plant Headworks, we just have done an in-kind equipment replacement measurements are in progress. What that means is that if there's an emergency, we'll have equipment ready to go. And be ready for that. Some sewer projects. The sewer main relocation bids were due on the 12th of this month. So we'll be looking at that first, relocating some of our sewer. And the sanitary sewer lining bids were submitted. Manhole lining begins in late September. So we're doing a lot there to update some of our sewer lines and really improve the potential infiltration that we have seen at our plant. So this really helps with that sustainability of our current plant. From Parks and Rec, the campground closes October 7th, but the Hanley rink opens October 9th. Special events. So of course, we just had a successful Blues and Brews, and Stephanie emailed me some numbers. So I'll pull those up in just a moment. But it was a great success for anyone who came. So approximately the total crowd size per day, Friday, we had about 7,500 people. Saturday was a little more at 8,100, and Sunday dropped to 6,900. None of the festival days were sold out, and their contract allowed a maximum crowd size of 9,000 people per day, which we didn't get to, but I think that was a great event and the weather held out. The maximum of 1,400 campers were pre-sold. So we saw a sold out camping. They're doing final numbers here as well. 600 vehicles were parked by event staff, and approximately 420 contacts were made at the info barricade. Law enforcement and emergency services reported a really smooth operation and minimal festival related contacts. So overall, I would just say congratulations to everyone on a really great event. And then coming up, we have Mountains to Desert Ride on the 21st and the Autumn Classic coming up on the 26th into October on the 2nd, and Oktoberfest on the 5th of October. And then finally, just one more thing for council, the master plan process. So we had our initial review committee meeting on August the 28th, and we, from 8 that responded to our RFP, narrowed down to 4. Those 4 went to P&Z on the 12th of this month, and they selected a final 2, and those final 2 will come to town council most likely in late October or the early November meeting. So look out for that process going forward. Yes.
Will we be hearing and everybody on Coda their presentation pitches, or will there be further recommendation from P and Z or?
So the final
do we-
two will be presenting for town council. Yep.
I have a good question. Is that camping number, is that 1,000 campers in town park?
So it was 1,400 campers were pre-sold for town park camping areas.
That's a lot of people in this.
So final numbers are not confirmed yet. They went around and like counted. So they'll provide what those final numbers are, but
Wow.
that's
And-
that number.
And that's the 3 locations, right? That's the
Mhm.
Warner Field,
Mhm.
the campground and the Bear Creek.
Yep, exactly. And I haven't had a chance to do an analysis on our taxes, but I do know generally that our real estate transfer tax is still going up from our projected budget. So that is nice and healthy. Sales tax, on the other hand, we're still working through some difficulties with Rentalscapes, our lodging software, but we have, we're gonna have that for you at our next meeting. We're having to do a lot of manual scrubbing of the data and double checking what Rentalscapes has. It does look like our sales tax is down from what we forecasted, which was 5% over last year. And it is looking nowhere near that. So we'll have better numbers for you at this point. But as you know, for 2025, we're going to be budgeting flat over last year. And I think that's where we're kind of trending in this year. So any other questions from the manager's report? Okay,
Seeing,
Thorough.
no,
on it.
seeing no other questions. Kevin, are you prepared for moving up your attorney's reports?
I can, because there's nothing actually to report, no additional action other than some things I've informed town council privately on, but nothing for public discussion.
Okay, great. Are we prepared for council reports?
I could start off.
Awesome.
So we had a case meeting on September 4th. We're having a grant forum, or actually that already happened. As you guys know, we're not asking for an increase in funding, just level, like the same funding as last year, but removing what we normally granted to, or what we granted last year to Eco Action Partners from our ask, because now that's being given to them through the town via like just a contract, a work contract with them. So it'll actually be a little bit less, but for the town budget, kind of even. Let's see, applicants should keep that in mind, that we do not have more money to give out this year. So as you're filling out your grant applications, maybe be a little bit more conservative, knowing that we will not have an increase like we've seen over the past, I think, 4 or 5 years. The deadline is September 23rd at 11:49 or 11:59 p.m. We do have 3 new members in the grant process this year, so that's a pretty large amount of new people. But I think they're all set up to succeed. 2 of them work in the nonprofit sector, and one of them, yeah, she's very she's been paying attention for a long time and was attending meetings before she joined the board. So I think we're set to succeed there. We had a couple presentations from individual organizations. One of them was Telluride Arts. So we heard from the new executive director. His first action was to review and examine the mission of the organization. Something that I found interesting was he referenced 3 different mission statements with the organization. So I do think there has been a little, it's been a little unfocused, even in the fact that they had 3 written mission statements that varied slightly. I didn't write them down, I'm sorry for that. But there is some evidence of drift in the narrative that he acknowledged. He's asking how our services and programs align with the mission. He wants to be a reliable resource for the constituents in the arts community, and said the purpose of Telluride Arts is to be a utility and that they need to do a better job marketing the work that's been happening. Some initiatives for the new year are expansion of art in public places, development of a cultural master plan along with Town of Telluride, engage in the Colorado Creative Corridor, promote the history of art in Telluride, although he did acknowledge that not much narrative exists there, which I think is true. Continue to support the grant program, which is entirely funded by CASE. Continue the summer and holiday bazaar. There was some ideas of an artist co-op or creative studio in the Colorado Avenue spaces. Let's see, they are sitting in with people they are charged with serving, including Indigenous people and sorry, my note didn't really make sense there. He said the warehouse is on budget and schedule. The stabilization will be complete in November. They plan on hosting a bunch of meetings about the warehouse in the beginning of next year. So I also met with some members of the arts community and had some discussions with them about the role of Telluride Arts as the arts district. And there is some concern that there's a lot of concern that they're not fulfilling their mission and their duty. They get funding from the Colorado Creative Industries to be the arts district. More often than not, that funding actually goes to an arts council that is managed by the town government or the city government. Sometimes there's multiple arts districts, like in Denver. There's a few different districts that get that funding. But I had some meetings and there's been grumblings for a long time that this organization hasn't been rising to meet the kind of the title that they hold, and they are to be the grant recipient of that money. You also have to be the holder of the cultural master plan, and I've heard that the rest of the arts community has not been involved in the writing of that cultural master plan. And, I heard from this meeting that they plan on including the town of Telluride in that cultural master plan. I think it's bigger than that. I think to just think that, and we have yet to see that play out, but many people have spoken to me with concern that they are not rising to the challenge of what they're supposed to be doing as a service organization, that a lot of their projects, a lot of their capital campaigns do not address the requests of the arts community, and that we should consider whether or not that is the organization that we want to represent us as, like an umbrella of the cultural sort of the organization that holds all that power and that influence to serve the arts community. So I think that's a bigger conversation that needs to be had. And I did talk to those, the people that I spoke with about bringing it up at this meeting. It kind of conveniently aligned with the presentation from Telluride Arts, which kind of touched on some things, but I think, didn't really mention the concerns that I heard from the other executive directors of organizations in the arts community. So that feels like a red flag that we should address, but not in this moment. And we did have,
Can I add something quickly?
Yeah.
Just, the town has a cultural master plan that I think was adopted in 2012. So if we were to have any changes to the town's cultural master plan, I think we look at utilizing Telluride as a partner, but I don't think they would be creating a cultural master plan for the town
okay.
in that sense.
Okay. I heard from some of the people that I met with that they had written a master plan to submit to get that funding from the Colorado Creatives and Creative Industries.
Mm.
And I'm not sure if that's the same as the one that the town of Telluride adopted.
It could-
Like, I would imagine that the one, I don't know the timeline, so I don't have enough details, but those might be the same, that one that the town has was actually written by.
It could be. I think our
Telluride
last one
Arts.
was also in partnership with Telluride
Yes,
Arts.
And I think that's the
Yep.
concern, is that Telluride Arts is not actually listening to the stakeholders in the community and the artists and the people directing these organizations. And they're the ones that are writing this plan
Mhm.
without actually consulting the people who are affected by it and who are actually creating the arts. Because Telluride Arts they're a service organization, not an organization that creates art. So
Mhm.
there's like a big missing gap there. Oh, I did also hear that some supporters of Telluride Arts who are in the arts world are concerned that the organization is just generating revenue for their own benefit in competition with the people that they intend to support. So for instance, gallery owners, when they're paying Telluride Arts to be part of Art Walk, but then that Telluride Arts also has an art gallery down the street, there's a competition there. So there is some concern that, you know, instead of actually being of service to the arts, that they are looking to generate revenue for their own service, which right now has been to build out the warehouse, but the warehouse hasn't proven to be a tool to help the arts community yet. And that has been brought up a lot in this council. But I think we just need to revisit that, and how, you know, the town of Telluride has shown up to support the warehouse project a lot, but is that actually fulfilling its need to be a place that the arts community can utilize? And it was also said that they would be charging to use that building, which part of the agreement to get the support from the town of Telluride was that would be free to arts organizations. And now the arts organizations are meeting with the new ED and being told that they will be charged to use that building. So
Sounds like we should have a work session on this.
Yeah.
yeah,
I agree. I mean, and I've had the exact same conversations as well, almost verbatim.
Yeah.
That you have, and I think this definitely has risen to like a pretty significant level of concern for me. And so I think that does make sense that we do agendize a work session to address this. And
Can I have
Create some
some
structure.
clarity on that? Would you like the work session to be specifically on the transfer warehouse, or how the town works with Telluride Arts?
I think it would be very useful to understand and get some background on how arts districts work in the rest of the state and how they're structured, and see if we will like to amend the way that the town is involved in that. Because it is state funding, because of all the things. I don't know that it's our job role as the town of Telluride to facilitate bringing together the goals of Telluride Arts and the rest of the arts organizations in town. But I think that we should stay focused on structurally how we are involved. And if there's adjustments to that we should do that. I of course think that there should be a forum where this discussion can happen, but I don't want us to get too involved in managing how nonprofits,
agreed.
nonprofit mission statements
agree.
and that kind of thing.
I mean, I think we're all kind of pointing at the same end, which is probably that we need an arts council that is organized by the town of Telluride and not by an independent organization, where multiple people from multiple organizations have a voice in it.
Okay. So from the manager's office, we'll look to agendize a work session on art districts, how our art district functions and comparable to other communities, as well as I think it'd be beneficial to understand where we are in the background of the transfer warehouse and what timelines we have in front of us with the agreements that we have in place, and an education of council on that. And I do also want to say, for the cultural arts master plan and how we can kind of work on this timing, that was something we were going to look to update next year in 2026. And last time we did it, you were, sorry, not next year. So not next year, 2026. Yeah, that we weren't going to do it next year, but perhaps in 2026. Thank you, Ashley. Last time we did it in collaboration. It was a town-led document. Well, It was an update from 1996, I believe. Case and Telluride Arts were the biggest players in that update. So we can kind of, this conversation could lead into how we want to do that into the future.
Where can we find the current cultural master plan?
So it's in our document center, if you
Okay.
want to do that. And maybe Tiffany, if you want to send that out to council, we'll send that out to you.
And something I'll just mention is, we recently created this Public Arts Commission. And maybe whatever direction we decide to go is either a kind of re-envisioning what that is, maybe we look at a different scope, or we, I don't know if those need to be two independent boards or commissions, but maybe there's.
Yeah, right now the Public Arts Commission that we have is very limited to
Right.
strictly approving any art on
And I
public
wonder
property.
if it's redundant to have that as well as like an arts council, if maybe those somehow can be more efficient.
It feels like if you had an arts council, this public art commission would be like underneath that arts council.
Yeah, like some kind of structure there.
I think we can explore that in a
Okay,
work
cool.
session. Okay.
Thanks, that was a long one. Sorry, guys.
That was a good one. Thank you. Jesse Ray, do you have?
Yeah, mine's gonna be pretty quick. We had probably the shortest vending committee meeting of all time.
Yeah.
Yeah, 7 minutes or something like that.
Awesome.
It was super awesome. Just one applicant was Latin Creations to finish out the rest of the summer season at West Oak Street. And then they also applied for the Gondola Plaza winter season. So they'll be serving tacos, quesadillas, tortas, and non-alcoholic drinks. So for those of you that are wanting to get some Latin Creation foods, please, and they'll be open from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. For the rest of the summer, West Oak Street, and then the Gondola Plaza this winter. And then on the open space front, our big topic was an initial proposal from an individual who's made it his life purpose to reintroduce native fish to various rivers in the region. And this was cutthroat trout. And so this was the first of many conversations and presentations from him to us. Eventually, the Department of Wildlife will have to approve it. It'll go to maybe 2 more work sessions with open space, then council, probably the county. They want to get the schools involved and have kids like raise the fish from like eggs to hatchlings and then release them on the valley floor in the San Miguel River. And they lived here, they're native to San Miguel River, but just because of mining and other invasive species coming in or fish for other reasons have just been eradicated. They've done a similar project like this near the Dolores River. Successful one, but it would be a multi-year project to see the results that we wanted to see. Our biggest ask for their next meeting with us was to present some measuring metrics, how we could see what the intentions would be, how we can measure the success of this project. So I'll keep you guys updated on that. But all in all, it sounds like a really amazing proposal, and hopefully we can see it through to the end. We've introduced a lot of native plants and vegetation on the valley floor. This is just a step in a different direction with wildlife as opposed to vegetation.
Great. Thank you. Geneva?
Yeah, we, in the last week of August, THA subcommittee had 2 meetings. One was both relating to the Voodoo Housing Lottery, which one of the meetings was the housing lottery, but the day before that, we heard 2 appeals by applicants to the lottery that were not accepted into the lottery, and we resolved those issues. I believe the Community Services Department is still working through the list to place folks in units, but making good progress on that. And congrats to everybody who has gotten a unit. And I think that's kind of it for THA subcommittee.
Awesome. Thank you, Geneva. I'd like to add to Jesse Ray's report, just a quick thank you to staff that kept an eye on vending and noticed when one of the prior tenants vacated and didn't use the appropriate amount of time and had to back out, and jumped in quick, not only to fill a need, but also provide a business opportunity for great locals. So thank you, staff. I want to make sure I get that out there. And then I will go to Mian if you have any updates.
Sure. I actually have a. Sorry, I'm going to start with the tourism board. We had a tourism board meeting to just review, it's our quarterly meeting. We had an update from the Colorado Flights Alliance, which I will actually get to later on. We added Danny Kraft as a board member, and then reviewed the summer marketing campaign, which has been really, really successful. They're up for an award actually through the Colorado Tourism Office for the campaign, and it's been getting just incredible response as far as click-through rate and impressions. There were over 17 million impressions in July, which is huge. The click-through rate is at 1.23, which is significantly above what the industry standard is. And then engagement has been up 118% year over year, with the time that they're spending on the site up 54%. So it was a pretty wild campaign. I think definitely kind of pushed the boundaries a lot as far as the sort of sea of sameness that we kind of see when we're marketing against our comp set. And it's really paid off, and it's really exciting to see. We also kind of reviewed the occupancy and numbers metrics for lodging this summer. We are kind of seeing in the destination that we're down 4% on average daily rate. For lodging, down 2% for paid and owner occupancy. And then RevPAR is down 8% as well. The town of Telluride is seeing a little bit of a further slide on our adjusted RevPAR. So we're down 17% from 237 to 198 this year. Mountain Village is still, for the most part, trending barely up. So, I think what we're seeing is we're just seeing the effects of our pause in marketing a little bit ago. And so now I think with this new campaign and with everything else that's kind of been percolating, and the fact that we are funding and marketing again, I'm hoping that we're going to see lodging go up a little bit more. We are seeing, we are up right now for winter pace. I mean, it's in like incremental percentages, but we are showing right now as a destination that we are up 13% on adjusted paid occupancy. ADR is still down ever so slightly, but I think we're kind of moving in the right direction for winter right now. And what we kind of tend to see, and this is sort of similar to the flights as well, is that like if we start strong for March, we tend to stay strong for March. Whereas if we start weak, we're like just kind of trying to like climb out of that hole the whole time. And so we are currently, it looks like we're in good shape to stay stable for this winter, as long as, snow shows up the way we want it to. We weren't able to really talk about tax revenues because we're just still processing through Rentalscape itself, but we'll be able to take a look at that. But sort of what Zoe was saying in regards to taxes is just a general overall concern that we are seeing. I think everybody is down. Retail seems to be down really significantly in Mountain Village. It's down for us here as well. And so I think we just need to keep an eye on what the economic resiliency planning process will be for us to be able to support our businesses.
I have a quick question. Is it doable to work with the data that the tourism board has and compare it to sort of our sales tax revenues and just make sure that that's feeling good? I know it's a weird year with waiting to collect taxes for so long.
Well, they get the information
From us. Okay.
Yeah. So I
it's
think we're
not-
just waiting. We'll be able to do an analysis.
I thought some of the reservations went through there, or a large majority of reservations went through
Through
their
key
sys-
data?
Yeah.
Yes, but like, so that's where we're getting like the revenue number, overall revenue, those numbers, occupancy numbers, that's where we're getting that information.
Mhm.
But when we're looking at like sales tax specifically, we're gonna actually pull from us.
From a trend or forecasting perspective, if occupancy is down, then that is a indicator that our sales tax and lodging tax are
Of
down.
course.
So
I-
we utilize them to kind of look at that forecasting. But we have our initial numbers for lodging and they are down. But before we present them to the public, we're just going to scrub them one more time. Yeah.
Totally. I just mean, understanding that, you said overall we're 4% down, and if our numbers are 20% down, we would say, hang on a second, let's dig deeper into this.
Okay. I also attended the SMART board meeting, which we referred a ballot question to the registered electors of SMART in order to fund both gondola operations and maintenance, capital, as well as expansion to bus services within the county and the region out to Rico. And then we also discussed the general operations report. We've done some surveying to kind of see what further bus expansion services we'd like to see. There is a discussion about creating and making the bus services out to Rico free if the ballot does pass, ballot initiative does pass, as the ballot initiative will be funding a free gondola. It does seem to make sense that it also provides free transportation to those members of the community that are part of the SMART elector population, which is really exciting. I think ultimately we want people to be utilizing our public transportation instead of putting cars on the road and creating that compression. So we will be announcing the ballot sort of rollout campaign this Sunday. And so look to hear more in regards to that. We spoke at length about that as well at the gondola meeting yesterday. And sorry, just need to find that document. Essentially, we talked specifically about the gondola campaign, what that campaign committee will be doing, making sure that the gondola subcommittee is informed, and then rolled into discussion about preliminary station planning, which we looked at 4 different types of proposals as to where the equipment could actually land in our current stations. And we will be talking about that further in our exec session. There is currently still a leadership committee meeting scheduled for next week. So just make sure that you guys do have that space held on your calendar, and then we'll inform you further from there. And then Colorado Flight Alliance, we went through an update for the Colorado Flight Alliance business plan, and really just realigned on strategic goals and tactics, the mission of the organization, made sure that the prioritization of the goals for that organization still made sense. Ultimately, the strategic goals remained fundamentally the same, which are to develop airline seats and service, specifically from nonstop flights for the core hubs, our direct hub markets, and then creating functional airport, guest, stakeholder, national, international route networks to maximize our passengers, to minimize the guarantee payments that we are making to airlines, to further expand non-guaranteed flights and year-round service, to continue to solidify airport economic stability, and to support and coordinate the region's destination marketing resources, and develop increased funding mechanisms and partnerships throughout the region. We also, if anybody hasn't heard, we have added a nonstop flight to Orange County this winter through a new airline called Breeze, which is operating as sort of that like mid-tier non-legacy airline. But really great, goes right into the OC instead of going to LAX, which will allow for us to expand and open back into that market that has shown significant interest in the destination. The end.
Cool.
Great. Awesome. Mian, thank you so much. We're going to segue back to the agenda since it's 11:03. We'll pick up with Ashley on the council reports after lunch. But we will go back to item 1C, which is discussion of use, modification, or sale of town-owned affordable housing units at 215 East Colorado Avenue, Units 1A and 2A in the Pheno 2 building, and Allie Slayton and Zoe are here to present.
Good morning, Town Council. Thank you for that introduction, Mayor Errico. This is just a work session, so staff is not looking at this time for any decision, but we have been holding these units. The town has been holding these units since the spring of this year. And you did previously request that we now bring you options to see how we can either use these units or dispose of these properties. So the purpose of the work session today is really get direction from you as to what you would like to do so that we can come back with any necessary ordinances or resolutions to carry out that direction. The staff memo that we provided you gives a lot of background on these units. One thing that I left out of the staff memo, but that I would like to mention now, just for a little bit more historical context, there are 5 total residential units in the Pheno 2 building. At one time, the town actually did own 3 of the 5. One of those did lose its deed restriction back decades ago. I'm still not sure what the exact reasons were that that deed restriction was lifted, but it's possible that once upon a time, these issues did not exist because 3 of the 5 units were owned by qualified households. Now that has switched, and now 2 of the 5 are only deed restricted units, meaning 3 of the 5 owners are free market owners, who of course have different budgets and different considerations when setting forth special assessments and HOA dues. So that's just a little bit more historical background on these units that's not included in the memos. But what's most important to take away from the memo is that these are town constructed units because the town did acquire these back in 1987 and deed restricted them voluntarily to enter them into the program. There are no PUD requirements that these units continue to be affordable housing units. There are no other agreements. This was not contributed to any mitigation requirement. So you do have full flexibility to do what you would like with these units, whether that is amending a deed restriction to conform it differently to the current guidelines or to remove the deed restrictions altogether. So with that in mind, we did put together a chart of just 5 pretty basic options for you. And as I mentioned in the memo, there are variations, endless variations to any of these 5 basic options. So for instance, the option 4, modify the deed restriction to increase tier while keeping sales price the same. You could also increase the sales price there. So there are a lot of options that are not presented here, but not so as to not overwhelm you. We wanted to provide you with the 6 basic options, and we can explore any other ideas you might have from there.
Great. Ally, thank you so much for that. We will start with any questions, thoughts, comments from council.
Open to numerous ideas, but I'd start by saying that I am hesitant to release these units or get rid of them and not utilize them. Even selling these units at the free market rate and putting that money in our affordable housing fund has a long pathway to actually generating additional units or additional affordable housing. We are, I think, doing a fairly good job as a town trying to build as much as possible, but I don't see other low-hanging fruit, other easy options to turn that money into actual housing for people in our town. And look, that combined with their current sale price, assuming we'd keep them relatively close to what the town purchased them for, those are very affordable numbers. Now, they're affordable for some people, for somebody. So between a mortgage and the HOA dues and whatever other special assessments come down the pipeline in the not too distant future, I know that there is many people working in our community who that seems like a still reasonable deal. So what I sort of viewed as the best overall option is raise the tier level for qualification for these units, allow people that are earning a little bit more money in our community. In addition to that, allow in this special circumstance for a greater number of improvements to be put into the future sale price, because I know at least one of the units in particular is requiring a fair number of improvements for them. But that for a middle to mid-high income family, when based off of the initial sale price plus the monthly HOA dues, you're still able to get between those two things, your monthly housing costs in the roughly 2,000 to 2,500 a month range, which we know there is demand for in our community. And so I think we should look to utilize these units, not sell them to the free market, because I just don't think that all the money in the world doesn't necessarily mean anything if we can't utilize it. And so we have units that we can utilize. I think there is a path forward to make this work for somebody. We'd have to be very clear about what they're signing up for, because it is a slightly special or slightly different circumstance. But I'm firmly of the belief that there would be demand for these units and that we could still effectively utilize them and not burden somebody down the road. I think we all agree that that's not the goal, and that's why we're here, is we're not trying to burden anybody with high HOA dues, but I think there is a pathway forward.
Do you, just a question in regards to increasing the improvement allowance, do you feel like that's a better path forward versus the town bringing them up to a minimum level of standard and then selling it, and then obviously including the cost of doing so and including that in the total purchase price?
Yeah, a good question. One I hadn't fully considered. I think I'd be okay either way, but I think that if we let the tenant do that themselves, they both get to make the choices that fit best for them and live in the unit hypothetically live in the unit while a lot of those upgrades are being made. And then it also doesn't mean that then the town would have to put hours and brain power towards how do we renovate these units, which I don't know that we necessarily want to do.
That's my concern, is that the expenditure of town resources, not so much the cost, but like the time and the staff attention to get these up to the level where they'd be a little bit, more desirable, is not something that I think that we want to incur specifically while we're doing some big projects. So I would prefer, if we're going to keep them and sell them affordably, that we allow, higher tier and, maybe I don't know if it's a reduction in the price, an allowable improvement allowance or whatever. And I appreciate everything that Dan said. I just am thinking too about the fact that we just got a $2 million grant recently that had a lot of strings attached. And the point of that was to help us reduce current rates of our renters. And so my, kind of devil's advocate to Dan's point would be, well, if we could get close to $3 million, how could we utilize those? Well, isn't it 1.6 for both?
Yeah, but we paid
Okay, sorry.
It's 1.3 to 1.6.
So if we got $2 million for selling these on the free market, could that then be utilized to help reduce current rental rates, which we've experienced are a little lofty for a lot of our tenants, in a way that we did with that other $2 million grant?
I had the same note as that Ashley just said, that I kind of compared this to that grant we received where 12 of our units are not available to people who don't have lawful presence, and that was the trade-off. So for me to get sort of the same amount of money as that grant gave us from selling these units, that's on the table for me. I hear what Dan is saying too about, just the limited number of deed restricted units we are able to have, and to lose some would be a tough pill to swallow. But I think in terms of trade-offs, I don't think that, I think the benefit of that extra funding could outweigh the loss of the 2 units if it gave us some more budget to work with. At the same time, I actually think the bigger issue here isn't necessarily the HOA dues, but it is the special assessments from a poorly managed HOA. So when I look at that amount of the HOA due, it's obviously higher than we would love it to be, but it doesn't seem totally out of line with the market, but it's the special assessments because maybe the HOA isn't being managed properly. So I think that's more of the conversation for me than the actual HOA, in terms of, are we putting someone in a bad situation where if they have a $40,000 to $20,000 special assessment down the line, that's more debilitating than their HOA going up $100 a month, $200 a month, whatever it is. Cause, oh, Ally.
No, I was just going to say there's one idea to that point that
Okay.
I'd like for you to consider as well. And this would be a variation of that option 4 to address that, because I think you're absolutely right. The HOA dues might not be increasing so much, but the special assessments are what make this property especially unaffordable, because not everyone has $40,000 available for a siding project, which the memo reflects we are aware is probably going to be upcoming. That's $40,000 per unit that they're going to be asked to contribute for this siding project. So one thing that could possibly be done is that we could modify the deed restriction to increase the tier, but we could also increase the sales price at the same time, and more or less make our own escrow fund for these properties. They get to, that becomes part of their mortgage.
Yeah.
So it's part of their monthly cost. And then when the special assessment does become due, we take those proceeds that we were just setting aside for that purpose, apply it to the special assessment for them. That's not to say that more special assessments might not come in the future, but ideally the property, they get to a point where it's more or less been renovated, taken care of. The HOA, has those reserves, and those special assessments decrease over time for at least the next couple of decades. But I don't know, it might take more discussions with the HOA to find out what other major improvements might be coming in the future so that we could appropriately price the units to create that escrow fund for them.
And that's my preference. And that's what we talked about yesterday, is that my preference is that we do keep these units as deed restricted ownership units. I think we do not have enough. We have such a demand for them within the community. We've obviously just seen that with our lotteries. I think we would be remiss to remove these from our inventory, but I would like to see the units brought up to an appropriate standard for these special assessments to be included in the purchase price, and then the property to be sold. And I agree. I mean, I think the challenge ultimately is, and it's a challenge, I think, across the board within the community. I think it's definitely a challenge with all of our deed restricted units, is there are a lot of these groups that, or a lot of these properties and projects that do not have appropriate HOA policies. And we're seeing that, kind of crop up at a lot of different points in the last 2 years or so. And so I think this HOA, was problematic. I think that this will bring this, I think with the siding project, I mean, I lived there 15 years ago, and they were talking about the siding project then. And so I think this will kind of allow us to get kind of right the ship, and then be able to still keep these units, which I think is crucial at this time.
And the one thing I want to add before we go to Geneva is, before we can make a final decision, if we choose that path, I actually agree with Dan and Mian, is please talk to a lender to find out what mortgage can be approved if you're going to withhold money back, because that's not a direct valuation of the unit. And so you may run into some roadblocks with a lender that won't allow you to do that.
So we would be increasing the MSP. So from a lender's perspective, so the sales price that we charge, that we would sell the unit for. So say, let's increase the sales price to, let's just bump this up to a tier 2. So if we had constructed and sold these units today, the ISP for the initial sales price for unit 2A at $438 per square foot, which is what our guidelines requires, would be $324,000. Meaning when we deed restrict the unit, that is what we would put in as their original purchase price. Their 3% appreciation or other amount would go up by that. So that would be their original purchase price. When they sell the unit, they get to sell it for that 324 plus the appreciation they get. The proceeds that we would be getting would be, it's that 205 that we paid for the unit. And so everything between 205 and 324 is essentially just our profit. So I don't think the lender would be concerned about that, because the sales price is going up, but so is the resale price. So the profit is what we're taking, instead of just putting that into the affordable housing fund, we're taking that money and specifically earmarking it for use by these units.
Right. No,
Mhm.
I understand that, but you'd be surprised with how lenders have been
Mhm.
changing their rules in a lot of variety of ways lately. So I would just clear it so you can structure it so it's not a roadblock.
Definitely. Mhm.
Geneva.
So I initially was having some inclinations like Elena and Ashley about looking at the money and the opportunities that we could get with the money with these sort of also getting these sort of problem units off of our books. But I think we're going to be tempted by that, and we're going to be tempted by that by people who own deed restricted units, whether they're EDUs or mitigation units. And I think that it's maybe really important for us at this moment to hold the line that deed restrictions are forever. And even if we could get a short-term cash infusion into the Affordable Housing Fund or something like that, that's not going to outweigh for us the idea that the door may be open to remove deed restrictions from units in general within the town if they're old. And we've already, I don't know, I can't remember if this happened when this council was together or if it was just before, but we had, I think it was an EDU owners who noticed in their deed restriction that it said that they may come and ask town council to remove the deed restriction, and asked us to basically buy their way out of it. And we said, absolutely not. And so I think that if we kind of go back on that kind of concept with this, we're opening the door to a bunch of folks in town who say, well, what's it going to cost? You guys need money.
Yep.
I would love to buy this restriction off of my property, and we don't want to go down that road. I think we should hold strong, even if it costs a little bit of extra money out of the Affordable Housing Fund. I agree with Dan's perspective about, it's going to take a while for these dollars to actually turn into units as well. But I think that that's just another angle that I want to bring up, that I think that we, in the town of Telluride, deed restrictions don't expire and they don't go away. And it's important for us to do that, because I know that places like Aspen have, they have 20 years or 30 years worth of a deed restriction, and they're having a huge issue with losing those units. So that's one point I want to make. And then the other point is, I think that we can probably find a balance between, I think that we should pride ourselves in taking care of units and bringing them up to reasonable quality. I certainly don't think we should be like picking somebody's new flooring or, dealing with appliance upgrades or things like that. But if I know that there's been issues of flooding or maybe mold or major plumbing issues in some of these units. And I feel like we as a program should always make sure that we are selling units. If we get a hold of a unit, we get those things up to standard, and people who are working full time and living in the community and who are going to be purchasing these units don't have time to deal with major plumbing issues or mold remediation or something like that. So I think that if we can do those basic needs things for safety and for structural integrity and that sort of thing, and then hand off, build that cost into the new purchase price, or it sounds like if we up the tier, we'll have plenty of room to cover that as well. I think that then selling the unit from that point feels better to me than giving, leaky XYZ, selling those to our locals. So to sum it up, I'm flexible on how we deal with whether we move the tier up or one of the other solutions, but I would love to maintain the deed restriction or a deed restriction on the unit, and put some improvements in to make sure that it's safe and livable, and sell the unit through a lottery, or I'd be open to keeping one but selling one to a town employee as well.
Great, Geneva, thanks. Ashley, you had your hand up?
Yeah. So I just want to make one thing super clear and echo what Geneva said, but I would never, ever approve anyone being able to buy their way out of any sort of a mitigation. I think this is a little different, but I would never allow us to do that. I think that's silly, and it completely defeats the purpose. Same thing with if you're able to buy your way out of parking mitigations, it also defeats the purpose. Your money isn't going to create a parking space. So I totally agree with that. I think that there's a slight nuance in this, but it sounds like we're heading down the course of keeping the deed restriction on these. I would say that while we are the owners, then if there is not a good reserve study, then we need to get it done for that, so that we can't, I feel like we're saying like, we think there's going to be $40,000 worth of siding and then we don't know what else. That's the whole purpose of a reserve study. So if we're the owners and we're going to keep this in affordable housing deed restriction, we know that people are going to be moving in here that aren't going to have super, plush savings accounts perhaps, then we need to be responsible in that. Same thing as if we're not going to sell units that have leaky pipes, then we also need to be able to say, hey, here's the reserve study for what this building is going to need in the next 10 years, 20 years going down the road, and maybe support this HOA in getting themselves onto the rails a little bit more, because it seems like that's probably one of their big issues, is that they're not predicting these issues coming down the road and they turned into larger ticket items. So that would be my request of us, is that if we are going to sell this, we need to have a very clear map of what some of those costs are going to be in the future.
And I've been working with the HOA, and they might be online. I don't know. They are fully aware of the need of this, and working with them to try to get a new bookkeeper and a reserve study and whatnot. I would like to do it in collaboration with the HOA. And maybe we need to take the reins and do it, but I would like to help set them up for success in that expectation collaboratively.
Yeah.
To help them.
That HOA needs to be a little bit more responsible. And I know it's tough because it's big ticket items, but we've seen it time and time and time again since some of the older complexes were not kept up well, but we've seen the work done at Cimarron. We've seen the work done at Lulu and War Station and many others. And so having that study is good, and being made aware of, what the pitfalls can be for a buyer is also important. With things change, sometimes you don't see things that are happening. That's happening in my complex, unfortunately. And the other thing too, and I don't know how we account for this, is the one thing that I want to try to protect a buyer in this situation, because of the free market aspect of the property, is how and what the fire insurance cost is and what that forecasting will be. I've seen, I think ours doubled and then went up another 50% in 3 years, something kind of ridiculous like that. And I've heard horror stories in other complexes on the Western Slope.
Ours went up 10x.
And so that's something that needs to be thought as well. I would also like to see the town of Telluride, with these 2 units, create the unit as a finished product. Not necessarily you get to choose your countertops, your flooring and things like that. But if it's a challenge for us to do that work, imagine what a first time home buyer or someone who gets in trying to accomplish that task, that's going to be, we're going to set someone up for failure to try to find someone to do the work and do it right. And so I would like us to discuss that with staff to see if we've got the bandwidth for that. And it's a discussion for another day, but the only thing I would like to chime in on are brief kind of topics about deed restrictions and removing them. Is I wholeheartedly agree, but there are certain circumstances that may need to be discussed, and those specifically are the ones where it's written into the deed restriction that an owner does not have to rent them. And so if they're not renting them and it's not being used, maybe you should consider at least getting some money for it, because it's a zero-sum game currently for those. It's not like you're taking someone out. They've chosen strategically to not make it available to a local, and that's their right to do based on the restriction, from what I understand.
How many of those are there?
That's still 9. That's still
just
right.
wondering.
Yeah. I don't know how many there are, but if it's 9, great. That could be 9 people that we get money for to put them in
Like
housing.
$9 million. I wouldn't shake my head at that necessarily.
That's
Yeah,
right. So
I hear ya.
it's an extreme circumstance within our community, and I don't like the optics of it, but if it's going to help everybody, then maybe it's something down the road we should consider. Just like these units, there in any units that the town has the ability to repurchase. If there's a scenario of putting them on the market 10, 15, 20 years down the road, when we've got a better handle on the number of units we provide that funds us, it's always up for consideration, but this moment in time, I would never support.
I just quickly want to touch on the maximum sales price standards. There is a pretty defined list of what that means and for us to meet it. It would mean for one of the Pheno units, a replacement of a water heater and appliances and things like that. So we can look at that investment from a town bandwidth perspective. It's most likely going to be something that we need to contract out. It doesn't mean the town can't facilitate it, but we probably don't have the bandwidth in-house to do that. But I'm just letting you know that there's options beyond that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's totally acceptable. I mean, that's great. I just think just trying to set our locals up in a good spot to succeed without being like, it's not livable and I've got to figure this out and my mortgage payments start.
And you have cash up front for that. I mean, I
Yep.
think let's make this easy for everyone, even if it's a little bit of extra work for us. I think that it just makes it
Yep.
better.
It's the harder choice, but it feels like the right choice. Yeah.
How
Um,
do people feel about putting them to lottery versus selling to town staff?
I'm open to town staff, but I also think there's so much demand for the rest of our community members that I would love to I love when we have lotteries. I love those opportunities and I'm inclined to want to put them to lottery. But if there is like town staff that, I don't know, maybe we do 1-in-1, but I tend to lean more towards lottery.
Is there anything that precludes town staff from entering into the lottery?
No.
No.
Okay, just want to double
that could
check
be it.
that for everyone, that just because we're not doing it to a specific town staff member there, if they qualify, they're more than welcome to enter into the lottery as well. So it's not like they're devoid of an opportunity.
That's right.
Maybe we'll just, once we're done doing all the work and it's ready for sale, we can go through the normal process where HR and the manager will ask who's interested, let us know how many people are interested, and we'll go from there.
Cause I would be open, like Helena, to 1-in-1 if we had that demand, but
Yeah.
at least one is I think should go to the lottery.
Oh.
Jesse Ray, we haven't heard from you much on this topic, so I want to give you
Yeah,
an
I think
opportunity.
everybody, it's funny because I lived there in 2003, 2004, and it's always been a building with issues. And my brother lived there. I think one of the cool things about this building though, is of all the families that I've known that have lived there, they've always exited that building and gone on to buy other units in town. So it's a really cool stepping stone for long-term locals and livability, I think, in the community. I think that they should stay deed restricted. I would love to see the town do a majority of the work to make them livable, and I'm leaning towards them being lottery. No offense to town staff whatsoever, but I think that there's such a demand within our community right now for housing, and just actually within the past week, I think the number of texts I've gotten from essential personnel, from teachers to first responders losing their housing within the next month and a half has just been overwhelming. So I'm just more than usual. It's always overwhelming. Yeah, and then the reserve study. I'm glad that Ashley brought that up too. I think not just this building, but a lot of other buildings that are town owned, we probably need to do that for as well. So I think it was a good conversation. And I agree with where the majority of council is going.
Awesome. Is there? Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, so I've got just a couple of questions. So first, it sounds like we're definitely going to go with option 4, but did anyone want to discuss option 5 and what converting these units into EDUs might mean? Because it could yield more profits for the town, because it basically makes them free market units with an employment requirement for who occupies them. But it does actually remove a sales price limit, which could have some benefits and drawbacks here. It means that you could get a household that earns a substantial amount of money in this unit, and EDUs essentially have their own market, because it's people that have to live locally, but there are far fewer restrictions, or work locally, but there's far fewer restrictions on that household who can own the EDU. Our new EDU deed restrictions do require that they always be occupied. So I know there are a few older EDUs that, yes, they're restricted, but there's no occupancy requirement, so they're empty. That's not the case anymore with newly created EDUs. So say, for instance, an EDU might not sell for 1.3 million, which would be the absolute free market price for it. But there's a chance that these could sell for, you know, 500,000 or 600,000 to a household. And that they have their own market when they resell it. They might lose money. They might sell it for 800,000, but they would sell it to a qualified household who still has to work locally. There's just no income restriction there.
I think we have a lot of those units in the region, and what we don't have is affordable units for people that don't have additional financial means. And so I think if somebody can pay 800, $1.2 million, there are units available in Mountain Village, there are units available in the county, but what we don't have is housing that is affordable to people that are sort of middle management or like workforce.
So you do want this one to be price capped, is that,
Yeah.
okay? I just
Yes, I
wanted to
think
make
so.
sure we at least consider that option, so I'll cross that one off. And then options 1 and 2, it sounds like you were also not interested. I didn't hear any discussion there. And then option 3, just having the town retain it and rent it to a town employee, also again, does not take care of this issue long-term. So it sounds like option 4 is definitely where you want to go. So my next question then is, what tier would you like to target for the next purchasing household? Because right now, these are set for tier 1. But as we know, even though, so going back to the ISP versus the current MSP of the unit, if the town were just, let's stick with unit 2A, if the town were just to say, we don't want to deal with this and put it back on the market tomorrow for a qualified household, the MSP would be about $210,000, which is far below what our guidelines say a tier 1 household can afford. But of course, we're taking into account the HOA dues now and the special assessments. I think in order for this to work, this option 4, for us to not only recover the price that we paid for it, the special assessments that we've paid since the spring, but then also to set up a robust escrow for both of these units, we would at least need to go up to a tier 2. And I would also propose possibly putting these at tier 4. We don't have very many tier 4 units in town. I don't know what the demand is for those right now. And maybe we want to reach out to SMRHA and see if they have a recommendation on whether we go with tier 2 or tier 4. But I'd also like to get your thoughts on that.
Is there a reason you're not including tier 3 in that?
So,
It's weird 'cause
yeah.
Tier 3 is lower. Tier 3 is a lower AMI.
Tier
Oh,
3
I
doesn't,
thought that was a
yeah, there are no
difference.
more tier 3 units being created. Tier
did
3 is
I,
very
Alan.
odd,
Yeah.
yeah.
Like, we'll just glaze over that.
So we have, so tier 1 is where it exists. Tier 3 is where it exists right now, but really tier 1. And tier 2 and tier 4 are the 2 options for increasing the sales price and therefore recovering our cost, especially with respect to unit 2A. Because I agree with Zoe that I know that we don't have the capacity in our community services department right now to complete that work in-house, but we could definitely contract it out, get it done pretty quickly. We're getting into off season soon. And then where we could recover all of those costs through the increase in the sales price. So I'm not too worried about that. It can probably be done in about a month's time once we identify a contractor.
I'd like to discuss with, I think that we should make the decision on which tier based on what the cost of the repairs are, what we sort of are considering the escrow would look like and how that
Okay.
would affect it. And then also hearing from Courtney about qualified household
Okay.
needs is another piece of the puzzle too.
Yeah.
So maybe we can revisit.
I think that's a great idea. So what I'm hearing is option 4, but we'll go back with staff and really refine and come back with a better, probably a staff recommendation as to which tier and also what sales price we would be looking at. Because for instance, if we did go up for tier 2, the recommended ISP under the guidelines is 324,000, but that's not taking into account higher HOA dues than what's usually established in our town constructed projects and also special assessments. So we would probably, that would be the highest amount we would sell the unit for if we went with tier 2, but we would probably come back with a recommendation lower than that recovers our cost for the unit, sets up the necessary escrow fund, but also keeps the unit at affordable initial sales price for the next household.
Great.
I did want to quickly comment that a number of members of the HOA are online.
Yeah,
and would
no,
like-
I was going to ask for any comment for that. I'll start in the room. I know there's just one person in the room that looks like they might want to chime in, but no. Okay. And then Tiffany online.
We do. We have one hand raised. Rich Holden. I'll unmute you now.
Hello.
Hey, Rich.
Hi. Can you hear me okay? I
Totally
just wanted to
fine.
interject. I've lived in Pheno since 2003. And it's the issue we face is a dynamic of just having 5 units. And in order to make any capital improvements, you need 4 out of 5 votes. And if you look at the average turnover that go through the deed restricted units, it's people make it about an average about 3 or 4 years. And so with that type of a mindset, they don't really look at the long term, like what you have to try and do with the project. I know we've had this siding project that we've been trying to do for 10, 15 years now. It's so frustrating. We can never get the 4 out of 5 votes to do any of the work. We sold the rights to the rooftop to the penthouse so that that person would have all the exposure because we could never get enough money together to do any kind of improvement. So it's not like we didn't know this stuff was coming. It's not like we didn't see it coming. It's just a matter of you're hamstrung because you're not able to get the money through. Nobody ever votes for this. And even to try and raise dues has been a real challenge for us. So that's been our problem. And I don't know, you just have to think about the dynamic, I guess is all I'm saying. Because we have short-term people staying there, they're not going to look at the long-term, try and take care of the property. And that's what it's just happened over 40 years now that we're the ones left holding the bag. And so
Yeah, I think that's fair. And if we discuss an increased tier, that should be able to help everybody, I would think. But looks like there may be some questions for you, Rich, if you want to take them.
Sure.
And it's actually for town. It's just a quick question. Does the town currently have a representative on this HOA board? We have to.
Since purchase.
since
I have-
purchase.
You have been. Great, wonderful. So I think you've heard direction from council pretty clearly. So I think that there is alignment with the concerns just raised
Yeah.
by the commenter.
Like,
So-
can we push through some of these capital improvement projects before we sell it instead of this whole like escrow
We could
thing?
approve them and then utilize
Yeah,
the money in
okay.
escrow to then
Okay.
say it's earmarked, it's gonna be taken care
And
of.
from a timing perspective, the HOA is working to execute on the siding
Cool.
project.
Yeah.
Cause if we're 2 votes right now, you're halfway to 4 to
Mhm.
get some of these things done.
Which they have expressed gratitude toward this new dynamic and the town support.
And I think that was our intent with recognizing that there was some struggles with this building, was that the hope was that by the town taking the ownership of them for a time that we could rectify that. So I hope that the HOA hears that our goal is to, have it be a win-win for everybody. They can get some of their projects done. We get 2 units that are good for our, workforce housing, and then we can all move on.
And I think it's important moving forward from this point with what we've seen in multiple complexes in Telluride is just, a disclosure statement to any buyer about what to be prepared for now, what to be prepared for in the immediate future, and then what to be prepared for long term, because summers and summer's rough and winters are rougher, and every building in town will fall apart if it's not taken care of right. And they got to be prepared to agree to do the proper special assessments and ongoing maintenance. And they're not fun checks to write because they go kind of outside what you thought your purchase price and debt
The
load
joys
would
of
be.
Homeownership.
The joys of home ownership. And Rich, do you have anything else to add for us? Okay. Should be unmuted, Rich.
yeah, sorry, I think I was muted. No, that's the main one because it's really been a problem for us for quite some time. And because of that, we've incurred a lot of extra legal expenses trying to wrangle this whole thing to get, like an emergency status. Ross didn't even tell us about the collapsing wall. That was his front door didn't even open. He was just like, oh, just use the other door. He didn't even tell us. And then the roof, though, the ceiling above him was collapsing. So like, that's the kind of work we get done only when it's an emergency sake, because no one wants to have it a reserve. And so anyway, I guess I'm just echoing what I said earlier, but that's what we need to try and figure out going down the road is how to bypass that. And I think educating people when they purchase is a great way to do it. Let them know the pitfalls of what they could be coming. Anyway,
bet.
thank you.
Yeah, because the longer you wait, the more it's going to cost you, and the more headache. Anybody else on Zoom, Tiffany?
No, see no other hands raised.
Rich, thank you for chiming in on behalf of the HOA. We appreciate your time today. Before we wrap up, hearing from Rich, is there any other questions or comments for Zoe or Ally? And Ally, do you need anything from us?
No, I think you guys gave great direction. We'll come back with another work session, probably in another month or so, once we're able to get a better idea on reserves needed, cost to improve Unit 2A, and then also recommendation from SMRHA as to Tier 2 or Tier 4. So we'll come back with more information, probably a staff recommendation, and then from there we can bring forward the necessary resolutions and ordinances to the town and THA to modify the deed restriction. So this is great.
Awesome. Thank you. Nice job.
Thank you.
It is 11:45. We got a few minutes before lunch. I would like to jump back into 9C, which is the council reports. Ashley, if you are ready, you are up.
I don't have anything because me and already talked about smart gondola stuff, and I haven't had another Parks and Rec. The one this week was actually canceled because their agenda was empty. So
Awesome.
I don't have anything to add.
All right. Well, thank you for that. And we will go to Dan.
Sure, I don't have a ton, but a few things here. So we had an ecology committee meeting for that. That was where the draft work plan was presented and adopted. It looks pretty similar to last year's work plans, but it's continuing to grow and compound on some of the successes, including the trash bash and recycling, the e-waste recycling programs that the Ecology Commission is a part of as well, including the Black Bear and the Black Bear Awareness Week, which we just had, and I think was really successful. The Telluride Theater managed to pack the entire Sheridan Opera House, and gave big shout outs to Karen G there. I was actually able to sit right next to her, and she was beaming. It was great to see how much that's grown, and I think there's been a lot more awareness this year, just generally, and just the work is never done. There's always more to do to prevent bears from getting into trash, especially, but in comparison to last year, when unfortunately there was a bear that had to be put down due to intestinal blockage from eating trash. This year, not having that, that's always the goal. So that Ecology Commission, we are seeing a reapplication from a current member this afternoon, but there are still a couple of vacancies that are on that board. So would love to see those who care about ecology and in the environment. It's a great way to continue to get involved. Please reach out to me or town staff if you're interested in applying. And then the other one was planning and zoning. It wasn't a crazy heavy agenda. The big one was the Telluride Hotel, or sometimes known as the Ajax Hotel, next to the post office. They were applying for a PUD and subdivision extension. This would have been the 8th extension. At the last extension, which was in September of last year, there was a condition on that approval that would be the last extension approved for them. And the majority of planning and zoning stuck to that condition and denied this extension request at that meeting. So they have until, I believe, the 27th of this month to potentially pull a building permit or pursue other options. I have not had a chance to discuss with staff what they're doing. I'm sure we'll hear more about that eventually. And as Zoe said, the planning and zoning has a recommendation on the comprehensive plan, and we'll all be seeing that more shortly, so I don't need to go into that. That's all I have. Thank you.
What's the trash bash?
Oh, the trash bash. So it's the yearly spring cleanup. It happens in May every year, so mid-May, and it's in coordination with the sort of spring clean trash recycling e-waste thing that happens at Carhenge and also in Mountain Village. It might just be moving just down to town depending on funding, unfortunately, but we will still be having that in town. But then there's it's sort of a celebration. There's been live music or a DJ the last several years, food, free pizza, and just encouraging people to go out and pick up waste around town, be involved in your community. I've been thankful to participate in the last several years. There's always pretty good attendance. Excuse me. And so, yeah, it's really just an opportunity and a reason to get together with a bunch of people who care about our town and pick up trash.
It was in conjunction with town cleanup, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Dan. We'll skip 9D, get that one back on track with San Miguel Power and Partners at a more appropriate time, closer to that 2:30, 3 o'clock range. 9E, if you have any comments on payments, please provide those comments by email. And then on my theme of bouncing around on the agenda, while we still have a couple of minutes before lunch, I'd like to jump to number 5, which is the consent calendar. If there are any questions on the 5A or 5B, please bring them up. And if not, I will take a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Ashley, a second from Elena. Ashley, how do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Jesse Reyes.
Yes.
Me and yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. The consent calendar is approved unanimously. I think that's about all I can tighten up. And we'll make up some time for the last council meeting where our lunch was short by having a little longer lunch today. So we will break for lunch.
Great.
Lunch break has ended. It is 1:02 PM, and we are going to restart the Town of Telluride, Colorado Town Council agenda here on Tuesday, September 17th. Item number 2 on the agenda is public comment on non-agenda items. Each person will be allotted no more than 5 minutes, and overall public comment will be limited to 45 minutes per council meeting. And instructions for remote public comment to indicate you would like to provide public comment, just raise your hand and we'll be on the lookout for that. And when the meeting audio is joined via telephone, dial *9 on your keypad to raise your hand. And between Tiffany and I, we'll figure out who is online and we'll take care of your public comment. But we will first start in the room. Is there anybody in the room for public comment?
Thank you, Mayor Erica.
Erica.
Thank you. And members of the council, I'm Kathleen Curry. I'm from Gunnison, and I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm a candidate for the Colorado State House for District 58, and we are in District 58 right now. And I just wanted to come and listen and make sure that I had a better understanding of what kind of issues the council's talking about, thinking about, working on, because I would need to know that if I get across the finish line. And I wanted to also establish a line of communication to make sure that you knew that I was trying to do the best I could for the town of Telluride and for San Miguel County. And I also work at the Capitol. I'm a lobbyist. I represent water interests, and so I'm at the building full time, and there's only, I think, 2 West Slope lobbyists at the Capitol there at any one time. So I got to see firsthand how kind of what issues are going to be coming up. And then with the special session that was just completed that the governor called, I thought maybe I could also mention a couple of bills that I expect we'll see next year that you might be interested in. There was a lot of conversation about short-term rentals. And I know that would be of interest. There were 2 accessory dwelling unit bills last session, and one of them I think didn't pass, and the other one got significantly amended. So I bet you the ADU issue will come back. Land use planning is still a topic that the governor cares deeply about. And so there could be legislation coming from the first floor. I don't know if it would start in the House or Senate, and I don't know what it would look like. But after 2 years ago, the land use planning bill that he brought, the comprehensive one that didn't pass, that I think changed the strategy a little bit. So I expect that. I'm hearing across the district and also at the State House that water infrastructure and wastewater infrastructure funding is really short, and that a lot of communities have a water and wastewater compliance issue on their plate, and they don't have the rate base, enough population to cover the cost of building. Like in Gunnison, we have to build a $50 million plant for 2,000 people. So we can't put that all in terms of fees onto the ratepayers. So I think water, wastewater, and probably ag infrastructure needs will be on the table. Property taxes, hopefully we got that generally resolved with the removal of the 2 ballot questions. They were pulled, and then we had the compromise bill, House Bill 1001, that hopefully the voters, because that was a referred measure, hopefully the voters will feel good about that. It was a compromise that was bipartisan. And let's see, I think we'll have the usual other host of bills that are natural resource related. Oh, and there's one other one that I know that this is more a Norwood thing than you guys, but there's a solar siting bill that ran last year that got a lot of input from San Miguel County. And I think there'll be a bill this year to restrict the state land board's ability to transfer property to a new lessee if it's been historically used by an agricultural producer, and if they want to stay on, if they want to keep their lease. So Senator Roberts is taking the lead on that, and that, it's a little outside of Telluride, but I think it's a really interesting concept, and he's going to bat on that issue. So with that, I'm used up most of my time. So I just wanted to listen and learn and introduce myself. And if I do get there, please, I hope we can continue our conversations.
Great. Thank you so much for your time. I would like to add that for you taking the time to drive over here from Gunny and listen to us, that if there's anything else you can add, it's totally fine for you to go over 5 minutes. I don't want to cut you short. It's very important for all of us to know, what's happening in the state and what you're doing. So if there's anything else, please feel free to add in, because I don't think it's right for this discussion to cut you short.
It's okay. The only thing I could think of might be that there are 4 resort communities in the district. It's an 8-county district. So it's largely agricultural land, but we have Crested Butte, Mount Crested Butte, Ouray, and Telluride. So similar issues, I think, but sometimes different solutions. And what I would need help with is reconciling that, because even in my own home county, there was an education bill that passed late in the session, during the last session, that affected the school finance formula for funding our K through 12 system. And right in my county, Gunnison supported it and Crested Butte opposed it. So I couldn't really, my background is in water and agriculture, and I've spent a lifetime working in the water business. So I'm not an expert on a lot of the things you guys have to deal with. And I hope that we can work through issues that like the one I just gave, where Crested Butte had one view and Gunnison had another, and they had their reasons, and you might have a third view. So my hope is that you'll help me do a good job if I can get elected.
Great. Good luck in your campaigning. And once again, thank you so much for coming down and driving that distance. We really appreciate it.
Thanks.
Is there anybody else in the room for public comment? Seeing none. Tiffany, do you have anybody online?
We do. We have Michael Zaffler online.
Okay. You can unmute Michael.
Howdy, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, oh, good, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Following up on one of the comments of the previous speaker, I was wondering how we decided to go ahead with the sewer treatment proposal and abandon the current sewer treatment plant. It seems to me like it's got to be a lot more economical to keep the current plant in place. And even if we tied in to the new plant in some form or another, it does seem like that's an awful lot of waste of previous expenditure. But I've heard that some sort of study was done. Haven't seen what that study was, but it sure would be nice to see that examined more closely. And in addition, I know it is on your agenda, but I was wondering about the items that are scheduled for executive session at the end of this meeting. As I can tell from reading the agenda, the items are the gondola, the medical center, and open space. All 3 of those items seem to be of interest to me and most people I know of in the community. And it seems like it might be nice to have a community-wide discussion on those topics more generally before going into some kind of negotiating, which apparently that is what the items are called for and reason for the executive session. But I would think that the community would want to weigh in on those items before getting into any further detailed negotiations. Thank you.
Michael, thank you for your comments. They're much appreciated. Is there anybody else?
No.
Okay. We will close public comment for Tuesday, September 17th. That brings us to agenda item number 3, presentations and proclamations. 3A, introduction of Assistant Parks Supervisor Tyler Cassidy, and we have Todd here to introduce.
Thank you, Teddy. Hello, everyone. Yeah, I'm here to introduce Tyler Cassidy to the new position of Assistant Park Supervisor. Tyler started with us almost a year and a half ago. He started out as a maintenance tech for the park. We just recently promoted him. He's originally from New England. He and his wife moved here from Texas. First winter he spent here, he actually sort of oversaw the camping in the park, in the parking lot, lived in the parking lot. It's been extremely valuable having him around. His wife, Amy, works at the medical center. She's a nurse there. Tyler's relatively new to doing maintenance, but over the last year, he's proved to be a pretty quick study. So it makes sense to move him on up. That along with his strong work ethic, his willingness to be flexible, and the fact that he has a management background has proved to be extremely valuable. So we're extremely happy to have him on board.
That's great. Thank you, Todd. Tyler, do you have anything to add?
No, just we love this community. We haven't been here that long, but we really have fallen in love with it. To get an opportunity to expand my role and help beautify it, it's been really special. So I'm really excited for the journey we're on.
Great. Thank you for being part of the team and being so willing to, move up the ladder and help us out. It's much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 3B, a proclamation of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, proclaiming September Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. And so this is proclamation number 8, series 2024. This proclamation recognizes suicide as a national and statewide public health problem and suicide prevention as a national and statewide responsibility, and designates September 2024 as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month in Telluride, Colorado. Whereas suicide is the 11th leading cause of death in the United States, and in 2023, our region experienced 33 deaths by suicide, predominantly middle to late aged white males. Whereas in the United States, 49,476 people died by suicide in 2022, equivalent to 1 death every 11 minutes. Whereas in 2022, 13.2 million adults seriously thought about suicide, 3.8 million adults made a plan for suicide, and 1.6 million adults attempted suicide. Whereas in 2022, Colorado had the 10th highest suicide rating of states in the United States. 1,293 people died by suicide in Colorado, whereas organizations such as Tri-County Health Network are dedicated to saving lives and bringing hope to those affected by suicide through research, education, advocacy, and resources for those who have lost someone to suicide or who struggle, and urge that we, 1, recognize suicide as a preventable national and state public health problem, that there is no single cause of suicide, that anyone can experience suicidal thoughts, and that recovery from suicidal ideation is possible. 2, acknowledge that no single suicide prevention program or effort will be appropriate for all populations or communities, and address the disparity in access to mental health care for underserved and underrepresented groups while advocating to end these disparities. 3, encourage initiatives based on the goals contained in the Colorado National Collaborative for Suicide Prevention and our local Suicide Prevention Awareness and Recovery Coalition. 4, develop and implement strategies to improve and increase access to quality mental health, substance abuse, and suicide prevention services and programs, as well as support postvention plans for community response to a death by suicide. 5, support the efforts of Spark in fostering connection and spreading the message that hope lives here. Therefore, be it resolved that I, Teddy Erico, Mayor of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, hereby designate September 2024 as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month in Telluride, Colorado, proclaimed this 17th day of September 2024. That brings us to agenda item number 4, appointments to boards and commissions. 4A is the reading of boards and commissions vacancies. Current board openings. The Telluride Town Council is accepting applications for current and upcoming vacancies from citizens interested in volunteering their service on one of the following town's boards, committees, or commissions. Applications must be received by noon on Monday, September 30th, 2024 for possible consideration at the next town council meeting, October 8th, 2024. Board of Adjustment and Appeals, 5 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term. Ecology Commission, this seat is being considered today, and that is 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Election Commission, 1 regular seat for a 2-year term, town resident. Ethics Commission, 3 alternate public at-large seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. 1 regular public at-large seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Historical and Architectural Review Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident at least 1 year. Open Space Commission, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident. Planning and Zoning Commission, 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident at least 1 year. Public Art Commission, this seat is being considered today. 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Please note that town council may choose to appoint a sitting alternate to a regular seat vacancy. Should that occur, council reserves the right to appoint any applicant to an alternate position. That brings us to 4B, and that is the Ecology Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, and we have Piper here to present.
Thank you, Mayor. So this application is from Kristen Rosenbaum, who has served on Ecology Commission since May of 2020. Her term is expiring and she's applying for reappointment. If you choose to reappoint her, it would be recommended for a 2-year term effective immediately. Her attendance is provided in your memo as well as her application, and I believe that she is joining us remotely to speak for herself today. Maybe. She said she
We'll
will.
see.
It might be under K2 events, I think is normally what her Zoom name says.
Ask her to raise her hand.
And will you raise your hand if you're online? Not seeing her.
Okay. Are there any questions from council for Piper in regards to this application? I would certainly entertain a motion.
I move to reappoint Kristen Rosenbaum to a regular seat for a 2-year term on the Ecology Commission effective immediately.
Second.
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Jesse Ray. Mian, how do you vote?
Yes.
Jesse, Ray, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. Her reappointment is approved. That brings us to item 4C, Public Art Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, and Piper is still in the hot seat.
Thank you. So the Public Art Commission isn't a board that meets very often, but Lachey Benton, our applicant, has served on this commission since I believe its inception, maybe in 2019. There have been 4 meetings of this commission in that time, and she has been in attendance of those meetings. Her application is in your memo, and I believe she is here to speak to answer any questions you might have. If you choose to reappoint her, I would recommend a term of 2 years, and it would be effective immediately.
Great. Piper, thank you very much. Lachey, would you like to step up to the mic?
Hi, everybody. Yes, I've been on since inception, and it's been great the few times that we've met. I really wish we had more applicants and more public art to review, but that's what it is. So I'd love to continue.
Do we have any questions for Lachey or Piper in terms of this reappointment? I would entertain a motion.
I move to reappoint Lachey Batten to a 2-year term on the Public Art Commission effective immediately.
Second.
We have a motion from Jesse Ray, a second from Elena. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ian, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Teddy, yes. Lachey, congratulations. Thank you for serving. You are reappointed. We have already approved the consent calendar number 5. So that brings us to agenda item number 6, which is the public hearing. 6A, second reading and approval of an ordinance of the town of Telluride, Colorado, of the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, vacating a portion of the Colorado Avenue right-of-way adjacent to Lot 3, Block 1, Canyonland subdivision of the town of Telluride, and a portion of the Colorado Avenue right-of-way adjacent to lots 31, 32, and 33, Bachman Village subdivision of the town of Telluride, and providing for the conveyance of the vacated portions of the same town rights of way. And we have Michelle and Ron here to present.
And Mayor and Council, Ron Quarles will present this case.
Okay.
Thank you, Michelle. Good afternoon, Mayor Erico and Town Council. You saw this item at your last meeting, August 27. You approved on first reading the ordinance to vacate the right-of-way for Colorado Avenue for this portion of Colorado Avenue. This all started back in June of 2023. A pre-development agreement was approved between the town of Telluride and Servitas LLC with the intent of developing very important future affordable housing for the town at this location. Preliminary PUD was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission first of the year, January 25, and it was followed with preliminary subdivision approval also granted by the P&Z at the February 22nd meeting. When the subdivision was in front of Planning and Zoning Commission, P&Z recommended the vacation of nearly 3,000 square feet of right-of-way for potential development of these lots to ensure that they were adequately sized for the lot configurations that were needed. The subdivision establishes 28 apartments on one lot adjacent to the Clark's Market, 8 affordable condos farther to the east on a separate lot, and then 3 separate lots for 3 townhomes along South Tomboy Street. PUD establishes 36 affordable housing units, 3 free market units for a total of 39 separate units. The ordinance that's in your packet will allow the town council to move forward with the right-of-way vacation and the ultimate final subdivision approval, including the subdivision improvements agreement that is recorded simultaneously. We did make one slight change at the first reading, or as a result of the first reading, to correct a survey note to reflect what was actually identified on the drawing. Thank you to our Eagle Eye town attorney for catching that. With that, that concludes my presentation. Be glad to answer any questions.
Great. Ron, thank you very much. Council, are there any questions for Ron on this?
Kevin, for the change from first reading to second reading? Do we need to note that in any special way?
No, it was part of the motion that was passed. So it was pointed out as a change that you were requesting from first reading to second reading. And it has been made. It's on page 59 of the packet materials.
Great. It's a public hearing. Is there anybody in the room for public comment on this issue? Seeing none in the room. Tiffany, do we have anybody online with their hands raised?
No hands raised online.
Okay, unless there's any further discussion, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve on second reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, vacating a portion of the Colorado Avenue right-of-way adjacent to Lot 3, Block 1, Canyonland subdivision of the Town of Telluride, and a portion of the Colorado Avenue right-of-way adjacent to Lots 31, 32, and 33, Bachman Village subdivision of the Town of Telluride, and providing for the covenants of the vacated portions of the same town rights of way.
A second.
Okay, great. We have a motion from Elena, a second from Dan. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Dan, yes.
Bessie Ray, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Me, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Teddy, yes, that is approved unanimously. Thank you both very much for your work on this. That takes us to item 6B, consideration of an appeal filed by Kirsten Lorson on behalf of the National Film Preserve Limited, DBA Telluride Film Festival on August 22nd, 2024 of the August 13th, 2024 Liquor Licensing Authority Hearing Officer's decision to grant a special event liquor permit with conditions. And we have Tiffany Kavanaugh here to present.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and council members. So as Mayor Errico introduced the item, this is an appeal that was filed by the Telluride Film Festival for the August 13th decision of the Liquor Licensing Authority Hearing Officer for their special event permit for the event called The Feed, which is the event that they hold on Main Street every year. There are ticket sales to that event, and it's a little different because they don't sell alcohol directly to the consumers during the feed, but the alcohol is included in the ticket. So it's an indirect sale of alcohol through the sale of that ticket. So the appeal provisions for this appeal are listed in the liquor code. Unlike previous appeals that you've heard for P&Z and Hark, this is not the provisions in the land use code. So I'm going to review what the record is. You'll notice there was not a transcript included in the record because that provision is in the land use code and not included in the municipal code. So the record for this appeal is whatever was presented to the Liquor Licensing Authority Hearing Officer at the August 13th meeting. That includes the agenda, the staff memo, and all of the attachments to that memo, the draft minutes, and then included in your packet is also the meeting video that was trimmed specifically for that hearing. And then included in your packet for today is the notice of appeal that was filed by the Telluride Film Festival within the required time frame. So during that hearing, Officer Major noted that it had been brought to her attention that the Telluride Film Festival was not a local nonprofit. So you may recall a few years ago, the municipal code was amended, our municipal code, the special event liquor section, to specifically require, and this is section 6-2-180, that 100% of the applicable net proceeds from the special event liquor proceeds must be or shall be distributed to local or regional nonprofit that have a history and mission of benefiting the San Miguel County, Colorado regional community, or which local or regional nonprofits support programs or activities accessible to the town of Telluride community. And then it goes on to state that any local nonprofit must also be federally recognized as one of the following. And I will note that included in the packets, the IRS determination from the National Film Preserve is included. They are a 501c3 with a Berkeley, California address. So the appeal that was filed was based on the condition. I believe that the Film Fest is here to also speak to it. And I believe Kirsten Larson is online. It looks like Brant is also here in person. But Hearing Officer Major approved the special event liquor permit with the following conditions at that hearing. The first one, that a financial follow-up must be submitted by December 27th. That is a condition placed on pretty much every special event liquor permit that is issued on town property, because we require that proof that those net proceeds are distributed to a local nonprofit. So that's just a condition that goes along with every event held on town property that's sells liquor as a special event. And then condition number 2, the applicant must identify and contract with a local nonprofit that will benefit from the alcohol proceeds and submit the contract to the liquor clerk by August 28th. We did receive that, and Film Fest did receive their permits for this year's events. But from listening to the hearing, it sounds like they want to really understand going forward what is expected and required of them. So the appeal was filed, and they are here to address their appeal. And I can answer any other questions that you may have.
Great. Tiffany, thank you so much for presenting that. Before we hear from the Telluride Film Festival, are there any questions from council for Tiffany on what she presented? Seeing none, we would love to hear from the Telluride Film Festival. You've got 3 folks on hand.
Am I allowed to ask what nonprofit they contracted with?
I think so.
Yeah.
We received a contract with AHA School for the Arts for them to donate $1,000 to them. Oh, and I did forget to, one of the important things for an appeal is the standards for the appeal, which is included in the staff memo, but for the listening audience, I'll go ahead and just explain what that is, if that's okay.
Great.
So the standards for review are included in the municipal code section 6-2-50. And it states that the decision of the hearing officer shall be affirmed unless the town council determines that the officer acted arbitrarily and capriciously, abused his or her discretion, exceeded his or her jurisdiction, or acted without proper evidence or a sufficient factual basis, or otherwise failed to act in accordance with the law. So that is what council is considering. And then there are 3 recommended motions included in the staff memo. You can either affirm the hearing officer's decision, reverse it, or remand it back. So just want to add that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions for Tiffany before we hear from the Telluride Film Festival? Seeing none, we'll let you guys present your case.
Kirsten, you want to start?
All right. Well, thank you, first of all, for your time and consideration of this appeal. It seems that everything has been shared very eloquently and reiterated by Tiffany in terms of our appeal filed in response to the liquor hearing outcome. And we would, we're here present to answer any questions or help understand how we arrived here and certainly how we can avoid the situation again, because to us, we received it as a misunderstanding of our position in the town. And, having filed for the special event application for years, this was a very unexpected outcome for us. So we appreciate reviewing this with you and understanding, the appeal itself and how to best proceed.
And also, I don't really understand the definition of how we're not a local nonprofit. We have a business license with the town of Telluride as a nonprofit. We own property, significant property in the town of Telluride. We've operated the movie exhibition theater here for decades. We've been bringing the festival here for 51 years. And I don't think we're so provincial as to think that an international event can happen by necessarily only having one location from where you're doing business. So that I'm actually rather confused by why we're not considered a local nonprofit.
And also a certificate of good standing with the state of Colorado and a nonprofit business license in the state of Colorado that are both current.
And then Kevin, you want to address that?
Well, so I would draw your attention to the provisions that are provided in the code, specifically Telluride Municipal Code 6-2-180. And then draw your attention to subsection A, subsection 1. The language is pretty clear, but it's also not defined. The net proceeds shall be distributed to a local or regional nonprofit. There's the other criteria about the history and mission, or the history of support and programs to activities accessible to the town of Telluride community. But I think your attention should specifically be drawn to the language of local or regional nonprofit. Neither one of those terms is defined. I think it's incumbent on you to put some clarity or definition to what you think are a local or regional nonprofit. Obviously, that was passed on by Hearing Officer Major, who found that this nonprofit, which is incorporated in California, has an address in California, may have a business license to operate in the town of Telluride, may own property in the town of Telluride, but nevertheless, it was her determination that that did not qualify as a local or regional nonprofit. That's the decision that's up on appeal, and that's my understanding of the argument that's being advanced by the appellant in this matter, that they believe that as a Berkeley, California nonprofit with a history or legacy, they might even say, of nonprofit purposes advanced in the Telluride community, that they should fit the definition of a local or regional nonprofit. Again, I think that's the issue for your determination today.
Great, Kevin. Thank you for clarifying that. Before we go to council questions, and Ashley has her hand up first, is there anything further from the Telluride Film Festival that you'd like to mention before fielding questions?
Kristen, you're unmuted.
Kirsten, you're unmuted.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that we were established in August of 1974 as a Colorado nonprofit, and we do filings to operate from California, but the original establishment of the organization was most certainly in Colorado.
Thank you for that clarification. I will entertain questions from council on this, and Ashley has her hand up, so she'll start it off for us.
My question, I think maybe is for Kevin or for Tiffany, but my question is that it talks about that it's a, local or regional nonprofit that have a history and a mission of benefiting the San Miguel County, Colorado regional community, or which local or regional nonprofit support programs for activities accessible to the town of Telluride community. So my question to that is, it seems that part of our phrasing puts less emphasis about like the location of the nonprofit, but what the work that the nonprofit does. My example might be, let's say I started a nonprofit in Telluride, and I live in Telluride and I own property in Telluride, but my mission was to protect elephants in Africa. My nonprofit's mission to protect elephants in Africa, despite the fact that I might be based in Colorado and hold a business license in Telluride and be a nonprofit registered in Telluride, would those activities still qualify me based on our rules here as a nonprofit that is benefiting and supporting programs accessible to the community of Telluride and stuff like that as read there?
I mean, I think that's the exact reason it's before council, is to discuss how they benefit the local community. And for them to prove that they do benefit the local community, if that's their argument.
Because I think that's that was my line of thinking in trying to interpret this, is because very clearly they have a business license in Telluride, they have a Colorado nonprofit standing, they have a letter from the IRS saying that they're a nonprofit. But I think that maybe the disconnect for us is like, there are nonprofits that are here in the community, that are based in the community, that it's more obvious to point out what the community benefit is. And maybe that's where this is getting lost. So maybe the applicant could explain what their community benefit is and what their proceeds do to benefit our community.
I would be happy to address that. Well, just one arm, I mean, aside from the annual film festival, which happens here and has happened here for 51 years, and We just realized in some grant work we were doing this past year that 35 to 40% of our programming in any given year is free and open to the public at 2 venues that are specifically focused on.
Could I pause and ask you to get a little closer to the microphone?
Yeah, so use that mic there if you want to grab that.
Scared over. So 2 of our venues are specifically for open to the public during the festival, the Backlot and Elks Park. And then, you know, when we have had additional venues at Town Park and whatnot, then almost all of our other venues have rotational free screenings that happen through them. And again, we were actually surprised to see even during the festival how much of our programming is free. Annually, we do films at the elementary school in association with the Telluride Film Festival. We've been doing that forever and ever. We've historically done multiple year-round free programs. We did the Cinematheque at the library for years. We did Sunday at the Palm for years. We're not doing either of those right now. We've focused specifically on the Nugget, which we've been partners in keeping afloat since 1998. And then in 2013, when the DCP change had to happen and that investment was required in order for the theater to stay public or stay alive, we took over full operational responsibility of the Nugget. And that operates at a loss. We fundraise to keep the theater alive. That doesn't take into account the year-round staff at the Telluride Film Festival that programs the theater, that manages the theater. We have year-round employees. Both Brant and I live and work here year-round. And Dirk, Brant and I have both been working. I've been working for the organization for almost 20 years. Brant's been working for the organization for 51 years. So I do think that we participate with the Palm. We've partnered with the Palm for years on equipment. We fundraised to convert the Hanley Pavilion to enclose it so that it can be used year round. We partnered with the town directly on that project in 2000. Yeah, we funded with that. The Telluride Film Festival contributed $1 million to that. So from our standpoint, we are active participants in the town here year round. I don't know, do you want to add anything?
No, that was great, Erica. I can only think of,
I'd
yeah.
like to add the Nugget because, we purchased the Nugget. We're doing an extensive and very
Be
ambitious.
close to the mic, Brant. Thank you.
We've purchased the Nugget and we're doing an extensive and thorough renovation using local architects and engineers to help do that, as well at considerable expense. And the game there is to have artists and residents that are coming to Telluride that are programming the Nugget, that can be doing that year round as well as at the festival. And to maintain that space in a nonprofit zone. So the other offices and things like that would be spaces that could be used for other nonprofits at whatever we can work out at the most reasonable rates, given whatever, we're put up against. So, that could have also, you can contrast that could have just been built by a very affluent person and made into another billionaire's condo, and that wasn't open to the rest of it. And you can also imagine that a theater isn't reasonable to the private sector to operate, for profit now, and that the town could be losing that without the film festival, National Film Preserve stepping in to make those things happen, which I think are also very directly beneficial to the town to have not only a theater, but to have outstanding people coming in to provide educational opportunities, maybe not just for Telluride residents, because there'd be filmmakers and other people coming from around, but I'm certain that we would participate with the school and that programming would be open to Telluride residents and those people would be here. So I think over the years, we've made the town culturally much more rich, over the 50-year period, when you look at the caliber of artists that have visited here and presented here.
And just a couple more things on the Nugget building. The roof, instead of being a penthouse, is going to be an event space that we'll share with the community. There's going to be a commercial kitchen up there. There's going to be an outdoor event space. And again, and like Brant's saying, the year-round programming that's going to happen there. We've also launched a capital campaign to raise the funds for this, which is how we're doing it. It's a $25 million capital campaign that we're about 60% of the way there on. So, which is certainly a benefit to the town that this is coming in and becoming a living, breathing space for film and the preservation of theatrical cinema.
What is the mission statement for the National Film Preserve?
Oh. Do you have that easy access?
Easy access as an arts educational nonprofit to preserve film and cinema, global world and cinema.
Well, let me pull up our full one.
Mayor, if that's not in the record, though, I'm not certain that we can take a look at that. Okay. Let me read the language again.
I see Ashley's train of thought here of trying to tie whether the mission statement is tied to Telluride or not.
I can pull it up.
Only consider the record as compiled before the hearing officer.
It's an appeal. It's an appeal.
Appeal.
Never mind.
I mean,
It might be in here somewhere. I mean, I didn't find it, but
I don't think it is.
okay.
I think, I don't know where that statistic of 30 to 40% of the film festival programming is free to the public comes from, because I don't see that as a resident. Maybe I'm missing something. I do know that you do some free screenings in the park in Elks Park, but beyond that, I frequented the Nugget. I pay for a ticket to go and I'm happy to, but I think that feels like a little bit of a mischaracterization. That's not to say that I don't appreciate what the film festival does. I think that, and this might be a little bit of like a historical question. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to ask this because it's an appeal, but my understanding was we created this partnership with the local and regional nonprofits because of the Bluegrass Festival and Planet Bluegrass. Is that correct?
I think that Bluegrass there's only a handful of festivals that get liquor licenses that actually make money with them. Most of the time, probably is the case with the film festival, certainly with the case with other festivals I worked with this summer that were food and wine festivals. The amount of alcohol being consumed is either complimentary or part of a separate ticket, and it's really not making huge profits. And that's sort of why Bluegrass was the center of that discussion. But I think that we as council recognized when it's perceived by the community that outside organizations are coming in to throw festivals and special events here, and alcohol markup is the biggest place or one of the bigger categories of making money, and then that money is leaving the community, we didn't want to see that. We wanted to see the money being generated within our community that's supposed to go to nonprofits, go to our nonprofits.
Right.
That's where that started.
And so that's why I bring that up, because I think that's like the best parallel if we're going to kind of look at like what we've done in the past and kind of why we do this is we have another organization that is a nonprofit that's not based locally or regionally that we require to partner with a local and regional nonprofit, even though they do business with Telluride in their name and they put on like a festival here once a year. I think that feels like the kind of most comparable situation to this. And we do require that Bluegrass partner with a local nonprofit because their nonprofit is based out of Lyons, Colorado.
They partner with many.
Yeah, several. So for me, that's a great example of kind of the same situation with us upholding the same rules that I would like to see the National Film Preserve abide by. I think that the Nugget is such an asset to our community. And I guess some of the rumblings that I hear around town do not align with what you guys say you're going to do with it. And so promises of what you might do in the future in terms of supporting our community don't necessarily have a lot of weight in what we do right now. But at the end of the day, we've maintained that these nonprofits be based in Telluride. And I think that the National Film Preserve is based in Berkeley, California. And while there might be benefits to the community and specifically the economy similar to Planet Bluegrass, we have decided that we want proceeds from liquor sales from liquor license to go to our local nonprofits. And I think I would uphold what was decided by our Officer Major. Not as any kind of like personal thing, but just because it's consistent with what we've done in the past. I'd be curious to hear what other people have to say, but I've sat on the case board for years, so I've definitely, I'm not new to this conversation, and I think it's good that we continue to push our nonprofits that put on events in our town to be more involved in our community and to provide more to our community. I think it's good that we keep pushing that. So I'm going to continue to do that. And I feel like I probably am right now. So I'm going to stop talking.
Well, thank you for that. Any other thoughts from council members or questions?
Just to remind me, or just to note a difference though, I hear a lot of your line of thought, but Planet Bluegrass is a for-profit entity.
They're a nonprofit.
There's a nonprofit it's called the Telluride Bluegrass Beer Booth, and it is a nonprofit.
The beer booth itself, but the organization running the event,
They're a nonprofit.
You can't get a liquor license without being a nonprofit.
Yeah, I
so
think
that's irrelevant.
So the Bluegrass was not included as a point of discussion to hearing Officer Major, so I think we should steer clear of discussing Bluegrass. But I would like to note that the state provisions, the specific reason the special event permit was created is for fundraising opportunities for nonprofits. That is the eligibility requirements in order for someone to apply for and be granted a special event liquor permit.
Thank you for the clarification.
So to sort of get where my thought was going, I can just pretty easily conceive of outside organizations, whether it be Protect Our Winters or Avalanche Education, things like that, that have connections to our community, but are not based here or not full-time, that we would want to support and promote and help their fundraising efforts that does show a benefit to the community. I am not sure I support narrowing of how we view a community benefit. And I think that in the section 62180 that was being quoted earlier, that regional nonprofits that have a history and mission of benefiting the San Miguel County, Colorado regional community, or which local or regional nonprofits support programs and activities accessible to the town or Telluride community. And that to me seems to be the sort of key, because I could see how either interpretation could be valid. I think that there is a logic behind, well, this nonprofit, the film festival or the National Film Preserve, is not a Telluride nonprofit through a certain lens, because they are based elsewhere and they do other work that benefits other areas of our world. But I think it's pretty demonstrable that they have a history that benefits our region, and that they also, to some degree, and whether or not it is 30 to 40%, I agree and slightly question that as well. But at least there is at least some clear activities that are accessible to the town of Telluride. And so where that line is drawn is the question in front of us, in my mind. And I could see the argument for being stricter because there's other nonprofits in our town that need more money. All nonprofits almost always all need more money. Or we could take a broader view, a wider application of this section of our municipal code and allow for more opportunities for different nonprofits that have different benefits. That's a tough balance to strike. I would lean more towards being more open, especially to an organization that has such history tied to our community. While I think the sort of globalization of everything they've chosen to headquarter elsewhere, and I'm sure they have reasons for that. But to me, there is a history of benefiting our county, and there are programs that support the Telluride community. And so that to me meets the definition of our municipal code. And while I think that there is a logic, I think Hearing Officer Major acted logically. I think that a different interpretation is equally, if not arguably, more reasonable. And I would prefer to not be so strict in our interpretation of that section.
Right. Thank you, Dan. Any other comments from council?
I have a question for the film festival. Do you have a specific subsidy number for the Nugget as far as what you are actually subsidizing within the community as part of your nonprofit mission?
For the year-round operations of the
Mhm.
Nugget? I would have to, not off the top of my
I don't
head.
think and was that not part of? I guess my thought is, if what is being given to the community from a financial perspective is greater than the revenue that would be generated from the inclusion of alcohol, to me, I agree with Dan that it goes to the spirit of what our code holds. I do worry about the precedent that this would set. I think there maybe are some things that we could, or the organization could do to maybe clean this up so it's a little bit more clear, because I am worried about other organizations coming in and doing something very similar without the longevity and history that you all have. But I do think that there is a benefit that TFF brings to this community that has been clearly shown over the last 5 decades. So, anyway, that's all. That's my thought.
Any other thoughts from council?
I'm torn on this one. I just feel like even the language that's being used about this organization bringing things here instead of building things here or producing things here, it feels like an outside organization coming to hold something here. I think we see plenty of festivals that are headquartered here and plenty of festivals that are not headquartered here, and that distinction, it seems clear to us on all the others. And this is a new rule. The benefiting a local nonprofit, we put that into place in the last handful of years. So it's not like it was always there and was being ignored. But I think I agree with me, and I think that understanding the benefit to the community that has nothing to do with the financial festival aspect of it, but what are the benefits to our residents and our community members, and understanding that would help me get there. I'm right now leaning more towards Elena's perspective, but I'm open to hearing from the rest of council too.
Jesse, right?
I too have been struggling with this one, I think for a myriad of reasons. Not only did my mom and I both work for this organization for several years and have an intimate relationship with many of the nuances of this organization, and then putting that aside, looking at the facts that are presented, which are this nonprofit is not registered in the Telluride area. Just because you have a certificate of good standing in the state of Colorado, that just means that, you know, you're balanced out and your taxes are paid, and that's great. That's wonderful. Thanks for doing that. You have to have a Telluride business license to sell anything in the town of Telluride. So that's kind of just like good housekeeping. Listening to you guys talk about your contributions to things like the Hanley Rink, the Nugget, the Palm. Those are also things that I feel like you get an enormous amount of return on your investment because you utilize those facilities. It's not like this, you know, donation to something that you don't reap those benefits from yourself. I'm an avid cinema person. I owned a movie store for 18 years. I love theater. I love movies. I love keeping that part of our culture alive. And there's no doubt that you guys have a history of bringing that unique kind of esoteric spirit of humanity to our community. But when I'm just looking at the facts, you know, what is required of us with these new changes, like I'm leaning towards how Lois Major ruled on this. You know, there's it's undeniable. I mean, she did her job, and yeah, I'm kind of on the
It's a
same
tough
page.
one.
Yeah,
It-
you know,
what
and
are
it's
the-
hard to separate like the emotional side of it from like the factual side of it. And I think that's where I'm getting, it's hard that way, you know, and especially the history that you guys have had in the community and just knowing how hard it is to execute this event. But then to the point too of like, what does it really benefit? And who benefits from it? You know, a lot of people work their asses off that weekend and don't get to see any movies, and the tickets are ridiculously priced, and a lot of people leave too because it's just so crazy busy, or they don't even leave their houses. So I'm just trying to look at it from every single perspective to make a well-informed and accurate decision with the other 6 sitting up here, 'cause it's not easy. But as of right now, I'm on the same page as Elena.
And you know, it is a tough decision. I've had, you know, in this conversation, thoughts of the merits of both sides of it, and it's really challenging. For me personally, what changed my overall thoughts was how our special event permits is worded. And if the local or regional nonprofits that have a history and mission of benefiting the San Miguel County. And I think, you know, you could debate how much the benefits have been in the past, but they certainly have benefited San Miguel County. And then when I heard Mian talk about setting the precedent, well, I don't think we'd set a precedent, because the difference is you have that history, and someone else coming in that's, you know, from, you know, New York, to get a nonprofit liquor license isn't going to have the history that Telluride Film Festival has, or other organizations that may be, you know, somewhere along those lines. And so it just makes it really challenging with how it's worded versus what the decision was being made. And it's a tough one.
Tiffany, can you again repeat the criteria for us to overturn a decision? Like what are the criterias again?
Yeah, so I'll read that again. So it's listed in the municipal code 6-2-50. States that the decision of the hearing officer shall be affirmed unless the town council determines that the officer acted arbitrarily and capriciously, abused his or her discretion, exceeded his or her jurisdiction, acted without proper evidence or a sufficient factual basis, or otherwise failed to act in accordance with the law.
It's pretty narrow. Yeah.
Well, and I think something that's sticking out to me is it's a local or regional nonprofit that supports San Miguel County, not or supports San Miguel County. And to me, this isn't, it is a not local organization that supports Telluride or that supports San Miguel County, but, and they have local employees, but I don't know if that's enough to call this a local organization, a local nonprofit, when it's based in California. And we all know that this like cultural takeover happens to our town because all these people come in from out of town to run this festival. And that's like evidence of, I mean, we do have some local staff. Yes, I'm not denying that. And I love the Nugget. I cannot say that enough. But I think the question is this a local regional organization that supports our community, or is it an organization that supports our community? And our municipal code specifies local or regional. And that's where I just like don't necessarily think that there's enough here to say that that wasn't the standard that Officer Major used to make this decision.
See, I think that there's room for interpretation, obviously, in this code. My biggest thing is I don't know if I feel comfortable saying that Major Officer Major's interpretation of it was outside of her authority.
But you think it was?
No, I'm saying I might feel like she did a narrow interpretation. I might feel like maybe that's not the interpretation that I would have taken, but I don't know based on our rules to overturn her decision if she acted outside of the scope of her authority. That's where I'm trying to figure out based on how our code is like, did she really say, is she saying, going way off book and saying this is, something that none of us would ever agree with, and that's not how the code is written, and she made this determination way outside. That's where I'm like, I don't know if I have enough evidence as presented that she's outside of her scope.
Yeah. And I think like I do agree with the precedent thing. Like it I think the intention of changing our municipal code to make it so that these liquor licenses have to benefit a local or regional nonprofit, like that was a change we went out of our way to make. So like obviously there was intention there. And what was that intention? And I think for me it's clear. And I'm probably like a few steps ahead because we talk about this a lot on the case board. So I'm not new to this conversation, but I think the intention is that those dollars stay within our community. And if they were, going directly to the Nugget, if the Nugget broke off, and I could maybe see the justification there, but the National Film Preserve is a nonprofit whose mission is to protect film, is to preserve film, which I think is a great mission, but that is their mission and it's based in California. And that to me doesn't feel like a local regional nonprofit simply because they operate a film festival here and own a building. Like to me, that still is evidence that they're not a local regional nonprofit, even though I'm not questioning whether or not they support the community. And I love the Nugget. But I think, there was a reason why we added this to our municipal code. And I think this is it.
Yeah, and it's a challenge because if the letter of the law, so to speak, is what was done to adjust the language to make it regional or local, and that's the point, versus it being more loose to say, well, this organization or that organization clearly benefits the town of Telluride. How do we, we can all have our opinions on that, but do we have to then determine whether or not Officer Major, a hearing officer Major acted out of her, purview or her line of thinking in the decision to come up with something that was incorrect? And that's a tough one to say, what do you, how she made her decision and why. And to remind council, we have three choices. We can reverse it, we can uphold it, or we could send it back to make, and
If we send it back,
Yeah.
it's the event has lapsed, obviously, for this year. And if we sending it back, to me seems like, wouldn't it just be that they would be reapplying for 2025?
I think they were hoping to understand if they're considered a local nonprofit for the future or not.
I guess my question is that looking through the application, there was not a great deal of evidence given to the hearing officer in the proving of how your organization does benefit the local community. So to me, it would seem like there would be no need for us to overturn a decision made today for an event that has lapsed, but that going forward, you all might present a more persuasive case to show and demonstrate the dollar amounts that are coming back into the community that reflect the dollar amounts that are collected through these special event permits that are given to you on public property. Because the alternative to it too is you could continue to get, because you are a nonprofit, you have every right to get the special event permit, but then those proceeds would have to be donated to a more obvious candidate within the community. Like you said, the AHA or something like that is an alternative thing that could happen too. I'm just saying, it seems like it would be best maybe to uphold this decision and then you all have a better run at it in 2025.
If I may.
Give them that advice.
Yeah, and I still think it comes down to, is this a local or regional nonprofit? Because in the language, it's not, or some organization that supports San Miguel County. It's a local or regional nonprofit that in every way that it's written.
Well, no, you can give them money. So like you can give the money. You
No,
can
that I
give
know,
the person-
but I think this feels, to me, this feels more black and white than I think it seems to other people.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, because the National Film Preserve is the organization that puts on Telluride Film Fest. Their mission is not to put on a film festival in San Miguel County. Their mission is to preserve film, right?
We can't talk.
Found our missions, maybe happy to read it.
Kevin,
and I-
it's
hold
not-
on, hold
hold
on.
on one second.
Not in the
Hold
record.
on,
Sorry,
hold on.
that's my bad for bringing it up.
Hold on. Kevin, I just want to let you chime in just to make sure everyone's aware.
Yeah, I know it's tempting and
Sorry.
we're all kind of trying to find our way through this the best we can, but really the parameters are that you're limited to what the hearing officer considered in the hearing. And that's the appeal that's coming up to you, is the evidence that was presented during that hearing.
That's right. And I'm not sure that, well, I'll call on you in a second. And again, it's finding out, did Officer Major handle her business appropriately? And the way it's worded, it may be more of a challenge to dispute her actions. I mean, I don't like the fact that I may have to turn somebody down or uphold a decision, whether it's now in the future, a different organization that I think supports our community. But the way this was worded, if you just look at it, disputes that. And I hate the fact that, we may uphold a decision that leaves some hard feelings for an organization that gives to the town of Telluride and has proven it for 51 years. It really, to me, it really has. But if we're looking more at the officer's protocol and how she came across her decision versus what I think is the right thing to do, or what Ashley or whoever, I don't know if that's our purview in this example.
Well, that's why I like the emotional side and then the factual side it's really hard to separate in this moment, but I read it the same way you do. I mean, I'm reading it just at face value, and what it says is what it says, and what our purview for remanding or overturning is what it is too.
Right. And this isn't our opportunity to, this is just hearing an appeal. This isn't our chance to brainstorm, make suggestions, alternate solutions. That's out of the reason of why we're here today discussing this. Dan, is that a hand up?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I sort of hear the way this is going, but I would say that according to our municipal code, there is proper support to have a reversal of the initial hearing. To quote section 6250, the hearing officer acted without sufficient factual basis. And then looking at the section on special events permits, local or regional nonprofits that have a history or mission, as we've covered, they do, or supports programs or activities accessible to the town of Telluride community. They do. Those are factual bases.
You're leaving out words. omitting local or regional.
So, and I was just going to get to that.
Okay.
Because then the question is, what is the definition of regional? And because I don't think we're arguing, is it local? Well, they're not based here, but yeah, as Kevin mentioned, those are undefined terms, so that is up to our.
Does Berkeley,
Are you arguing that Berkeley,
California
Colorado is?
feel
I would argue a registered 501c Colorado 501c3 is part of our region.
You think the whole state of Colorado is regional?
Yeah.
I mean,
when they've been,
I don't know.
Can't bring
Then
that
why
up.
can't then
They were in
the
Colorado
blue, then
too.
blue, I don't want to bring up the other
Yeah, sorry.
festival. Then
I
the
also
other
should-
festival is also
Yeah.
regional. So, I mean,
That's why I brought that up, but yeah.
yeah.
they are not acting as a nonprofit. They have an arm that benefits nonprofits. Their entire organization is not a nonprofit.
That's,
They're-
we're starting to get off topic.
We're not talking about other.
Yeah, we're starting to get off topic with,
So I am just saying that there is sufficient support in our municipal code, depending on your definition of regional. And if you disagree, I'm saying I want to have a broader definition because I think that the core goal is supporting our local community and supporting local events, which there just factually is support for. And so if you feel like you want to have a more narrow definition of local or regional nonprofit, I get that, I respect that, that's reasonable. I hear that, but I think it is also reasonable to say there is a clear history and factual basis of regional support, regional benefit, regional events for our community. And that meets the threshold required to be granted a special event permit.
But do you think that Officer Major acted outside of her?
I would say that she acted without a sufficient factual basis.
From her facts.
The fact that this organization of over 50 years in our community does provide events, and here let me quote specifically, supports programs or activities accessible to the town of Telluride community and has a history and mission of benefiting San Miguel County, Colorado.
I don't know if she was missing that
Yeah.
information, and I don't know that I necessarily think that there is a lot of programming that's accessible to our community. There's some, but I do think it's a mischaracterization to say that there's a lot. So
Sounds like we disagree and maybe we should just vote.
yeah.
right.
Are we ready for a
I'm
motion?
going to add, and I just want to make sure it's clear, is that I don't think if you're looking, for council, if you're looking at 6-2-180 and number 1, I don't think that it's fair to pick and choose. You have to kind of read that whole statement as one, which, and if part of that rule is that the net proceeds shall be distributed to a local or regional nonprofit, that's kind of the rule. And I'm not saying I think that's right. I'm not saying I think that's wrong, but if we're just going on, did Officer Major go out of her, did she have the information to do it? If that's what she was reading, I can see why she made that decision. And I know Brant had his arm up before we go, before I ask for a motion. And so I would like him to have the opportunity, and Kirsten, but Brant had either one of you. So, and then I'd like to take public comment on this as well. I think that's
Well, I just wanna
necessary.
make 2 comments. I've heard from you guys some non-factual and almost like rumor-esque types comments like, oh, I don't think there's a lot of free programming. I disagree with I forget the percentages that we presented, which I know that we can come back to you with, but that I feel a little bit insulted by that, discrediting information that we've given you. And I also feel that there's been some misinformation presented. Thirdly, there's language of what are you doing to grow or build things within the town of Telluride? I somewhat challenge you to find a bigger project. There's maybe one other large project in town that's building and bringing in the amount of money to this town to preserve a very important building and to then make that building's mission nonprofit and providing services. And if we're so provincial that we feel that bringing somebody from the Ukraine or from Africa or from wherever to come here and then elucidate their points of view and share them, that that's not beneficial to this community, I fear for the outlook of what Telluride has become.
And I want to make sure I have it clear before we go to Kirsten. And so, Kevin, we're not here today to talk about the language of the special event permits. We're just talking about Officer Major's decision, correct?
Yeah, and again, the standard is one that's typical of what's called a Rule 106 action or a direct appeal to town council, arbitrary and capricious, abuse of discretion, exceeded jurisdiction, acted without proper evidence or sufficient factual basis, or otherwise failed to act in accordance with the law. That's the standard. It's rather deferential. Look, you get to make that determination.
That's right.
Based on that standard of review, you get to make the determination of whether you think that action was appropriate or not, considering that standard of review.
I may not agree with it, but it may be appropriate, right? I mean, you know, I don't dispute some of the facts that Brant has given us. But I just wanted to make sure that was clear that really our decision is strictly limited to, did Officer Major act, you know, appropriately?
Can I
And
just clarify on that too? Just in
Sure.
the same, because I just have a question about that. So like the part of that that's talking about that there wasn't enough information, it seems like that burden is on the applicant to give that information, right? So if she's not presented with enough information from the applicant, that's not really a negative on her because she's not preparing the application.
Right, but I'm going to
Yeah.
interrupt you quickly, but I'm just going to say that if the rule is that it has to be a local or regional nonprofit, it doesn't even matter what the argument is.
Sure.
Because, you know, I'm not here to dispute that. I don't think Telluride Film Festival has been a great partner with the town of Telluride over the years and has been very philanthropic to help try to make Telluride a better community. That's not what we're here to discuss.
It's just that it's not based here.
That's just not based here. And that's what 6-2-180 states. If we all, you know, walked out of this meeting and in a future agenda setting said, we need to discuss a revision of number 1, then I think that's an entirely different issue that may benefit or hurt or help, however you want to put it, this organization and other organizations. But we're not here to, this is not our purview to debate or part of our decision-making to debate how item number 1 is worded. Is that a fair statement, Kevin?
It is. I wanted to mention one other thing, which is this is a fairly unique provision because what we're talking about is the use of town property for these events where liquor, alcohol is being distributed. If this was on private property, and you can use any number of other examples, but if there were an event on private property, the town would not have these same restrictions. It's because we're allowing town property to be used, and we want to make sure that when town property is being used for these events, and they have to come under an SEP, a special event permit, that the revenue that's generated from that advances these regional or local nonprofits and the mission and that language here of either having those programs that support the community or that they're accessible to the community. So, I mean, that's the trigger here is the town of Telluride property is being used. And then what happened is town council said 5 years ago, we should put additional provisions in place when we did this in 2019, that if our property is going to be used, whether it's Town Park or Colorado Avenue or pick another venue that you own, if it's going to be used for these events where alcohol is a component of it, it shouldn't be used to make money for that entity. It should be used consistent with state law to support a nonprofit exercise or purpose. And furthermore, regional or local.
Got it. Kirsten has been very patient with her hand up, so I want to make sure we get further comments from her before we
I
go.
appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. I just want to call attention to the agreement point 633 that I think for me personally caused like the key point of confusion in that it states if as indicated in addendum A, event organizer is a for-profit entity ineligible for SEP. And that word for profit, we just don't fall under that definition. There's no way. Like, we are a nonprofit. We're nothing but a nonprofit, and we can discuss perhaps, to what extent we're a local nonprofit, but we're not a for-profit entity either.
I don't think anyone is disputing that question. I don't think anyone is claiming that you all are a for-profit entity.
But maybe we need to add something in this code about a nonprofit entity that is not locally based.
We have that.
We have
That's
that.
what this
Okay.
rule is.
Well, so why are we talking about 633 then?
I'm not sure. Where's the
Because
633?
because
yeah, I can help you.
633 gives the opportunity for a for-profit to
Yeah,
partner
why is
with,
that
but
relevant if
because
we-
it might not give direction for someone to partner. I'm just, just trying to understand it, of giving a nonprofit that same opportunity, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it should, if it was clear, it'd say, a for-profit entity or non-local nonprofit entity would probably be the proper addition there. And again, I'm not sure this is part of what we're trying to figure out today.
I think it's appropriate for you to take a look at, and the language is found at page 92 of your packet material, but I would point to the provisions of 6.3, which is that the event organizer is responsible for obtaining the SEP, the special event permit, from the local authority. And that's the provision that cites to 6, and the applicable provision is 62180, where you have to demonstrate the local and regional nonprofit that has a history and mission of benefiting, or which supports programs and activities accessible by. That 633 is kind of the valve, if you will. If you are a for-profit, you would then have to partner up with a nonprofit.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's the issue that you're looking at. The issue that you're looking at is the authority officer made the determination that they did not qualify as a local or regional nonprofit.
Got it. I'm going to, if there's anybody in the room for public comment on this item, I would entertain that if you're here for that. Is there anybody online?
There are no hands raised.
Okay. I think it's, I would like, we have 3 opportunities for motions. I would entertain one.
I move to affirm hearing officer Major's August 13th, 2024 decision to grant the special event liquor permit to the Telluride Film Festival with conditions and with the following findings. Hearing officer Major did not act arbitrarily and capriciously, abuse their discretion, exceed their jurisdiction, act without proper evidence or a sufficient factual basis, or otherwise fail to act in accordance with the law. This motion is based on a review of the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority record at a public hearing held on September 17th, 2024.
Second.
We have a motion from Elena and a second from Jesse Ray. Elena,
yes. Oh, sorry.
that's all right. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Me and yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, no.
Teddy, yes. It is approved, upheld 6-1 in favor of the upholding it.
Okay, thanks for your time.
Thank you for your time. That brings us to number 7 on the agenda. That is action items. Consideration of a revocable encroachment permit number REP 24-01 for Michael Moyes to maintain encroachments consisting of a portion of the wall of the main structure and a portion of the garage into the right-of-way for the benefit of the owner's property, generally described as 116 East Columbia Avenue and known as East 25 feet of lots 2, 4, 6, and 8, Block 7, Telluride. And we have Kathy Knight here to present.
And I'm going to recuse myself due to financial conflict.
Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor Errico and council. Thank you for your time and consideration of this revocable encroachment permit today. We have Daniel Zemke and
Ryan Higgins
here to represent the owner. If there's any questions for them later on. So this revocable encroachment permit before you today is a little bit of housekeeping. The structure, while it's not a historic structure, has been in existence since well before the Public Works Department started seeking revocable encroachment permits into our rights of way. That started happening in the late 80s. And it has not been the policy of Public Works to go and seek these encroachments out, but to capture them at the time that, say, a building permit is pulled or the property is changing hands. In this case, the owner is hopeful to sell the property and would like to just kind of take this step to make it easier for a future homeowner to pull a building permit. There is the understanding that should a major redevelopment be done on the main structure, it will be shifted fully onto the property. It's about a ½ inch over the property line at the moment, so it's not a huge encroachment, but it is still there. And the same with the garage structure. If that should ever be worked on, that will be moved fully onto the property. That does stick out a little bit more onto the public right of way. Although I did post some pictures in the packet. This isn't a true alleyway. It's more of a utility easement. So it's not as if traffic or snow removal operations or anything are going on in this little alley space. It's more, it would be if town or another utility needed to access the property and do some maintenance work. But it does not appear to interfere with any of the existing utilities. So that all being said, Public Works recommends approving this permit, and I have a sample motion on the memo.
This is a pretty minimal encroachment with all things considered. Seen much bigger ones before, like.
This is very true.
Okay.
Yes.
And it's not like on a sidewalk, it's.
Correct.
And then just so, you know, not only council, but the public can hear, and if granting, if we do decide to grant an encroachment permit, is there anything that the town can see in the future that this could hurt us? I know in other circumstances we've discussed where, oh no, we might want to, you know, keep this for X, Y, and Z. Do you see, or does staff see any concerns there?
Not at this time. And the beauty of the revocable encroachment permit is town does have the right to revoke the permit if something were to come up in the future. But at this time, there's no streetscapes development plan for this area or any other use beyond the utility access that the town is planning.
Got it. Before we hear from the applicant, are there any questions for Kathy from council? Seeing none, does the applicant want to add anything to their case or their request?
Love to provide some background. My name is Daniel Zemke. I'm counsel for Michael Moyes, the owner of the property. Just so you are aware, Councilwoman Arguelles is correct. This is a matter of inches. When I was approached by my friend Ryan Higgins here, who's the broker on the property, to look at potential remodels on the property. This structure is historic non-conforming. It's over the lot line by a matter of inches. And so to do any sort of remediation or work on it at all, you got to move the entire structure. So I went and had a meeting with Ron Quarles, John, forgive me for his last name, I want to say Strickland, and also Sam Samuelson, to say, what can we do here? And this was back in April, May. And we discussed what it would look like for potential remodels on the houses. And at that time I was told, you can't even put windows on the side of the house because you are encroached. You can't do anything along the side that is in the alleyway. And so with that being the goal, we had another survey done to confirm whether or not we are encroaching. We had it done in February. And so that was the impetus for this request. This is the potential property owners understand that a remodel of any sort of great magnitude involving digging and moving large structural walls, anything like that, is going to require a movement of the house. They're understanding of that. But putting this encroachment in place for a matter of inches is very helpful to them so that they can do some interior remodel work, do some windows along the side, make the structure a little bit more habitable. It's a structure that's been around for quite some time. And I'd ask Ryan to provide any further background that I have missed out on.
Great, Ryan, you can add some if you like,
I
not
mean, it's
necessary.
I think the situation's pretty simple, but the house was built in the 1880s and it encroaches, you know, 1/10 of an inch and an inch on 2 corners. And right now you can't even replace siding because there's no permit, no revocable encroachment permit. So
Got
we
it.
just need that as a formality to kind of, you know, bring it up to par for the town
Yep.
building department.
And a question that I'll have, if the town doesn't, and Kathy, you stated the town doesn't have any objection, your staff, is that correct? Just want to
That is correct.
reiterate that. And have you or Counselor Zemke received any objection on this request? Just if there was somebody who was on the record for saying, you know, they were against it.
I have not received a word of any sort of negative feedback.
Okay, I will open it up for questions from council to either Kathy or the applicant for this revocable encroachment permit. Are there any questions?
One minor question for staff. In the sample motion, it lists the property owner, Michael Moyes, as the beneficiary of the REP. Is it possible to change that so it's just future property owners? So whoever buys this in the future doesn't have to come back and this REP is able to live more permanently, even though it is revocable?
Well, so to address that, it's the initial revocable encroachment permit that council has requested to hear and consider. After that, as long as the homeowners remain in good standing, providing their insurance certificates, we and the staff level will handle transfers when the property. So it's just a matter of when this property does go under contract. I often will work with the realtor, the legal counsel, or sometimes a title company to get the appropriate information for the new owner and do a paperwork transfer.
Just trying to make your life a little easier, but
Well,
sounds like you got it
that'd be
covered.
nice,
So,
but
yeah.
Any other questions?
I just have a comment, you know, I tend to be not want to approve these, but this one, because it's such a small amount and its access is primarily for utilities, and knowing how old this house is, I mean, if my brother went to preschool, wasn't it? Yeah, I mean, it's been around forever and it needs some repairs for sure. And again, they're not asking for much here. So I think it's kind of, for lack of a better term, a no-brainer. It's not a big ask and it's not on a sidewalk, you know, a huge public thoroughfare. So it's kind of refreshing to get one of these requests that's not cumbersome to the general public. So
Great.
whatever that's worth.
Kevin?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify one point. I don't think it's a major one, but I want to make sure everyone has all the information on this. This is not just a utility easement. This is a platted alley, a 15-foot wide alley that's platted. I just looked behind me on the original town map. It's there. It shows up when the town was originally incorporated. So I don't think we can say that it's just for utilities. It does have utilities in it, but the town could do any number of things with that 15-foot wide right of way as it exists right now. I understand that we're not using it right now, but it is our property. I just want to make sure that you're aware of that. And then I did want to mention one other thing. I think it's been addressed, but there was some, Dan, how should I put it? Interaction between the owners of 116 and 118 in the past. And I remember one of the conditions that the town previously had on this property, there was a bollard. And I think we requested that it be removed. I'm not seeing it in this picture, but can you confirm that that's been removed?
Yeah, it was removed in 2022. So it's no longer there.
Okay, thanks for clarifying, because I know that was a requirement from Public Works
Yep.
a couple years ago on this issue. And I just want to make sure that we were, if that had not been addressed, it would have surprised me that Public Works would have said, yes, go ahead. So I just want to make sure I understood that correctly. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, it was removed early 23, actually.
Yeah, that makes
So I
sense.
don't know the exact date.
And, and then because it's revocable, if circumstances change down the road, it could be further discussed.
Yeah, I always say, not only you were asking about, what position does it put the town in? Are we in a worse position? I would actually make the argument that we're probably in a better position because you get two things. You'll get added as an additional insured and you'll get an indemnification agreement pursuant to the REP permit that if anything happens, let's say someone's walking down that alley in the middle of the night or they're biking down that alley in the middle of the night and they hit that edge of that garage. It's in town property. We get sued, but we get sued because of the encroachment occurring in our property. And there's an indemnification clause with the property owner that they will indemnify the town in that lawsuit. So, and it's not out of the realm of possibility because we've had a couple of legal actions based on people hitting things in our rights of way.
Yeah.
As a matter of course, just to follow up on Councilman, our attorney, I counsel all my clients, revocable means revocable. It could go away at any time. And by the way, when you have stuff that is in a zone that is the right of way or in the powers of a town, you have to have the insurance and you are indemnifying. So if anything happens in that area, that's on you. So that's just a matter of proper legal advice.
Got it. If there's no more comments from council, I would love to open it up to public comment. Is there anyone in the room for public comment? Doesn't seem to be. Anybody online? We don't have any. I certainly would entertain a motion unless there's further questions or discussion.
I move to approve a revocable encroachment permit for Michael Moyes to maintain an encroachment consisting of a portion of the wall of the main structure and a portion of the garage into the right of way for the benefit of the owner's property generally described as 116 East Columbia Avenue and known as East 25 feet of lots 2, 4, 6, and 8, block 7, Telluride.
A second.
We have a motion from Jesse Ray, a second from Dan. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Dan, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes. Ashley, yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, guys.
That gets us to agenda item 7B. All right, we don't need to go get me in. Consideration of a revocable encroachment permit number or note REP-24-02 for the Telluride Housing Authority to maintain an encroachment consisting of an awning in the Pacific Avenue right-of-way for the benefit of property generally described as 151 South Willow Street and known as Lot A, Block 10, Town of Telluride, according to the replat recorded 12/22/2022 at 479-485 San Miguel County, Colorado. And Kathy is here for that as well.
Thank you again. So this revocable encroachment permit that we are considering now is for the soon-to-be completed Voodoo Housing Project. This particular encroachment is an awning that will benefit the commercial space on the Pacific Avenue side of the building, provide a little bit of shade for their quarter block of windows that they've got there.
Can I interrupt? I feel like I should recuse myself from this one because I work for for Flowers by Ella that was chosen to move into this space. Or do you feel like?
So we have a draft lease agreement with them, but nothing's been executed yet. So I don't think you have a conflict yet.
Does anyone on council feel like I should recuse myself?
I'm okay with your participation.
Huh?
It makes you, I don't feel like you have to, but if it makes you feel more comfortable.
Okay,
I mean, it's not executed at this point, so legally. you don't
okay,
have a conflict.
if you feel okay, I don't think this is a contentious issue, but I just wanted to mention that. Sorry for interrupting.
I think if it was contentious, you should recuse yourself, but it's not contentious, and thanks for bringing it up.
Okay.
Does
Thanks
any
for
council
disclosing.
do any council members object to Elena's participation? Great, I think we can continue.
All right. So we'll just provide shade to the business that whatever the business is that resides in that particular unit. This particular encroachment did not get noticed at the time of plan review. And now we are here where it exists into our space. And so we would like to make sure it is covered and that we have the proper permits behind it and insurance coverage for it. And that's
Perfect.
think there's anybody here to represent the applicant. Shaw was the folks who originally put the application in, although it will be held by the Housing Authority when all the paperwork's signed. And he thought he might not be here, and I don't see, but Lance is here.
Lance, you want to chime in?
I can represent the applicant, Lance McDonald, Town Steward. And yeah, this awning was on the park plans all the way through the process, the PUD plans. It was always part of the building. And so before you go for COs, you need to make sure you have your revocable encroachment permits.
Got it.
So this was approved by Hark and P and Z and everything. It's all.
It was approved by Hark. P&Z doesn't really have
Yeah.
jurisdiction on something like that, but yes.
Okay.
It's part of the Hark plan.
Okay, do we have any questions from council? Seeing no questions, is there anyone in the room for public comment?
Anyone for the awning?
Anyone with public comment for the awning? Okay, and then is there anyone on Zoom? No. Seeing none, unless there's any further discussion or comments from council, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve a revocable encroachment permit for the Telluride Housing Authority to maintain an encroachment consisting of an awning in the Pacific Avenue right of way for the benefit of the property generally described as 151 South Willow Street and known as Lot A, Block 10, Town of Telluride, according to replat REC 1222 2022 at 479485 San Miguel County, Colorado.
Second.
We have a motion from Dan and a second from Ashley. Dan, how do you vote?
And yes.
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Jesse Ray, yeah.
Maybe yes. Me and yes.
Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Thank you for your time.
That brings us to agenda item number 8, Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. There are no items for the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority today. And that leaves us to number 9, coming back to 9D, which is the related organization reports, and 9D1, which is a presentation from San Miguel Power and Echo Action Partners. Do we have Alex or Emma?
I don't see either one of them online, and I'm not seeing them in the room. Oh, I see Emma coming through the door right now.
Okay.
Hi, Emma, you're up actually right now.
No.
You don't want to share your screen.
Yes. Zoom.
Take your time.
Great. Perfect. Well, thank you so much for having me today. I have a quick annual program update for Eco Action Partners. For anyone who doesn't know me, I'm the executive director. One of these. Eco Action is the regional sustainability nonprofit. We provide data-centered solutions that empower our partners to drive climate action and create more sustainable communities. We work across 4 sectors: community, empowering and acknowledging our local sustainability actions, emissions, energy efficiency and renewable energy projects, and waste. Quick highlights for you on the Sneffels Energy Board, our regional collaborative board of governments and utilities. Some highlights from this year: we've been discussing rate structure changes that are coming down the line with SMPA and public engagement needs to create buy-in for implementation of actions within the Climate Action Plan. We've also started a Climate Action Plan implementation subcommittee within the group to really discuss what support is needed to implement those actions that we have all agreed on in that plan. Exciting update, we applied for and were recently awarded a grant application through the Colorado Energy Office to fully fund a regional Climate Action Plan development director, who will be a new position at our organization to support all of our government partners in moving forward with finding funding and planning for these actions within the CAP. We've been hosting a series of coffee climate conversations on a number of different topics and seeing really good community engagement on those. We've also hosted work sessions with each of our individual government partners earlier in the summer to talk about what support we can provide for you all on CAP implementation. We were able to develop and bring Silverton and San Juan County into the Regional Climate Action Plan and Sneffels Energy Board, have continued to host REBEL, the Renewable Energy and Beneficial Electrification League meetings, and really dive into specifics around geothermal and solar technical details that will get us towards our goals in those areas. And lastly, in this area, our EV readiness plan was completed earlier this year, and we have shifted to implementation. Quickly on the EV readiness plan, our transportation sector makes up about 1/3 of our emissions in the region. This plan helps to identify market trends, challenges, and opportunities for our region as we oversee the transition to EVs. It has a map with recommended charging station locations and other resources from across the state. And we have an EV readiness task force that continues to meet to bring together resources to support with this transition. We newly started an energy workforce development program this year, providing stipends to support with trainings and certifications for our green energy workforce in partnership with the Telluride Foundation and SMPA. And already have a graduate who's gone through the program and is currently installing heat pumps and supporting our CARE income qualified program in the region. Student engagement, we have been partnering with Pinhead, with Sheep Mountain Alliance, with Wilkinson Public Library, and a number of different classes. Continue to teach in classrooms climate education around renewable energy, biodiversity, all sorts of things. We have started a new youth climate group at the high school and hosted a collaborative Earth Day extravaganza at the Telluride Elementary School. Our Green Business Membership Program is still going strong. These are a highlight of the members on the right side here. This year, we've been focusing on supporting HOAs with identifying funding for a solar project and efficiency measures for water use. Continuing to support all of our business members with applications for Black Hills, SMPA, and IRA rebates and incentives. We've been supporting with development of classroom sustainability guides, system automation programs for hotels. We also recently developed a commercial sustainability guidebook with all of these resources and low-hanging fruit projects for businesses to easily access. We're also now offering internally small business audits to really understand where your energy is being used and how to make these efficiency upgrades. And lastly, hosted our annual Green Business Roundtable event in late June and had over 26 business representatives present. Moving into our income qualified care program, we provide energy audits and weatherization work at no cost to clients for low and middle income households. Improvements are anything from new furnaces, boilers, refrigerators. We put in insulation, LED bulbs, window replacement, and so much more. From 2017 to 2023, we were able to serve over 266 homes, saving 340 metric tons of CO2 each year. I wanted to highlight last year's results. We were able to implement over $129,000 in upgrades in the 35 homes that we served. So far this year, we've served 16 homes, have another 12 in progress and 7 in queue. We have a goal of 40 homes. And I wanted to highlight some of the upgrades that we've made: over 7,000 square feet of insulation, 7 refrigerators, over 200 light bulbs, 43 windows. And the one I wanted to highlight was heat pump water heaters. And we've now put in 2 mini split heat pumps with a new beneficial electrification budget that we have in place because of our partnership with SMPA. We continue to provide building department support and hold our seat on the Colorado Energy Code Board to help provide influence and support at the state level with code updates. We were recently awarded a grant through the Colorado Energy Office to facilitate a regional cohort, help support with 2024 IECC adoption, EV and PV ready amendments, workforce development, and building industry trainings. We're just kicking off that grant as of a week ago, so you'll be hearing more from us on that soon, but we're really excited to have funding behind these efforts. Energy incentives, we continue to provide support for efficiency and renewable efforts. We've provided a workshop this winter on what is out there and continue to update our residential and commercial incentive guides on our website. And moving into our waste reduction efforts, we've continued to support Bruin and San Miguel County on their compost grants, providing workshops and education around what composting initiatives are out there and how folks can participate. We've developed an updated compost guide and recycling guide that are available in both English and Spanish on our website. We have continued to provide waste operation services for festivals in town, including Bluegrass Jazz and Blues and Brews, and continue to support with the San Miguel County Electronics Waste Recycling event, which in the spring collected almost 20,000 pounds of electronics just from the town of Telluride and over 23,000 pounds total, and have the fall e-waste events planned for October 11th and 12th in Telluride, Mountain Village, and Norwood. And with that, I want to say thank you so much to all of you for your support of our organization and for your time today. Thank you.
Great, Emma. Thank you so much for the presentation. Is there anyone on council that has any questions for Emma? Seeing none, thank you so much. We appreciate your time today. Great job.
Thank you.
And that's going to bring us to agenda item number 10. That is,
Alex, sorry, part of that was also from San Miguel Power.
I'm not seeing Alex.
they were,
Online.
Okay.
no, they were not there.
Mayor, but we did miss one thing with the admin reports before we move to THA. Would you mind if I address that?
No, please go ahead.
So you may have received, council may have received an email from Attorney Geiger noticing you that there was an appeal received for a Hark decision. We need to get that appeal hearing scheduled. We do have 2 council members that are recused. And so it is important that we have the remaining 5 members at the meeting. The record is going to take quite a bit of time to prepare. So because it has to be posted 10 days before the appeal hearing, I would request that the earliest that it be scheduled would be the last week of October, to give me time to do the record.
Okay.
We need to be in person because it's quasi judicial, right?
Right.
That's gonna be interesting.
Yeah. When do you need us to determine that date?
I
Be helpful,
ideally,
yeah.
Yeah, as soon as possible.
Yesterday.
I mean, well,
Yeah.
I'll have you in the room.
In the
with
tower
details.
Discussing now.
Today, or
Yeah.
you have another meeting on Thursday too. So if you'd rather come with your calendars,
Let's look at our calendars and be prepared on Thursday to pick that day. Because we're all here Thursday.
Right. Okay.
Does that work for everyone? And then we don't have to take that time up.
Sorry.
We all are going to be here for budget on Thursday, so we will look at our calendars and see what that last week of October might look like. Or maybe even the first week in November.
Yeah.
Tower House, right?
Yeah.
Or the week before the last week of October, I think we could get to work as well, but.
So Tiffany, Monday, the 21st through November 8th.
Sounds good.
I mean, I think you could go further too. If
If
those
we
dates don't
needed
work,
to,
right?
right.
If you have people that have, typically that's a time when travel plans are fairly active in this community.
And we're all over the board. So that's why I want to do it Thursday. Everyone can look at their calendars and come up with a day that they think will work, and we'll go from there.
I've heard that. This is for the, okay, all right.
Everyone's
Tiffany's,
looking at me.
no?
No.
Tiffany, is that it?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great.
Figured out.
Then that does bring us to agenda item number 10, Telluride Housing Authority. I will need a motion to exit the Town of Telluride Town Council meeting to go into the Telluride Housing Authority.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Jesse Ray and a second from Elena. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Yes. Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously. We are going into the Telluride Housing Authority meeting, and I will hand it off to Geneva.
Thank you so much. Okay, we are calling to order the Telluride Housing Authority meeting of Tuesday, September 17th, 2024. It is 3:00 PM on the dot. We are in person with all members of the THA board as well as on Zoom for a hybrid meeting. And number 1 is approval of minutes. Did anybody have any comments on the minutes from August 27th meeting?
I move to approve the minutes as presented.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion from Ashley and a second from Teddy. How do you vote?
Ashley, yes.
Teddy, yes.
Elena, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Me and yes.
Dan, yes.
And Geneva, yes, we affirmed the minutes unanimously. Next, we'll move on to number 2, work sessions, and A is going to be discussion regarding unit for mental health professional in the Voodoo Affordable Housing Project. And Zoe will remind us of the background of this topic.
Yes, thank you. So of course, as we know, with the Voodoo project, which we'll refer to as project, in December of 2022, the THA committee discussed some recommendations regarding rental rates, occupancy qualification standards, and other aspects. During this conversation, it was agreed upon to set aside a unit for a mental health professional. And the mental health professional would be chosen or selected in consultation with the San Miguel Behavioral Health Solutions panel. In July of, let's see, what was that date? In July, the THA representative, Geneva, met with this committee who provided recommendations. So it was on the 25th. These recommendations were to refine the definition of a mental health professional. The panel recommended that the unit be offered to a professional actively seeking clients in San Miguel County who is a licensed mental health professional or a postgraduate candidate pursuing licenses in one of the following fields, which is listed in your memo. I won't repeat them all. Additionally, the priority should be given to bilingual counselors, particularly those who speak Spanish, due to the demand of Spanish-speaking mental health professionals. In our last THA meeting, it was asked to have a work session on this item, so we're bringing it up for discussion. The timing of this is important because we need to move forward on opening up a potential lottery with these applicant parameters to get a lease executed in a timely fashion, as we have October 1st as a potential move-in date or beyond. So the staff recommends, based on the panel's recommendation, proposing a lottery to be set aside for the mental health unit, proceeding with the following qualifications that they laid out as defined in your memo.
Great. So yeah, there's no motion in this work session. This is just to give direction to staff so that they can move forward and advertise this unit and have time for applicants to get their information in. And so I'll open the floor to council to your feedback on this recommendation. Or sorry, to the THA board, not to council.
I fully support it, and it goes well with Suicide Prevention Month that we did our proclamation. So great work making sure we kept this priority.
Great.
Yeah, this looks thorough and in line with our intentions for that unit.
Yeah, totally. Just for, I don't have the numbers from you. What was the targeting 140% of the affordability range? What was that price for the 2-bedroom?
It is $3,070 per month.
So much.
And it's a 2-bedroom. And another thing that was discussed with respect to this unit was that the other the rental housing policies that we have for the rest of our program would not be enforced on this unit. It is just the only thing required is that you are seeing majority of your clients within the county, as well as are licensed as one of these topics. Because we didn't want to, we sort of discussed this when I met with the panel. They were a little bit concerned of certain professionals that may have a spouse or, other members of their family that would put them out of compliance with some of our rental policies. But since we, as a board, decided that we wanted to make sure that we are able to attract and keep some of these professional positions in the community, that we would waive those requirements.
I know when I brought met a little bit of resistance, so thanks for.
I have a question about the majority of their clients in the county. Have we specified what that looks like, or is it just 51% of?
I think we had discussed having it be similar to our rental policies, which are 75%, and for our deed restriction. I'm not seeing that in this packet, but I think it's something we could give staff.
I think we should get
feedback on.
specific about that in case it becomes an issue, just so we have something to reference, especially because a lot of mental health work can be done remotely, and we want to make sure whoever's in this unit is actually serving our community as intended. So I would
Agree.
propose that.
And what does the definition of like how it's worded for the allowing like new clients and stuff like that? How long or how many clients are they receiving or whatever? That was the whole thing, is it has to be somebody who's getting new clients, correct?
No, right in here, in the memo, it says that they must be a licensed mental health professional actively serving clients in the county.
Okay, so they don't have to be like getting new clients or anything like that.
I mean, I think we're hoping that this attracts a new therapist to the region.
Well, then actively serving wouldn't be a new therapist. So do we want to be more?
They could be serving and not living here.
Okay. I mean, do we want to be more open with that? Because actively serving means they're already working in the county.
I think this isn't a law right here that we're passing. This is direction to staff. So so we're not gonna, I don't know that the particular exact sentence that's in this memo is binding or limiting in any way. We're directing staff to create an application packet and verify within their own purview things that achieve these goals, is my understanding.
That's correct.
Yep. Okay.
And I would suggest that if we are recruiting, to use that term, a person from outside the area, that once they take occupancy, as long as they are actively serving members of the community and continue to do so, I think it could be considered as more of an ongoing qualification, if you will.
Right, versus a hard line number.
I trust staff
Yeah,
to
totally.
manage this personally.
I second Elena's proposal of setting a limit at 75% for clients within the R1 school district.
Or a minimum.
Or minimum, yeah.
Yeah.
At least 75%.
The behavioral health panel, I forget the term, their acronym, but the panel that we spoke with, we're hoping that it would include the entire county. How do we feel about that?
I'm good with that.
Yeah, I support that.
And can we give staff a little flexibility that if they're a little bit below that number, that they have time to, I don't want to lose someone who's providing 60%, if there's not better candidates, and hopefully they'll improve those numbers, but I'd hate to just give you a hard number. You know what you're looking for, and it's going to help our community significantly, whether it's 60%, 75% or 100%. And
I will say
don't
from
want-
an application standpoint, I think we have to provide clarity to the applicants, whether they qualify or do not qualify. So if we have a 75, if THA would like to see a 75% number, then that is how we are qualifying the applicants. But if they do want it to be broader, then we can just say majority.
If we do it broader, do we have the ability to select on the people who provide a higher percentage, or is that not okay?
It'll be a lottery.
We're doing a lottery
Three,
where
four.
everybody who applies and qualifies has equal standing, each with one entry.
Okay.
Do you think we should set some kind of number? And if it's 51%, it's 51%, but
I think 75 is good.
I think that we require that of other people in our housing program, and I don't see why we would, with the purpose of this unit, I don't see why we would eliminate that from the requirements for this applicant.
Can I make this recommendation, as we are not the experts and I don't know how, if that's an easy number or a hard number, but perhaps we can consult again with the panel and ask if 75% is a reasonable number. And if they feel like that might be difficult to get applicants with, then we could look at more of a 60%.
The 8 said 75 was good.
They did.
when
Okay,
I
thank you.
spoke with them.
Okay.
And I think the sooner we can hand this off to staff
Mhm.
and just let them run with it, the better.
If they said 75% is good,
They
then I'm
say
good with it.
that's what they want to have. They want people who are serving our community. That's,
The-
Yeah.
The
they're on the
75%.
same page
If
with
they're
us
into
for that.
75, I think that feels really consistent on
Okay.
our end, so.
I
yeah.
think staff has clear direction on how to build the application package. So thank you for that.
Delaney, do you feel like that?
Yes, I was just going to say another shameless plug. If anyone is out there who is a mental health professional or a postgraduate candidate pursuing licensure in one of the following fields, LPC, LMFT, LCSW, LAC, or a licensed psychologist, please consider watching for the newspaper and Kodo and whatever other forms of advertising we can do. Yeah.
Okay, great. Seems like we have nice, clear direction. We'll move on to number 3, new business, even though it is
Not.
continuing business. A, discussion of rental housing policies. And Delaney and Ally are going to help us with this. We do have some new AMI and rent tables within this packet that sort of outline what the proposed numbers would look like for rent across our projects. So for anybody who's listening or who's been following this discussion all summer, please check out the Telluride Housing Authority packet for today, and you can see some of the attachments have a lot of great data in there. With that, I'll hand it over to our staff.
Thank you, Chair Member Shawnette. Before I jump into the memo, I know that there was a request to go over the timeline and also just provide an overview of the 2 outreach sessions that we just had a week ago. So I will give that to Lindsay to inform you guys of the results of those outreach sessions.
Thank you. Oh, that's fine. Okay. So really quick overview of the timeline. We've been in this for about a year, so I think everybody's is pretty familiar with this. Last fall, staff was directed to create policies. The THA subcommittee review began in February of this year. Work sessions have taken place from April through June until we got under review of proposed policies. 2 sets of public forums have taken place, 2 in June and 2 again just a week or so ago on September 9th. And here you'll see we're on the September 17th review of proposed policies with a target tentative adoption of October 8th. I want to open this up if anyone has questions about the timeline, where we've been, where we're going, any of these targets. Okay,
Keep
fabulous. So we'll dive into, this is a really thorough overview of our communications that have taken place to date. Our very robust communications calendar really took hold in March. We've gone through numerous e-blasts, several dedicated e-blasts. This has been mentioned and overviewed really heavily in all of our Talk of the Town recaps, which recaps every single town council session. The THA agendas have been highlighted in all of our coming up on council e-blasts. We've had, these social media metrics are not exactly complete, but I do have a side where they are complete. We've run agenda highlights, FAQs, policy review carousels that were bilingual, June forum notifications, September forum notifications, and our public comment forum, which closed just last week. We have gone through a couple rounds of postering with a rental housing policy 1-pager that went up in May and then again in July. We posted for the June community forums, as well as 2 rounds of postering for the September community forums. We've had 4 earned media hits in the Telluride Daily Planet, covering all of the work you guys have done around rental housing policy, and many hits on Kodo through newscast recaps of all of council, as well as our GS government sessions. Thank you, G, and to our folks that have filled in over a couple of those. We've also put paid media in the newspaper, and this is a summary of our dedicated ads. We also have agenda highlights that go in the week before, as well as a full agenda ad that goes in the Sunday before each council session that have highlighted these meetings since March. Additionally, we've had dedicated ads for THA agendas and the rental housing policy forums. We produced a bilingual video overviewing all of the details to date in June with Jimena and Geneva. We have had bilingual coverage, simultaneous interpretation over Zoom on every single THA meeting since June, I believe. All dedicated e-blasts with town council, all of our dedicated e-blasts have been bilingual as well. So you've seen English and Spanish on both of those. Additionally, all of our news releases surrounding this and any of our news releases are delivered in English and Spanish, depending on what your browser indicates. All of our print materials have also been bilingual. Engage Telluride went live in the spring, tracking every single meeting agenda, all of our packet materials, all of our presentations, and that has a bilingual toggle. All of our meeting recordings and interpretation have been on there. All documents, packets, agendas, key dates, meetings and forums, and then links to the public comment forum. Only one news release that was exactly dedicated to this when we formalized the appeal process before kind of kicking off the whole policy review. KPIs is kind of the most interesting piece here. We've pushed out 21 different emails with 29,000, almost 30,000 impressions with a 59% open rate. Benchmark open rate for email blasts is about 20%. So we have a very engaged population on our audience there. 976 clicks within those, whether that's driving to a meeting recording, an RSVP, an add to calendar, our engaged page, so on. Engaged Telluride, since that page was published, has seen 364 visits with 81 engagements. And that means that they're clicking around the page, engaging, viewing, and then 125 downloads. So that's key documents that are being downloaded from that page. We've seen 93 static social media posts between Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, 23 stories that are dedicated, and those usually have a link within them to either a Zoom meeting or an agenda or a relevant presentation or a bilingual video in June. That's for about 31,000 impressions, 3,200 engagements on that. That's likes, comments, shares, any sort of link clicks or views on there as well. And then additionally, between all of our YouTube streams, including our bilingual video and agenda recordings and meeting recordings, we've had almost 1,600 streams after the fact. So that's not people that are immediately engaged. For our June forums, we didn't have very high participation. We had about 7 people in attendance on record and 0 engagement afterwards. So nobody has watched those meeting recordings. That said, our September forums were much better attended. We had 32 attendees for the first session and 49 attendees for the second. Of those participants, 24 were online for the first and 23 online for the second. Engagement after the fact, this is recording views. We had 64 folks engage for the viewing, 46 online for the second recording. 11 of those first recording views were in Spanish. 14 of those recording views were the second session in Spanish. For our public comment forum, that was open from May 6th to September 16th. We had 19 comments. Any questions on KPIs? Sorry, I know I'm flying through this. There's a lot to cover today. So this is a pretty deep dive into the summary of our public comment. I'm not going to go too deep into this. The headers really define it for you. There is a Spanish slide after this. So halfway through this slide, I'm going to transition over to the Spanish. So Antonio, who's interpreting online, can assist with that interpretation. We saw some folks expressing frustration over the Telluride Mountain School getting a unit when they are a private entity. Rental upgrades and priorities. One commenter suggested prioritizing current tenants in older units for upgrades and offers for new housing based on how long they've been on the wait list rather than the lottery system. Concerns surrounding the income-based rent. Many commenters of the 19 raised concerns about the 30% rent to income ratio. Some reported significant increases in rent could double their current costs. Many people said that 30% is too high, especially for those whose current rent is much lower. So essentially, we're seeing a lot of commentary around the tier system. We'll go through those next comments here in just a moment, but want to give Antonio a chance to catch up and anybody a chance to ask questions about those line items in particular. Okay, sweet. So tiered system criticism, as I referred to, so commenters described it as unfair or socialistic. Commenters argued that it disincentivizes financial success and penalizes those who are increasing their rent, and it increases their rent disproportionately for those that are succeeding. Worries around driving up the middle class. A need for AMI adjustments. So this was calling for more space between the tiers so that you can exist in that tier longer with that rent being existing at that amount before you move up. Then there were discussions around the quality of the housing and the maintenance. One commenter mentioned that if the rent's increasing, they would like to see improvements to their residents as well. And then alternative revenue sources also. This is an interesting one that we should be looking at additional taxes on luxury property owners and non-residents, rather than looking at the folks that are living in Telluride employee rental housing for income at this point. And this is the final slide for public comment. Again, that reiteration of the affordability concern. This commenter in particular was looking for more affordability in that 100% AMI range, that a lot of what they're seeing is targeting higher AMI folks, not necessarily those 100% AMI folks. General discontent, and then bedroom-based qualifications. So this was a comment from someone that wanted to voice that they should be able to qualify based on one person in the household for a two-person household, whether that's through hours requirement. If they're in a one-bedroom unit, then it should be based on a single person rather than two people living in a one-bedroom unit, if that makes sense. So again, I guess to rephrase that, if two people are living in a single bedroom, then it should be based on a one-person household because it is a one-bedroom unit, or a two-bedroom unit with three people in it should be based on a two-person household because it's a two-bedroom unit, was what the suggestion was there. Any questions? Great, take it away.
And we do have, just to add to additional material, the appendix that was provided to council on some of our financials, which I know was asked for. Maybe that's a good time to kind of go over it right now. Answer any questions you have on that before diving into some of the tier structures. Take it away, Kaylee.
Okay, can I share my screen and walk through one of these?
So a lot of this is when we talk about percentage of household income and what impacts we have to some of our enterprise funds. So this is that direct financial outlook, and to give THA better information to help with these conversations.
I'll walk through these spreadsheets. We did one for the property, Shandoka, Virginia Placer, and Sunnyside. We provided 1 year of audited history for 2023, and then our 2024 projected year end 2025 with a 4% rate increase on all of them, and then a tiered rate also for 2025 with an average of 3%. Delaney can speak more to that one. But just kind of going through each of these line items, the operating revenues consist mainly of the rental revenue for each property. This one, we do see a decrease even though rates are increasing because of vacancy on the F building phase 1 and 2 for this year and next year. So those total operating revenues are an important line. And
Kaylee, before you keep going, just so that as you're going through this, we can really visualize that 2025 tiered column. Can you explain more about that?
The 3% average and how forecasting that
Is
projected.
that is if we adopt the tiers as we have discussed and the charts that are in this packet were to go into effect next year, then this is what the revenue would be. Is that correct?
It is our best guess because it is a constant moving target. We have a lot of households who are currently over income who have come to talk to us, and we've been working for months with several of them to resolve the situation. And they would therefore, if we figure out enough moving pieces, they would not be over income anymore. And in some cases, their rent might actually go down. The other piece to remember through all of this is our leases do not all terminate at the same time. We have quite a few actually that end in September, October, and November every year. So when we realize any rent increases, even if it was just a straight, this year it was a 3.5% increase overall based on council decision last year for this year's budget, we don't get a just 3.5% growth on all of our rent technically. Yes. So our best guess, based on trying to do our best modeling with the information that we have, is that even if the tiers were adopted at Shandoka, a 3% growth over what we made what we project we'll make at the end of this year is our best guess. It could be 4, could be 4.5, but looking at what we have, 3% was our best guess because people will actually go down.
And I'll add to that narrative as well, without understanding implementation and the phasing of implementation, without understanding what council decides as a package, being what can be deducted from household income and what tier you would fall in. It's pretty impossible to do a true forecasting, so we did our best guess on that.
Okay. I feel like the thing that would be most beneficial for all of us is what is the sort of end picture look like? Because I do not believe that even sure, some people might have a rent decrease, but the threshold for that is quite low. For one person, it's 46,000. For 2 people, it's 70,000. Oh, excuse me. This is beyond which everybody's rent goes up. By staff's own admissions, 60+% of Shandoka residents are out of compliance due to income. And the amount at which rent could decrease is much smaller than the amount in which rent can increase. There's proposed rent increases of over double, so generating twice the revenue. For the rent decreases, we're looking at a few $100s potentially. And so I just cannot square that circle of how are in the majority of circumstances by staff's own admission, 60%. And I heard Ally say at the last informational session, staff believes it is more than that. So how can 60% of people have their rent increased and the town generate smaller amounts of revenue?
As I said, some of the, so 60-40 remains, even like today, this morning, I was crunching a lot of numbers, trying to get even closer. 60-40 seems to be the split. 40% of tenants' rent would either go down or have what would be considered a standard increase of somewhere between 3 and 7%. 60% who are over income, in theory, their rent would increase to some extent. Some people by 10%, some people by 110% potentially. As people are coming to actually speak with us to find out what the situation in their individual household is, they are coming up with their own plans. I think that those numbers could get a little bit more even based on people trying to split up their households. I wish I could bring you the exact numbers.
And I'll step in there, Delaney.
Thanks.
Because the purpose of this modeling, you're 100% right, Dan. Like we mentioned, accuracy in the tier forecasting, there's so many variables on that because it's a package. So if you're looking for this model to provide accuracy in what those projected revenues are, the point of what we did here is for you to understand the debt obligations, our reserve policies, some of those pieces. So you have a better outlook of what the financial standing is, how the tiered system is going to be impacted by that. We can do a better estimation of it being higher. We can do one that's lower. This is just a best guess, but you have some of that information in front of you to understand where we are today. And, so if you want to have conversations of the percentage of household income, is it 30% or different, what those impacts would have on some of these funds.
I guess I'm a little confused with Dan, along with Dan in these numbers slightly, because it seems to me that based on these projections for the next few years, and I wish that you would have done the projections, like evened it out with the F building or not F building, just so we could see it going long term, because I know that that is obviously skewing the numbers here. But I'm having a hard time sitting here going, we're doing this huge exercise and we're going to lose revenue based on these numbers sitting here right now.
So it's only for 2025 with the understanding that we're not doing full implementation, with the assumption that we're not doing full implementation next year.
It just would have been for us making decisions to see if it's not going to happen next year, then do the whole process out to show, okay, this is the point when we see full compliance with the new policies after this year. And I'm not saying you have to say, this is the number of people that are going to live there. It just would have been nice to say, if we just copy and pasted situation today to situation when we're at full compliance, what do those numbers actually look like? Because like I said, looking at this, it makes it look like we're doing all this stuff and we're going to lose money.
And I'm not, I know there's a lot of reasoning behind why we're doing these policies discussions, and financials is one of them. I think with more direction, and maybe we can get that after today's meeting of ideas of how you want to implement or so on and forth. It wasn't fair for staff to make any of these assumptions in this modeling without further direction. So we can take that direction and build that out more appropriately. But we didn't want to come to the table with the assumption of this is how you're going to implement these policies moving forward, and this is the impact.
But I guess we've been doing this for months, as we've all pointed out. We pretty much have the idea of what this is going to be more or less figured out. I mean, we're talking about the next meeting, finalizing it. So for me in my decision making, if I had the information to see, here's our situation today. If your policies were in place, this is what your situation today would look like if everybody that lives in the housing right now had this. And that for me would have been a clearer picture of what is actually, what is the true implication of the policy that we're making? Because we've got numbers here that have a lot of caveats in them. It's that obviously everyone's lease ends at different times, so we're not going to see full implementation of it. We don't have building F assigned in there that also has additional units into it for its income. So it like looking at this and knowing what we've heard, like Dan said, that 60% of the people that are in the housing right now are over the income thresholds, assuming that translates to 60% of people seeing an increase in their rent. It just makes it's like, I appreciate these numbers, but it makes it difficult for me to get any future information. Do you get what I'm saying?
So we can look at the tiered, projected tier for 2025, and we can look at projecting it out. I want to make a very clear caveat to the public that no decisions of implementation have been made. But if you want to provide direction to staff with some kind of assumption of what would full implementation look like by 2027, then we can do that without promising anything to the public that there hasn't been any decisions made for implementation.
But why is it impossible to do what Ashley's saying? If we just, this was implemented overnight, and what does that picture look like in this moment?
Okay.
That I feel like that is the comparative exercise that helps drive the policy and helps us come to the determination of how we want these policies to actually look at the end.
I don't believe that the people who are at the higher end of the spectrum who would be paying these rents will continue to live in Shandoka, period. I don't believe some of them will continue to live in Virginia Placer. I think some of them might try to find a place in the future, not now because of the lottery, in Voodoo or in Sunnyside, in places that are newer. The reason that it is extremely difficult for us to make these projections is because we don't know what the population will look like if and when these policies are adopted. We could model it out in a half a dozen different scenarios and say, if it was exactly like it is right now and every single person stayed there and people are going to pay $4,000 because their income is this high, we can do that. At the last meeting, we tried really hard to get as clear direction as we could for what we needed to bring back to you from the August 19th, I think, meeting, August 29th budget meeting. There was a request to do some type of modeling to see what I think it was said P&L, profit and loss, but in this case, it's revenues and expenditures. So we did our best to bring this to you to kind of give you a picture. The modeling is very difficult because we don't know who will be living there. We don't know what the rent revenues might be unless we know who is going to remain. But if we're given a few scenarios, we can definitely build out a few models
I think
of what that might look like.
And I agree. I think we want to see how far if things were implemented tonight or tomorrow and who's living in these units, what's it going to look like? It is hard for me to as well to look at 3%, all of the information that we have about the spread of the financial position of our residents, and it's boiled down to less of a annual increase in revenue than last year, even with building F. I'm also feel like these numbers are not helping with our conversation. I totally see that we don't know what it's going to be, but I think that what would help all of us, even Dan and myself who disagree about a lot of these things, we both want to see what's that crazy number going to be. Is it crazy? Is it not crazy? It could be less than that based on all of the variations that you've outlined. But I think if we can work on that number, that would be really
I
great.
think we definitely can. I don't think it's a reality, but I think we can present that.
Yeah, I think that because basically what we can do is if you said to us right now and said, here is if we just copy and pasted today's situation with these new policies. That means every person that lives there right now is the exact same person that's going to live there under these new policies. Nobody is going to leave, and this is what their rents would be. Then that would at least give us a threshold.
Yeah.
And then we could say, well, if we lose 20% of our highest income earners, then that would drop this down, or that's where we could go. It feels like there were some assumptions made for these numbers, but then other assumptions were not made. And so it's like there's a little bit of there's a tension that doesn't have a clarity.
And I think we'll have more clarity after today's conversation on hopefully some of the pieces such as what deductibles might look like and how we can implement that. So I think we can do that. I don't want to discredit the value of this sheet because the tiered modeling was only a portion of it. And the rest is still, I think, applicable to some of these conversations that I'd love Kaylee to go through.
And in addition to what Ashley just said, I think it would be helpful to see like 2023 and 2024 minus the F building so that it's more of an apples to apples comparison. Cause I don't know what that difference looks like. So it's hard for me to compare those numbers because I don't know what the income from the F building, what that missing piece looks like.
Because we also know that in 2024, some of the F building, there was some rent, right, for F
phase 2
for part of it. So again, it's like then if we're gonna look at these, let's just rip
And
the F
that's
building out.
And so we talked about that for the enterprise funds, going apples to apples, because it does become a very convoluted conversation as we change perhaps allocations throughout the year so that we change, the different increases. So there's a lot, as we discussed, we will present that during the enterprise fund discussion, but it was directed to us that you wanted to have a high level look at this moment to help with this discussion. But we will be digging into those things, but it is to make it apples to apples. There's a lot of narrative that needs to go into it.
Okay, Dan, and then let's go back to working through
Delaney, so just to make sure I'm clear, you said in part of your assumptions for calculating this tiered rent revenue, an assumption you had was that some will not continue to live in Shandoka. At what income level did you set that assumption at, and how many households do you assume will leave Shandoka because of this policy change?
Well, it's not an assumption in total because there's at least 5 households that are in the process of splitting up or leaving. So part of it is actual reality right now. The 2 highest earning households should be out of the equation. I'm going to my chart so that I can see. And probably, I think it would eliminate like 11 of the highest earning households. And that's where the modeling gets tricky because they're still going to be tenants, but until we're able to find them a place to live and determine if it's a 1-person household or a 2-person household, again, we could create half a dozen to 3 dozen different models. There's constant moving pieces. So I have one written down, sounds like clear direction. If it was to change tonight, with everybody still there, what would it look like? And then eliminate the households that are either changing or not. So I think if I go that route, just do it like tonight.
Yeah.
and then eliminate the ones, maybe mark them somehow, like we know they're moving, we know that they're not going to be in there anymore, but then their income won't be counted. I'm sorry, their rent revenue won't be counted in the other household that they eventually move to. It's, it's.
I totally understand that this is crystal ball stuff, but I
Yeah.
think that would really be helpful for us to see a ceiling.
Sure.
And yeah, and be able to understand the impact of this. I think we all agree, we haven't really gotten to the implementation yet, but I think that nobody wants to implement tomorrow any of these policies. Things would be phased out in some manner that we have not discussed yet. We have to decide what the policies are going to be first.
Sorry, I just didn't get part of my question
Oh,
answered.
sorry.
So just, and what income level are you assuming that people will be finding alternative options for housing?
My guess from what I've had from conversations with tenants is that if their household is at around 160 or above, that they're really trying to.
For how big, 160,000 or 160% for what household size?
2 to 5. They're all over the place.
Those are different
scenarios.
So if you're
scenarios.
asking me a question and would like to give me direction that you want a specific answer to a specific piece of data for the next meeting, it would be helpful to know if you
Sure.
want
I'm
the
trying to
exact number.
understand how you got to this number of the revenue changes based on the assumption and data that you have for Shandoka, if we were to implement a tier system. So I'm getting parts of it of, okay, part of the reason why it's lower is because you're assuming some people will change housing. I want to understand who those people are that you're assuming will no longer be housed either in Shandoka or by the town of Telluride entirely.
Yeah, you could say.
Is it?
And I think you could just say, assuming that every household, regardless of size, makes above 160,000 or whatever you think is the threshold based on your professional opinion, you could just say, if this is what our income would be, is if every household that makes 160,000 or 160% AMI was like, this is silly for me to pay this price, I'm moving on. And they were replaced by people that made 90 in the same size households that were now at the 90% AMI. What would that be?
That's a different model than what we just asked for. So I understand where we're giving some, we're kind of shooting at a moving target because we asked for a model that is a snapshot of what's exactly there right now. And then you're asking for a hypothetical, which is kind of what we were given. So
That's what Dan was trying to get clarification on. What was the criteria for the hypothetical?
And I think it was based off of current conversations that you had. I don't know if it was this is the
Flat
household
line.
income and we're gonna be doing that.
And it was based on months of rent revenue collected based on expiration of lease time. Because again, and Zoe mentioned this, until we know what implementation might look like based on council direction, it's also a moving target because if we are told, I'm throwing this out there based on comments from all of you at some point, or some of you at some point. If we implement this so that people get a 3-month break after their current lease before their increase takes place, that might extend it even further. If their increase is going to be 2 times what their current rent is, you only want us to implement it for 6 months at this percentage and then another 6 months at another percentage. That's why the modeling could be infinite, because the implementation piece also feeds into this. So based on households who are changing their makeup for where they are in the AMI structure, and based on lease expiration and a change in their revenue stream to us when their lease renews. And that was with just assuming implementation would take place immediately and that their rent would increase. It still felt as if 3% was as close as we could get with a guess.
And I think, yeah, because I think what you're saying, which I think is right, that's going to be part of our budgeting process and implementation process, which I think that's totally valid. And that's what we have to look at. That feels like another piece of this puzzle. The piece that I'm trying to figure out right now is what is the implications of our changes in policy? What is that
Given
actually
the-
going to
Once
do?
it's fully carried
Versus
out.
how the timing and when and the budget and like when
Mhm.
people's leases actually renew and all of that.
What that change of household might look like and so, but given, we understand the direction, that given, making no other assumptions, then everyone stays in their units and we implement immediately. Again, I think after today's conversations, hopefully we'll have a hair more direction for that modeling of what that could look like, and we can bring that to council today or for the next meeting.
Okay, great. Kaylee, do you want to keep taking us down the line so that we know how to interpret this Shandoka revenue and expenses chart? Sorry for interrupting you and the long diversion.
I mean, we want to give you guys the tools that you need, so we appreciate the conversation.
And then we have our operating expenses here. And then our net operating revenues are equal to the operating revenues less operating expenses. And this should be able to cover our annual debt payment, which all of our bond documents say that we must have 100% coverage for all of these bonds. You can see from Shandoka here that we are okay. We are above 1.0 on our debt service coverage ratio without any sort of help from the town.
What is investment income?
That is, for this year, that is interest income that we receive from the bond proceeds that we got in January this year for Shandoka Building at phase 1. And then the rest of that precedes me, so I'm not quite sure if that is additional revenues that were put into a Colorado Trust Investment account. So we're gonna keep those in there, but definitely goes down a lot in 2025 because those bond proceeds will be used up.
Kaylee, can you give us an idea of how many more years of debt service we have on the 2021 and 2024 bonds, or like the total remaining?
Not know that off the top of my head. And then Virginia Placer and, well, are there any questions on Shandoka? So Virginia Placer and Sunnyside, same applies for these with just one exception here we have. So our debt service coverage without any help from the town is not at that 100% here. So I've also shown in here the subsidy or moral obligation that would be needed from the town in order for that debt service coverage to be 100%. So about 110,000 would be needed from the town.
Kayla, can you speak into the microphone, please?
For Virginia Placer. And then also just the importance of building up these reserves or this fund balance in order to be able to do capital repairs to all of our buildings and assets. And then for Sunnyside, we would need about a $50,000 subsidy from the town in order for that debt service coverage. 100%.
And just so you touched on the reserve piece, Kaylee. Currently, we don't have any funds in reserves. This is just showing if we were to follow a reserve policy of 25%, what would be needed. Is that correct?
Yeah, and then our goal is to have a 25% reserve in all of our enterprise funds. So we're looking at Sunnyside here. We do have a fund balance in this right now because of that investment income. Without that, we would not have a fund balance. So right now we have this fund balance that we've kind of been using every year. Our 25% reserve fund balance is down here. Would be our goal. So right now we're above that due to that investment income in Sunnyside.
Interpreter can hear you, Kaylee. I'm sorry, he raised his hand, so if you could just a little bit louder.
And then in Virginia Placer, we are dipping into those reserves by about $100,000 to $200,000 every year. So we do have a fund balance right now. With our budget and some capital repairs, we would not be, we would have a negative fund balance.
Thank you, Kaylee.
The O&M expense, kind of a significant jump every year in like Virginia Placer. I know we're getting into budgeting and we'll probably discuss it at length another time, but what causes that to increase so dramatically?
There's a footnote on this one, for that topic. Mainly, again, like I talked about when we're trying to do apples to apples, and this is just the reality. So we've done a difference in allocation for insurance based on insured value of properties. This used to just be encompassed in an admin fee, and it wasn't really divvied out per property to its true proportion. With insurance, as we've already talked about, being something that's on the rise, we feel like it's important to be allocated per property. And so that changed the admin fee to a slightly lower admin fee, but with a much higher insurance allocation. Anything else
So
with that?
the admin fee we had not included until 2025 in Virginia Placer and Sunnyside.
Right, it was only in
Only in
Shandoka.
Shandoka.
Yep.
So for 2025, we've included it in all three of the housing funds.
Again, like a true enterprise fund, allocate expenses proportionally.
Okay. Well, that is, although I know we would love to see some more numbers, I do think that this is really helpful for the discussion, and would love to turn it back over to Ally and Delaney to take us through the memo items that they have.
Thank you. I do, just before we jump into the memo topics, going to, again, back to this data that was just presented, and I understand we're going to come back with some different numbers and explain the assumptions to you. But even though the data that we currently have shows that about 60% of households are out of compliance, the information previously presented shows that more than half of those could be resolved just by increasing our income limits by 45%. So even though 60% of current tenants are out of compliance currently, there's a broad range of how out of compliance they are. 60% are not excessively over the income limits. 60% will not see a drastic increase in those rental rates, which then feeds into our revenues. And in fact, the more that we build in income deductions, so as this $10,000 that has been proposed, that might actually take care of a significant portion of households that are currently out of compliance and bring them into compliance. And will also reduce the rent that we ultimately see from those households. So I don't think, and this has never been about increasing rents across the table or about increasing revenue. This has always been about building an equitable program. So we will come back to you with more data next time for the budget and explain those assumptions to you as well. But none of this should show a drastic increase in those revenues just because rent is going to be increasing for some.
Okay, I think that's a great point. What's next?
Okay, so the memo is divided mostly into two parts. So as you'll see, there's discussion items from the last meeting, which were left unresolved that we know you wanted us to come back to, which includes distribution of tiers and also how income might be impacted with, say, the income deductions. So $10,000 is the standard, but we have received public comment and also a few comments from the board about whether that $10,000 wouldn't apply just to household, but could apply by individual. So that's one idea. So there's several things to talk about here with respect to decisions that have not been made yet, but that we have talked about at every single meeting. But then there's also underneath the line on page 6 of the memo, items that can be discussed within the policies themselves that I have changed based on the feedback that you did give me. So I don't know where you would like to start today. We could go with it looks smaller in the memo, but I know it's the bigger topics. We could go with talking about tiers and those multipliers by project, or we could go straight to the policies and start looking at the things that I have highlighted and changed. So how would you like to do
Let's
this?
switch it up and go to the policies first.
Okay, that sounds great.
Because I feel like how those shake out may affect how we view, I mean, it's all connected. But
Okay, so in the policies document, this is the same document that I presented back in July. It's been included in your packets ever since then, although we just haven't been able to get back to it because we've been talking about other possibly bigger ticket items. But in here, you'll see the way I've structured the memo. There's review items and there's discussion items. So the review items are things that you gave me feedback on, but that feedback was very clear. So I took that and I went and I amended the policies, and I don't think there will be any discussion needed, but I do just want to make sure as we pass those items that you are okay with the changes that were made. The items that I flagged for discussion are items that probably you might want to discuss because they are things that we've received additional public comment on, or things that maybe there wasn't consensus on before I made those changes. So just going in order, I received feedback from you to change the formatting. So that has been for the most part done. There are a few things still in the appendices that I'd still like to address, but does this formatting currently look okay to you? With the definitions in the front, fonts, everything else. Okay,
Yes,
that was an easy one. Yep. But it was a change I made, so I wanted to make sure I highlighted that for you. So going on, so this is there was some confusion with the definition of guidelines. So this is page 5, in Roman numeral 5. So I did, and this is highlighted. So just for you, and this is noted in the memo, pink means that it's something that I've changed that I would like for you to review. Red is something that staff still needs to discuss. So you can see everything that hasn't been highlighted is something that's remained the same since the first time that you saw this. So is there any review or discussion needed for guidelines? I did amend that definition. You thought it was confusing the last time you read
this
it.
is just the definition of the word guidelines.
It's just the definition of the word guidelines. There's also a definition for policies because they are 2 different documents.
Seems clear to me, but I don't remember what the confusion was last time. Everybody feel okay with that definition?
I think the confusion was that there wasn't enough differentiation between guidelines and policies.
Okay.
I think it's probably something you just need to tell someone. There's 2 different documents. There's guidelines, there's policies, and it's in this definition. We flag that there are policies rather than guidelines through 2 different documents. I don't know if there's another way to amend it. Okay. So moving out of the definitions, and even though if there's anything else in your review of the policies that hasn't been changed that you'd like to bring it up for discussion again, we can definitely do that too. But just moving on with the sections that I've changed. This is on page 2 of the policies document itself. And this is section 103.3. You would ask for clarification here as well. Is there any additional clarification needed?
Just sending people to the appendix.
Yep, it's that appendix A. It'll be the 1-page stop for anyone who's curious about what qualification is by project. And I'm sure Delaney will have an extra large poster in her office with this, with that appendix, so she can point people in the right direction.
That seems fine to me.
Yep.
Anybody
Okay.
opposed? Great.
So next section is 103.4B1. And this is about qualifying volunteer hours. So at the last meeting, you had decided to increase this to 20%. It was previously at 10%. Is there any further discussion needed there as to how you would like to adjust this any further? Okay, great. So the next one is something that we received a bit of public comment on. This is the childcare caregiver exemption. So this is just on the next page, on page 3. I have increased the age to 6. We did receive extensive public comment about how this could apply not just to one adult in a household, but possibly 2. However, I don't think it should apply equally to both. It should just be 1,040 hours or 1,400 hours divided up by however many adults could be considered the child caregiver. So long as 2 adults together are meeting that 1,400 hours, or I gave an example at the end, 3 adults could be meeting 2,800 of the otherwise would have been required 4,200. If there's anything else, any other ideas that you have for this, any public comment that you might have received outside of the meetings? Yes.
Didn't we also discuss if someone should, like an adult should become ill or incapable of meanwhile living in deed restriction, like, and someone else needs to provide care, like. Is it somewhere else in there?
Expanded to apply to disabled.
Yeah.
Oh,
So if it's a disabled dependent, so it doesn't have to just be a child. It could be, let's see here.
But I think Jesse's question is not the caregiver, but the one given care. If somebody in our system needs longer term care, an exemption from their hours requirement or other.
So I think that would be qualified disabled. So we treat them differently. So it's someone who's caring for someone, and then it's the person themselves. So remember, qualified disabled, that individual has to have the work history. But if it's a caregiver of someone who is, let's say it's a caregiver of someone who is disabled. Remember, if it's an adult who's living in there, that adult themselves would need to show that they were qualified disabled. But if they take care of a family member who lives elsewhere, and that takes up a significant amount of their time, that has been built into here. This exemption shall also apply to primary caretaker for dependent of the applicant household if that dependent has a disability which requires at-home care. So it would just need to be someone who they actually claim as a dependent for tax purposes. It can't just be a friend who they take care of. It needs to be an actual dependent of theirs that they are responsible for.
Okay.
I think it took in quite a bit of input, and I'm super grateful for folks who have given input on it. Maybe when we get to the bottom, or when we get through these policies, we can open up public comment and hear if anybody has feedback on this topic or other topics that have to do with the policies. But if no one from council has any suggested changes to the caregiver exemption, I think it's looking pretty good, and good job distilling all of that input.
This one's changed a lot, and it might continue to change, but I know that was very important to everyone on the board. So I'll keep it highlighted for now, but it sounds like we're at least heading in the right direction there with the changes that have been made so far. So this next one is a new one that we've come back with, and we knew that you guys wanted to implement a net asset standard, but we didn't have that quite fleshed out at the last few times that we've discussed this. Now we do have a proposal here before you. So this is on the next page, just page 4. And that net asset standard is represented as a multiplier of the AMI for that tier. So for instance, tier A would be 10 times 45% AMI for that household size. And that is reduced as we go up just to reach those limits that you indicated you were not as okay with at the last meeting. So I forget where each one of these tops out at, but I'm sure we could do some quick math and provide you numbers of what this would actually look like.
It's in the packet.
Yeah.
Is it? Okay.
It's on the next page in that.
Oh, yep. So that's just on the next page. You're right. So here are some examples. So the chart that's in the policies itself is just the multiplier with the number, but the examples are provided in the memo, just so you know what you're looking at before making this decision. And of course, as AMI goes up year over year, as it usually does, then the net asset limits would also be increasing as AMI goes up.
I think it makes sense to me. It's more permissive than Aspen's program, and or accommodating. I don't know what the best adjective would be for that. Dan, how are you feeling?
I have concerns at the low end of the spectrum, especially because it just doesn't, even if you hit that limit, you're not able to necessarily find other housing in our region. I think it is an edge circumstance, so it's not necessarily going to be the focus of it, but I would just want to make sure I would provide direction, and I hope it's sort of agreeable that that there is circumstances of allowing people to stay in the housing program, but moving to more suitable units, or find ways to keep people in this, because sure, at the very upper end of the spectrum, especially for multiple person households, yes, there's other options available, but at the low end, especially if a single person working all their lives, been diligently saving for retirement, $350,000 is not enough to buy any housing in our region. And I don't wish to penalize people doing the right thing by saving for retirement and being responsible with their money.
This is one of the cases where, because it's a new approach with these policies for rental, is that we would hope that the board would revisit this every 2 years, just like with the guidelines. And staff will track if we start running into these issues. Knowing our population that we currently have at our rental housing properties, this felt very comfortable. I also have had discussions with some folks who are in the scenarios you're kind of describing, Dan, and this felt very comfortable. If it looks like it isn't working, we would immediately have a memo and come to you with an update and just say, hey, here's an item we need to revisit.
And these assets doesn't include like the college funds and all of that
Absolutely.
stuff.
So remember, if someone has a low income because they're tier A and maybe they're partially retired, they could have assets, what we would think of as assets, significantly in excess of this. What this really means, though, is that they can't have just an investment account of $345,000. Retirement funds are not included here. So if they have a $1 million 401k, that's actually not included. So if they are truly retired and earning less money, those assets won't even count against them. So this is pretty much just liquid assets that we're talking about here, money that's available to you to use.
And for the listening public, the number you just used would be the very lowest. Like it pretty quickly jumps up to about 450,000 and stays kind of consistent across the board, just for anyone listening.
And I would throw out there also, it's included in the packet, but for the listening audience, that in I know I keep comparing to Aspen's program, but I think it is valuable. We may not agree with everything they do, but they only allow residents to exclude 40% of the funds held in retirement accounts, but we would permit all retirement funds to be removed from that asset limit.
This part I can live with, yeah. But do agree, want to continue to check in, see how it actually implements on it. Yeah, it's not impossible for me to imagine a circumstance where a retired person, I mean, people put money under a mattress and save in ways in which those of us who are privileged to have financial advisors and know more about economics don't necessarily do. But I know there are many in our community who have mistrust of banks or financial institutions and choose to save in the money under the mattress or just putting money away. And so
Well, I doubt they're reporting
But
their
yeah,
money under their
then we're not
mattress.
seeing that money. So that's the loophole.
If you put the money under your
So
mattress.
maybe don't listen
There's
to
no-
that suggestion. But thanks for bringing it up.
Okay, so it sounds like we're more or less on board then with net assets. So we will continue that for the time being, of course. And I'll reiterate again and again, just as I did at the outreach sessions, any of this is still subject to change if any of your future decisions warrant revisiting any of these topics. So the way I see this is we've been given direction for now that it's okay, but we can always amend this later, even before adoption is needed. So moving on then, the next section is 103.4H3. This is just one page over. So there's two highlights here. One is for the income calculation and one is for exclusions from income. As I touched on earlier, does that $10,000, currently it's per household, and that's what we do in the guidelines as well. But if we wanted to increase that to per individual, that could be an option as well. If we did do that, however, I would just recommend that we also do a household maximum. And does that apply to only adults? Does it apply to adults and all dependents living in the unit? If you have 3 kids, do you get a $50,000 exclusion? So those are just things I would like for you to think about. But going off first, yes, the income calculation. So you'll see later on that I took the feedback from the last meeting and it incorporated a 24-month lease option in here because you believe that it might offer more stability to households with changing income. And it's one way to kind of address this tier system and offer that stability for a longer period of time before it might go up with an increase in income as well. So there, we'll see that later. But there is also, I just incorporated in here language, and this is something that we would need to reflect in a lease. If we do have a 24-month lease, that we would need to just have a midpoint review at 12 months to make sure that nothing significant has changed. Because if income has gone up by 50% because you've added someone to your household, that's a situation where we would want to probably increase rent.
But wouldn't there be a new requirement of a lease if you have a permanent resident in your unit? Doesn't that necessitate a new lease?
So there are lease amendments, yes, but there's also, so that was probably the worst situation to use. If you do have a new member of your household being added, I added language further down that we'll see too, that a new lease is actually required, not just a lease amendment. Right now, we allow for you to just substitute someone, as long as that person is qualified, you can just substitute one of your tenants. So whoever your co-lessee is. However, under the new policies, because income does matter so much more for charging a household appropriate rent, a new lease would be required if you are changing out members of your household. We won't prevent that so long as the person is qualified and the household as a whole is qualified. It does not matter to us who your roommate is, but we will recalculate rent at that time for the very reason of if that person does make significantly more, it would be unfair to all other households not to charge the appropriate rent amount.
I love this. This was another great suggestion by members of the public. So thanks for everybody for tuning in. 24-month lease optionally makes sense to me. Yep.
I would like to see the $10,000 exclusion from income to be maybe per adult in the household, because I think the roommate situations and additionally like family situations, I think that changes, but at the very minimum, I think per adult, because you have 3 adults living in a home or in a rental unit who are managing their own finances, I don't think it's fair to
limit it.
Yeah. So that would definitely be a change that I would like to see.
Anybody opposed to $10,000 per adult deductions, maximum deduction allowed?
And then that way, if you have like a family with two adults, then it's 20,000, which seems more appropriate when you're raising a family.
We were discussing a little bit about adding another category to exclusion from income, which was the savings account for.
That's the next one.
Is that the next one? Okay.
Well, it does tie into this one as well, exclusions from income. So after the next meeting, Geneva had approached me with an idea about also allowing a separate deduction, or it could be part of this. I don't know how you would like to structure it, but allowing another category for deduction of contributions to a first-time homebuyer savings account. That's actually an account run by the state. So it's not something that we just trust them and say they're going to use it for a house. It's actually something that is encumbered. There are state limits. So I included a little bit more information about this in the memo. So the state limits are $14,000 for single filers, $28,000 joint, and that's an annual limit. There's a lifetime limit of $50,000. So the benefit of that account is that contributions are made after tax, but earnings grow tax-free until the account reaches a balance of $150,000. So you can contribute a maximum of $50,000, but depending on what the account does, the investment, it could grow up to $150,000. You can then use that money to purchase, to put a down payment, closing cost, any costs associated with purchasing a home for the first time. And this is another, just like retirement contributions, we could add that as part of the $10,000 exclusion. or we could make this a totally separate contribution. So where if you're,
I think it's separate.
let's just say it's a
Separate.
single adult, they get $10,000 because they have student loan debts. They get $10,000 because they're contributing to this account.
I think this is like one piece of the stepping stones that we're maybe missing in our housing program. So, yeah. I
And if
think
there's a
this is
state program
great.
that already exists, it seems pretty
Yeah.
seamless to just say that we'll also honor that.
Okay, now what I would ask you now, though, is that if you are now allowing up to possibly $20,000, is that per adult? Is that per household? If we are going to incorporate this into the rental program, maybe you want to step it back to $10,000 per household, because now you're looking at
I
tiers.
think the household issues
Income's
is the
being reduced
roommates
Because
that-
we
quite a
have
bit.
too many unrelated adults
Yeah.
that live together. I
Mhm.
think that we have to let people have like their own independence in their financials. So I think it is $10,000 for adults. You don't get an extra 10 for kids. It's not just the household side, it's wage earning adults. And then if you are able to also contribute $14,000, is that the max for an individual for a first time home buyers? And that will get you on the road to, potentially buying a place. I'm all for that.
I mean, that's taking, just to like pull that thread all the way through though, if it's a 3-person unrelated individual household, that could be pulling out $75,000 off of household income.
I think our rents are gonna be so high.
Potentially, but
Potentially.
yeah.
I think that I don't know. I think that this is I think we should do this.
I think we should do, I think it's the foundation of affordable, like. this
If our
program
goal
is-
is to stepping stone people out, I think we
No,
have to
the
give them
max.
opportunities to do
You
that.
have $60,000.
I mean, I can see how that would leave us with a smaller amount of earned income to base the rent off of. But I think that rewarding isn't the right word, but like if people are actually planning for this down payment to like, move out of affordable housing, I'm okay with them having I think incentivizing saving to buy a home is not a bad thing, I guess is what I'm getting at. I think it's interesting to see how this will play out, because I assume that, you have to be at a higher income level to be able to contribute that much to savings, to retirement, whatever it is. But I think it's one of those things that maybe we see how it plays out, and if there are issues, we could address them. But from this moment, I feel okay about that, even though I do recognize that that's a big number. I think that helps alleviate some of the disadvantages of unrelated people living together, because that's one of my biggest issues with our policies, is that I feel like they are getting the short end of the stick in some of this. So if we can give them extra ways to.
We're also not giving any sort of like discounts for double occupancy rooms. So if you are a couple living in a studio, you're not paying just for that one room, you're gonna pay double. Each of you is gonna pay proportionate to your income.
I mean, this was Geneva and my conversation, but I just want to like pull that through just so that we are aware
Yeah,
that
well, and
it's a significant income decrease for those particular situations.
they
And
have
I
to-
just want us to be like
Aware of
aware
it,
and
yeah.
cognizant of what that's going to do and what that would also potentially do for financial
They
modeling as
also,
well.
they also have to be able to actually do it. I mean, I think the average like person in the United States has like less than $5,000 in savings. So it's like, I'm saying like, if you can put yourself into a situation where you can make the money and you can save this money that would set you up for a better future, then we should do it. But I think that most people that we're talking about, families, individuals, it doesn't matter. I think most of them are living much more paycheck to paycheck than what we are giving credit for with these policies.
I brought this up in response to Dan's like passionate point that if we raised rent on people this much, that they would be unable to save for a home.
Mhm.
So this to me looked like a great solution
Yeah.
to address that issue, where it's like, look, if that's truly what you're doing, we will exclude that from your.
And
income.
that's what I'm saying is I agree
And
with
I
that.
want people to
I
save
want
money and
people
move
to
out of Shandoka
do-
and successfully
to
buy a home.
say,
We
I
all
wanna
want
do
that. We don't
this.
want our policies to encumber that. And that was it was a great point. Everybody has made this point. I spoke to people at the foundation and people all over town and banks about like, how do we create a fund like this? And then realize that there is one in the state of Colorado already. There is not one in every state, so we're lucky that it already exists. But it seems great to me. So hopefully it in combination with upping the deduction to $10,000 per adult can alleviate some of the sticker shock of some of these numbers and really work for people who are going to stay in these housing units for a longer period of time while preparing to move on to their next option.
With no max, I'm just.
I mean, I think the max is the same as whatever the state max.
Yeah.
No, for the, like, if there's 6 adults living in a 3-bedroom, 60,000 comes off. I just
Yeah.
want to get the
Yeah.
definition right.
In
might be-
addition, in addition to
Still
the
not gonna-
14,000 per
I was still
year.
gonna have income issues.
That's a
Yeah.
really unique situation.
Yeah.
Any 6 adult households, 6 income earner households in our system currently?
There's one.
Not,
But
probably
they
not
don't
in
have-
compliance.
They
They
don't have
won't
very
qualify
high-
after this most likely.
They live together because they don't have very high incomes.
Right.
Just wanted that. I did have one question about the expansion of the defined terms in here, which I'm grateful that they're in there. And I'm making this comment / question in honor of somebody who, oh, he's actually here. But I'm going to say it anyway. Can we consider a necessary medical expense or healthcare costs to be people who are in the Colorado Connect network who are required by law to carry health insurance by the federal government and have to pay their own premiums because they do not have insurance through work that's covered?
Can you say that
Sorry,
again?
I don't
please?
Yeah,
understand
Say
that.
that again,
So
please.
let's say I don't have health insurance through work and I have to go through Colorado Connect and I have to pay for my own insurance and it's $365 a
Okay.
month.
Yeah, I used to do that.
All right.
Is that in your minds an allowable medical, necessary
Healthcare
care
expense.
expense?
So then anybody that's paying health insurance should be able to deduct that.
On the free market, or like out of pocket.
But like, even if I'm an employer, most employers still charge their employees for health insurance. It comes out of your paycheck.
So it's
Yeah.
coming out of their income.
Right, so.
Or
No, it's
discounted,
not.
but-
It's a deduct, I mean,
Yeah.
it doesn't come out of your total income. You still are taxed on
Oh, I
it.
see.
So,
After tax, it's a
so
benefit.
then I guess I mean, 1,000%, but like, so then we're reducing everybody's rent by any health insurance that they're paying.
I
or
wouldn't
HSA.
necessarily say everybody's, but it was a question because we've got people who have childcare expenses. We have people who have student loans and the max is 10. Let's say you have student loans and childcare and it's 15,000, you only get 10. But maybe there's somebody who doesn't have kids and doesn't have those expenses, but is also getting a good income. But because of wherever they work, they're forced to go through the market, so to speak. It was a question that came up. I wanted to honor that.
Well,
it's
realistically,
everybody.
insurance can be like over $800 a month for some people.
I would,
and,
I
like,
would say
on
like,
the free market, that's substantial.
So we allow deduction for healthcare expenses. I think the question is a premium a healthcare expense, or is it only the cost of the surgery that we would deduct? I would say that the premium would be part of healthcare expense.
But
Is
it's,
that-
it's still included in this, we're not adding.
Yes,
more.
it's included within the $10,000 per person.
they
Mhm.
can do it and it will go towards that 10,000.
I guess my question is that unfair to people who are paying it out of their paycheck, because
How do you
that would not
differentiate?
be deductible because it's coming out of their paycheck, so it's not really a premium that they're paying.
It would have to be everyone.
Yeah, I feel like
Everybody's
the-
health insurance,
The equitability
everybody's
of
health,
that isn't there.
Like if you contribute, like if your
have to
company
be
covers
included.
80% and you pay 20%, that 20% would be an allowed.
I think that's how we would
Easy to
see it.
find,
Yes,
right?
whether it
Yeah.
comes out of your
It's on their
paycheck or
paycheck
whether you're
or
paying
Okay,
for
I
it,
think as
either
long as
way,
it's equitable
you're
across the
paying for
board,
it.
I
Mhm.
feel
Okay.
good about that.
Just wanted to make sure.
And it's just, yeah, and it's just included in that 10,000, then fine.
Before we move on, bringing us back on the point on income calculation for the lease review or the 12-month review that you're bringing up there.
Mhm.
I do want to talk that out a little bit because it just doesn't seem clear to me because you seem to imply that that staff or the town would potentially increase rents for people if they found that there was a substantial pay increase or promotion or what have you. And that to me somewhat negates the whole reason for why we were talking about a 2-year lease at our last.
So I think if we go further in, and when we talk about, so there, you'll see I've added substantially to the area where we talk about terms that are available. And I think some of your questions might be addressed there. So I think the mid review is really meant to just to make sure that there hasn't been some substantial change in income. It's not meant to catch every penny, but if we could just table that question, Dan, I think we can get to that a little bit further down.
But I will say that it's more of a mechanism internally, staff-wise. If somebody requests a 2-year lease because they have a plan and at the 12-month review, it's like they got a raise and technically they're should be in the next category, but they have a 2-year lease. The intention, at least my thought on this was that lease would be honored, but you have a conversation and you say, look, you're already in the next category. And if you continue on this trajectory, this is what you might be looking at least renewal another year.
Okay, if that's the plan, okay, yeah, but it
Was
just.
where my head was.
But my initial read was, this is, we might up your rent at 12 months regardless. And that to me is again, not the purpose of why we were instituting the 24-month.
Well, and I think the other thing is if your income goes down.
Sure, but that can happen at any point.
Right. But if you're stuck in a 24-month lease at a certain income and it significantly lowers, this gives the town and the tenant an opportunity to see if it needs to be adjusted.
Yeah, so if we could just wait on all of that until further down. So this just says that income isn't calculated only every 12 months. It's or as set forth in a 24-month mid-lease for mid-review. We talk about what mid-review means later down. So if this language doesn't regulate as much as it does later in this document. So if we could just wait on that, I think you'll have all of your questions answered. But for this section, it looks like, so we'll amend this to be $10,000 per adult exclusion. Healthcare premiums that are paid by the employee, whether that's within a paycheck or after the fact, do count towards the healthcare expenses that are subject to this deduction. And then I will add a section 5 for that first time home buyer savings account contributions, which will be $14,000 per adult per year. So potentially each adult in the household could have a $24,000 deduction from income, which of course would most likely, I would say almost certainly, impact what tier they're ultimately placed in for rent purposes.
Can anybody do that? Like, is that just a program?
It's just a
Is it,
program.
and is it, can you do it?
First time, you can Google it and it pulls up, but it's first time home buyer. And if you have bought something before, you can start one and give it to someone who is their first time home buying as well. And any account that any kind of account that exists, whether it's like an investment account or a savings account, can be turned into one of these. So you don't have to start from scratch. Although I think for our purposes, we're talking about your annual contribution starting now.
Cool.
It's really cool. We were like trying to figure out how to do our own, and then
I was trying to
we
figure
found
this
that,
out.
and we
I
were
was
like,
like, we're gonna set up
escrow accounts, and you're gonna have to prove that you're spending it on this, and
again, I'd like to thank everybody's participation in this because I think that it's something that was not on our radar before and then was. So thanks.
Okay, any other questions or ideas for that section to discuss about income calculation? Okay. So next I'm on page 9 now, and this is talking about when THD can withdraw a conditional unit offer or deny offering a unit to an applicant household. I added in this section because there are situations where we've had current tenants who have been given several warnings about lease violations and ultimately possibly evicted from their unit. So I think this section here just adds in some discretion for the THD to get to a tenant, a prospective tenant on the wait list and see that actually we've had significant issues with this person in the past. And this would limit it to 5 years though. So if we've had any of those issues in the past 5 years, it would give THD the discretion to say, look, we're not going to offer you a unit at this time, but we'll look at your rental history again when your name comes up on the list again.
Anybody have issues with that? Okay, great.
Okay. So the next one, this is where I was just talking about, when we can talk about what mid-review means and the different lease term options. So this section, same page, page 9, this is section 106.3, and we're talking about B and C specifically. For lease terms, previously this just read for 12 months, but as I heard from you at the previous meetings, we did want to expand that out to 24. So I have done that. However, I've stated that the 24-month option is only available for lease renewal. So anyone coming into the program would only be able to have a 12-month lease, and then it's only upon renewal, you're now familiar with the program, that you would be eligible for that 24-month lease, which might lock you into a little bit more stability. However, and this is, I think, getting to the issue of fluctuating incomes, the community services director could use discretion to place a household on a 6-month or shorter lease, either initially or upon renewal, if the household receives one or more notices of violation during the prior lease term. This could be for any reason, could be for non-payment of rent, a late payment. It could be for having a dog on premises that's not an ESA. It could really be for anything. And it's more of a warning saying, look, you have to follow the rules. Otherwise, you don't get that security of having a 12 or a 24-month lease. And then, of course, if there's good cause to believe that the household will not continue to meet the qualification standards during the lease term. So the reason I added in that language is that every time you talk about income, whether that's for the deed restricted program or for the rental policies, there is always a way to game the system and to quit a job and reduce your income, or to take a pay cut and reduce your income, lock into a lower, lease amount, rent amount, and then of course take a higher job, or ways to hide income. So if there is any situation that looks like that is what's going on, this would give the community services director the ability to put them on a provisional lease to make sure that there isn't anything going on that would really, that it doesn't look like they're doing anything to deliberately impact the amount of rent that they're paying, and that income is being reported accurately for purposes of determining rent.
Do both of these fall under like a tenant follow the appeal process for the community service director making any of these decisions?
So
the tenant disagrees with the community services director's decision, they can do the appeal process.
So right now, and we can get to that, we can always revisit that too. Right now, the appeal process is only available for decisions to non-renew. We could definitely expand that out to being decisions about lease term for renewal. That could also be a part of what we would allow eligibility for to appeal. So there isn't any right to appeal to all of you any decision by the community services director. Otherwise, you would be bogged down with appeals constantly. But we can definitely expand the eligibility for appeal to a determination of lease term and not just non-renewal of a lease.
I don't necessarily feel the need to do that, but
I had to ask when reading it because I know.
If it helps, we currently use this as a discretionary tool when we have situations. And typically, I've only had one tenant in 18 months or so actually complain about only getting a shorter than 12-month lease. The other folks have been quite understanding and apologetic, and then like do what they're supposed to do, and then they get a 12-month lease again. If that helps. I don't know if that helps.
It definitely helps, but I just want to err on the,
yeah.
Point is to keep people in affordable housing. Yep. Advocate for them to stay in there. So that's why I just asked.
So any questions about that first section, section B for lease terms? Any disagreement with the language there? Any clarification needed?
Not for me.
Okay. So the second one is about voluntary termination. And this is even more so getting to the point of if someone's income goes down and they want to have a tier adjustment and therefore a rent adjustment, the problem that we're going to see there, and we will see it, is if someone's income goes down, or more likely they're terminated from their job and they have zero income, they're going to want their rent to be reflected there. We are never going to hear from someone voluntarily whose income goes up. So you will only ever see rents go down. You will never see them go up until the end of the lease term. So this gives the community services director the discretion to look at that voluntarily lease termination and determine whether they should be able to, if they're voluntarily terminating a lease, a contract, they should not have an automatic right to then turn around and say, well, I now want to re-sign that lease at an appropriate rent rate for me now that my income is XYZ, which then they could go out a week later and get a new job and be making, again, significantly more, but they've locked into a lower lease amount. So it gives the community services director the ability to look at all circumstances regarding why income has decreased and to determine if we should let them out of the lease and reset a new rent amount, if we should allow them a period of time, let's say just a 3 or a 6 month lease, because we know that now they're out of a job, we want to reduce their income temporarily, but once they do have a new secure job, they should be paying the appropriate amount of rent. So it allows Delaney or whoever the community service director is at the time to look at the circumstances and really determine whether a renewal or really a new lease should be allowed after voluntary termination, especially if that voluntary termination is only for purposes of having a lower reduced rent.
So you're basically saying that if somebody loses their job or is injured or something, and they come and they say, my income has been greatly reduced, help me out. What can you do for me? That is going to be considered a lease termination and not a lease amendment.
So the community services director could look at the circumstances and determine it. But if you think about it with respect to what would happen today, if the same situation happened, a contract is a contract, and you have bound to that contract. You're being provided housing for, whatever it is that you locked in at that time, and whether your circumstances change or the town's circumstances change, we've both agreed to those terms for that amount of time. And just because you're harmed or the town is harmed doesn't give you the right to then go revoke that and then come under terms that better fit your situation. However, we do still want to help people. This isn't meant to deter anyone from coming forward and saying, look, I need some help. But it is meant to deter people from, as I said earlier, using a lease termination with the assumption that they'll just get to stay where they are with a lower rent amount. That's not going to happen unless the circumstances truly warrant that. So if you do get injured and it looks like you might be out of the job for 10 months or in a different job that pays less for 10 months, it's probably going to be a situation where we allow a voluntary termination of the lease, re-signing of a new lease for the same space for a reduced rent amount, but that would probably only be for the 6-month period, not for the 2-year period. So it continues to allow staff that discretion to best address the current situation of tenants, not just current as that might exist tomorrow and for the next week and for the next month, but what it actually looks like for the next 6 months, year, 2 years.
They would get a new lease.
Mhm.
It would only be for 6 months. And then after that, then you would reassess the situation, same as if their regular lease had just terminated. I mean, it makes sense to me.
I like it, and I don't want to let you services director. And then I would hope that part of this is that the community services director and department can give us regular updates on what's been happening with this, so that we can figure out whether the policy is working or if it needs to be adjusted.
When you were describing that, you said at one point like a 3 or a 6 month lease, but then it's written as 6 or a 12-month lease. And I wonder if you want the flexibility of a 3-month lease.
Yes.
So maybe we should add 3 or 6 or
3, 6, or 12.
yeah, like maybe those are the 3 options. So just adding a third length. in
Or
there.
like it uses in the language just above, a 6-month or shorter lease, I think might be the
Oh,
easiest
yeah.
and most
Yeah.
flexible.
Here we go.
In all reality, it literally could be 2 months. We've had a few situations, but we're just
Yeah, and
looking
just
through it.
use your discretion. But this implies that it's like specifically 6 or 12 months.
And I do apologize. It does not look like the mid-review language that I had drafted got in here. So with respect to 12-month mid-review, the view of that is exactly as what Delaney said. So what we're hoping to do is those 2-year leases that we want to offer, let's say you're a new tenant to Shandoka. You come in, we look at your income over the past 12 months, we take out any of the allowed deductions, we set your rent tier, you sign a 12-month lease. You come to Telluride, you actually get a job that pays better than where you previously were. So your lease, your rent does not go up for the term of the lease. It is a contract. But at the end of that 12-month period, we look at your new income here in Telluride, and we can then place you on a 12-month lease with a new rental rate, probably increased, with a new rental rate for 24 months. And that is your new contract amount. However, at the end of the 12-month period, what we would like to do is review that lease with the current tenants, look at they still need to report income, because we want to let them know, just as Delaney said, that if your income has gone up, this is what you need to be prepared to pay when this lease does expire at the end of the 24-month term. So what I would also like to suggest for that mid-review period is that we build in language not only into these policies, but also into the leases themselves, allowing for an increase in rent by up to, say, a certain percentage amount. This is what I wanted you to discuss. It could be a 10, 15, 20% if income itself has increased by more than, say, 50% or 100%. That way it avoids the windfall for those that may have locked in at a lower rate just because they had a low paying job and then they found themselves in a high paying job and now they get that benefit for 2 years.
What if it decreases? What if they're?
And that's where we get to the voluntary termination.
Okay,
Mhm.
and then I think that my only as long as that individual or that household knows that they do have housing for the 24 months, like that's the
Mhm.
purpose of this extended lease, like, because like a lot of the housing insecurity for the majority of our community is the fear of every year having to recomply and not knowing if they're gonna end up on the streets, you know, like offering this longer term lease is a chance of like to add some reprieve of that, like not knowing.
So
I like
so that the
having, like,
leases
the-
cannot terminate at mid-review for
can't
income.
terminate
No.
Okay.
at that, yeah.
I think
mid-year
that it's
review.
very fair to also have like a threshold of like, if you get a you know, a normal, what we would call normal sized raise, that's not gonna be triggering to see your rent increase. But I think something significant like she was saying, 50%, something like that, where it's like you really are in like a different sphere from where you started. That seems fair to me, especially if we're allowing you to have that 2-year lease. Because ultimately right now, the way it is that your lease would terminate and you would get a new one. So I think allowing that and then saying it's just if you have a really significant change, then you'll see a change. But otherwise, if you get a
3% cost of
if
living.
you get a
increase, yeah.
10% increase on you're not going to see a change in your rent.
Yeah. So what I see right now, what I just heard is that we can't terminate at mid-review for income, but if income goes up by more than 50%, then we can adjust it to the appropriate rate at that mid-review.
I will say, while I like this concept, the individuals who I spoke to about this 2-year lease thing, part of what they were hoping for was to not have to, for example, for self-employed people, collect all of their paperwork and qualify and
Can they
prove
just-
their income and their hours and all of that. So, not saying, I think that some portion of the 2-year lease is still a benefit with this scenario, but just, I don't want to leave out that part of the request, which was to hopefully like not be stressed out about getting all materials together to qualify annually.
It's an app. I mean, I'm sorry, as somebody who does
know.
it, like it's,
Yeah.
like that is.
The comparison was to our deed restricted ownership program, which is that you only have to put together all of that paperwork every 2 years.
So my biggest concern there would be that if we only look at income for a 12-month period, but if we allow someone to sign a 2-year lease, theoretically, what could happen under that scenario is that there's a year gap that they don't have to qualify under,
Yeah,
and that we're not looking at for purposes of renewal. So I
fine
don't, it can be addressed. It could just mean that if you had a 2-month or you had a 2-year lease previously, instead of a 1-year compliance period, we look back at both years that you had the lease to make sure you were present doing business. We're not necessarily looking at income, but we are looking at hours for that period. But then we would need to look at income anyways because of source of income, not necessarily amount. So what we want to avoid is building in those gap periods that someone can just say, I don't have to comply with anything.
I mean, the alternative is we just don't do 2-year leases and they do it every year anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I really don't think, again, that people are gonna try and take advantage that way. I mean, I have friends that aren't in affordable housing, yet they like get extra jobs in case because they're on a list. They might, you know, and but qualify, not even living in affordable housing yet, you know, like, I think, I don't know. I don't think people are intentionally gonna try and screw themselves over while they're living in Shendoka by not qualifying, but you know, I don't know.
I think people should
Loopholes are
qualify
loopholes.
every
Loophole-
year.
Yeah, but it's like also micromanaging. to it.
Yeah.
It's
But
really, it's really,
you're
I mean,
getting a
at the end
benefit.
of the day, this is, from my perspective, a social contract that the person living in our deed restricted program has with the community that is subsidizing and reducing their cost of living, you know, in these homes. So yes, you have to track your hours. You should be doing that anyway if you're self-employed, because I would assume that's actually how you're also getting paid and you're billing your clients. So
It says every year.
exactly. So this is this, I understand, and it is a pain and it is more work than you do if you're a W-2 employee, but that is the benefit of owning your own business. And I think that we just need to ask people to meet us midway.
And doing all that work does count towards your self-employment hours. So track that work that you spend tracking your hours.
Your admin hours.
But I would also say on the kind of 50%, if your rent or if your income goes up 50% to like reevaluate, I think on the high end, that amount makes sense. But on the lower end of the income spectrum, I worry that that defeats the purpose of people having 12 months to prepare. So if, you know, you're at 80% AMI and your rent goes up 50%, that's not, you know, by Telluride standards, a huge amount of money, but then your rent's changing. And so I do worry about that number on the lower end of the income spectrum.
But they're making that money.
I know, but like the point of the 2-year lease is that it gives them time to prepare for rent changes.
But the 2-year lease was
And
stability.
I think it's both.
Okay.
But like part of why we do the mid-year review is if there is a change, then it's like, okay, this gives you time to prepare for your rent going up because you now are at a higher income level where that 50% increase is gonna affect people more quickly at the lower end, which are probably, well, I guess it is important for everyone to be able to prepare for financial changes, but I just worry a little bit about that. I don't know if it means we need to do something else, but I did want to voice that.
You can just put it in the health savings account. It won't come in.
There you go.
Or I mean,
The first
Yeah.
Okay, I just was notified that our simultaneous interpretation has ended because this section of the meeting was only agendized for an hour and a half. And I don't want, we're really cooking right now and I don't want to stop, but I also want to have interpretation available. So how does everybody feel?
Do we not have the like Zoom interpretation?
Antonio was doing it.
That was totally.
That was not a thing.
legit. No,
Got it.
That was a bunch of garbled words that
Cool.
were nothing.
We've had a real life human being interpreting for us and we only had him scheduled for an hour and a half. So making progress. How does everybody feel?
One idea, if you did want to continue the conversation, of course, it wouldn't be available to those Spanish speakers in real time. But I would imagine that, and Lindsay could probably confirm, we could probably get this interpreted after the fact so that at least the information would be available to those that speak primarily Spanish.
I want it to be in Spanish for sure.
Yeah, and we're off
only
the
if we can
radio in 10
really-
minutes too, and this is a conversation that's important.
To clarify from a comms perspective, what we would actually do is pull the transcript and have it translated rather than doing simultaneous interpretation voiceover.
Okay.
But that's definitely a capability and it can be turned around in a couple days.
Okay, does everybody feel comfortable with that in the interest of moving on? And in general, how much more time do we want to spend on this before we go back to
Once you
executive
block.
sessions. I know. I would love to
I
get
think let's
through
go-
the
let's
policies.
finish it.
Yeah. I think these last few items so I'm going to come back with the mid-review language at the next meeting because I think that's something that you all need to see again after I formulated that language. So I think these next items we could probably
I'd
go
like
through
to
pretty
get public
quickly.
Comment on that too,
Okay.
because I am passing the word along, but I want to make sure I'm not mischaracterizing people's desires.
Before we move along, Mian, is what I just heard you say that you support changing our guidelines to an annual compliance check for the sake of uniformity between our rental policies and our housing guidelines.
I mean, or you just have to track your hours for 2 years and you still do, I mean, I don't want to burden that staff, but you have to track your hour. I mean, you have to track your hours anyway each year. So, I mean, you want to make the staff, you want SMRHA to. be
I'm not
doing it
making
every
anything.
year.
I'm not suggesting anything. What I heard you say in that conversation of, oh, it's not a big deal to track your hours and report it every year annually. Well, we give that leeway to the guidelines, and one of the guiding principles of this exercise is uniformity between the guidelines and the rental policies. And so if we're having a different standard, I just would love to hear you expand on why you're okay with a different standard.
I mean, I track my hours, so I think that that's what everybody should be doing, and
I think
that's
it's
what-
let's
yeah,
this
different,
is, and
yeah.
I feel like
It is on
this
topic.
I
It's
feel
the
like this is a
topic.
fight that's getting picked to like that is derailing us from what we're talking about. Owners are different than renters who are signing a 1 or 2 year lease.
And truthfully, we are gonna be
Period.
doing, next year, we're gonna be looking at those anyway, so.
Let's put it
talk
in the
about for
parking
there.
lot and we
Yeah.
can talk about it when we talk about guidelines again. Ally.
Okay, so the next change, very minor, page 12, it's about the lottery system. All I wanted to do was indicate that we do have a lottery point system appendix, but that could be superseded if you guys decided, different lottery requirements. So I think that one's pretty easy unless anyone's confused by the language.
Nope.
So the next parts, so we went through part 1, which is the common policies. The next few parts are property specific. So this is where you'll see some red, which are items I'd like to discuss with Lance, just about history of properties and ownership. So we just have that clear and in here. But there's also a few items that we might actually want to table until after we've talked about tiers and really hammered down what we want the tiers to be. Because part of this, as I'd like you to remember as we do discuss tiers, which it looks like it'll probably be at the next meeting, is that we have bifurcated, there's qualification. And so initial move in, you have to be under a certain tier. But a lot of these higher tiers that we're talking about, 320%, the possible 240%, you actually have to move into that having initially moved in under 100 or 120%. So these higher income earners, we're not talking about making $160,000 a year and signing a lease at Shandoka. We're saying you've already been at Shandoka for 5 years. You're in the community. You've worked your way up, and we just don't want you to lose your current housing. So I think we probably want to revisit that discussion for each one of the properties so that you know where you've drawn the line. And now that we've talked about tiers significantly more since that was first discussed, it's probably something that we're going to want to come back to determine what's eligible for initial rental and then how much income it can increase. So I think I will probably just finish my discussion there then, and we'll pick up with part 2 after we talk about tiers again at the next meeting.
Okay. Great job, everyone. I do want to just mention, and then we'll go to public comment because I know folks have been patiently waiting in the room. Actually, I'll just talk about it when we get to tiers. I've been in contact with Aspen's program about their tiers. Councilperson Enright pointed out some percentage rent payments within their tier system and being similar to ours potentially. And they are going through the exact exercise we are going through right now because they recognize that lower income tiers were paying more of a percentage than higher income tiers, and they did not feel that is equitable. So they're on a simultaneous track right now. And wanted to extend to us the empathy that this is a really hard process. So I'm hopefully
Solidarity.
can bring some more information or like direction, not direction, but kind of some discussion points that they've also been having with respect to adjusting a system that's been in place for a long time when we come back to tiers. And with that, I would love to open to public comment. Thank you so much for waiting. If anybody in the room would like to step up and introduce themselves, I'd love to hear from you. Come on up. It can be either of the microphones.
Hi, my name is Aaron Kennedy. I'm the front desk manager at the Mountain Lodge. I have lived in town for better part of 15 years. Thank you guys for having this session and allowing us to speak. I have 4 talking points / questions, and some of the things in this have been spoken to a little bit, but I would like to reiterate them for other people and so that the information can be rediscussed, clarified, all that kind of stuff. First one is, what will the process look like for bringing people who are out of compliance back into compliance? Currently, the way it's described, and this was touched on a little bit, but without more details, it sounds like it would be asking people to give up their jobs that they took to make more money to be able to buy or build a home in the future, and to and like this would be potentially me having to give up a job that I took to afford myself those things. And if these non-compliance issues were in effect, I would not be able to move out of Shandoka, build on property, things like that down the line, and create more room in Shandoka for other people to have these kind of opportunities down the line. So I would like to hear more about compliance and not breaking up couples and things like that. Second point is, if the town is going to drastically raise the rent for some people, what improvements are going to be made to the apartments? It was mentioned last week that there's a need to redo some of the roofs and floors in Shandoka, but I would like to hear about what the town plans to do on moving people out of their units, making those refurbishments, and then moving them back into those apartments, being that that would be what would happen in normal circumstances if your rent was going to jump very drastically, as according to these numbers have proven to me. I would like to state that I personally do not agree with the policy of combining household incomes. My roommate and I are not a legal entity. We are not married. We do not own a business together. Nothing in our financial situations are tied together. It is part of Colorado law that the landlord can choose whether to lump household incomes together or consider them separately. And then lastly, I do recognize that there is a need to adjust rent in Shandoka. I've lived there for a long time. I would like to see a show of hands from the people who live in these situations, who does agree or does not agree with these policies. Please, hands up. Anybody online as well, por favor, levanta las manos. Si no le gustan las reglas para Shandoka y las otras oportunidades. Please remember that we are your constituents and you are supposed to represent our opinions and views. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Anybody else in the room who'd like to give comment? Step on up, please.
Thanks. Appreciate the time. I think you guys are doing a good job. I think at some point we're going to get to where we need to be. And I think everybody's going to get to the point where they're going to be able to be proud of the process and everything that's kind of popped out of here. No matter which way you go with the rules, there's going to be some way of gaming the system. So it's always going to be there. After today's discussion, I do feel better going forward about some of these things. Excuse me. The opportunity with the first home buyers fund, it's a great way. I really appreciate the extra money in the income tiers, or not income tiers, but the exemptions. Beyond that, and I know you're not talking about tiers today, but at some point I'd like to see more tiers accessible to the higher income earners at Virginia Placer. See if there, at least at this point, there's a suggestion to cap it at level D. it would just affect my own personal situation. But with today's discussion, it may not even be an issue anymore. Outside of that, thank you. There is a light at the end of the tunnel. We're going to get there.
Do
Thank
you
you.
mind introducing yourself?
Oh, Dan,
Just for
ma'am,
the
sorry.
record. Thanks, Dan.
Yep.
Thank you. All right, I would love to hear from anybody else in the room who'd like to give comment. Please step up.
Hello, my name is Alexandra Fernandez. Hola, mi nombre es Alejandra Fernandez, and personally, this is a very good opportunity to provide the working force a voice. Gracias por darnos la oportunidad a la fuerza de trabajo a dar una opinión y nuestra voz. I want to say that this is a very emotional for me as one of the working force and as a teacher who works with many humble people. Para mí es una situación muy emocional porque yo soy parte de la fuerza de trabajo y trabajo con muchas familias que son muy humildes. Being in Shandoka is an opportunity that will allow someday to dream of a better home, to send our kids to college, to save up for an emergency, for health. Vivir en Shandoka para muchas de nuestras familias es una oportunidad de tener un techo en nuestras cabezas, de poder soñar algún día en comprar una casa, de poder mandar a nuestros hijos a la universidad, de poder resolver problemas de salud porque todo es carísimo. So now that the income is, the rent is raised, then everything for many families who live those roofs, that are not looking for luxuries, they're just looking for a decent home, you know, it's a jeopardizing. Para muchas de las familias que viven bajo ese techo, que no están buscando por lujos, solamente quieren un techo para sus familias, la posibilidad de todos esos sueños está en juego. So please, I beg you, if you really want to support the workforce, the workers every morning that sacrifices so many things, please show it. Show it by providing a roof that is not gonna, you know, put away more than 30-40% of their income, because we don't live to pay rent. La fuerza de trabajo no solo vive para pagar la renta, vive y sacrifica mucho para muchas otras cosas. In Telluride, it's a bubble. It's true, it's different. We earn more money, but we also have very high expenses, you know, rent and food. Entonces, Telluride es como una burbuja. Es diferente a cualquier lugar de Estados Unidos. Es una, así como ganamos más, también gastamos mucho más. So, well, thank you again. And I hope that support is reflected in our pockets, in our future. And we want our willingness to stay here and support the town. Espero que los cambios se reflejen en nuestras bolsas, en nuestro deseo de seguir apoyando la comunidad y seguir construyendo para allá. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else in the room who'd like to give comment? Right. Tiff, do we have anybody online with their hand up?
I'm not seeing anyone online with their hands raised.
Let's give it a moment, just a moment or two. Okay. Well, I think we made some great progress. Thanks for all of the input. We're going to continue to take it. So please let us know if you want to talk about any of these issues. Allie, you had one more thing.
Yeah, I just have one more thing I want to mention. And I know in the PowerPoint that Lindsay presented, it's reflected that we were hoping to adopt this by October 8th. That is most definitely not the case. So you'll see in the memo that I have reflected a new timeline for this. I anticipate at the very least, at least 2 more robust discussions to happen at the next 2 council meetings in October. I'm hoping that we will be able to adopt this at the meeting in November, but that's it, who knows? And it's my desire that we have this ready to implement by the first of the year in 2025. But of course, one thing that we have not discussed yet, which at least one public comment addressed, was easing into implementation. Because, and for the listening public as well, and we said this at the forums, this is not going to be something that takes effect immediately for all households. It will be on a rolling basis. And for those that have renewals coming up within the first few months of this being effective, we imagine placing them on shorter leases to really lighten the burden of especially those households that might be seeing an increase in rent. But that is something that we've yet to discuss with the board. We do have ideas about that. But before we get into implementation, we really need to figure out what the policies actually are. So ideally adopting this by the end of the year in November, but of course that's all subject to change. Just don't, definitely not happening at the October 8th meeting.
I think that's a great clarification, and I think that we all agree that we would love to have this adopted and passed by the end of the year, but what's most important is getting it right and feeling like we had good public participation in the process, and I think we're seeing the benefits of having a robust and ongoing process, because it takes a long time for the word to get out. So with that, by unanimous consent, we are going to adjourn the THA meeting at 5:05 PM and return back to town council. Back to you, Teddy.
Thank you very much. We are now on to agenda item number 11.
You guys.
Executive session. 11A, gondola for a conference with the town attorney for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations and or instructing negotiations under CRS section 24-64024E and section 4.6.c of the Telluride Home Rule Charter. 11B, Telluride Medical Center for a conference with the town attorney for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations and or instructing negotiators under CRS section 24-6-4024E and sections 4.6.c of the Telluride Home Rule Charter. And 11C, open space executive session, discuss the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of real, personal, or other property interest under CRS section 24-6-4024A and section 4.6.a of the Telluride Home Rule Charter.
So moved.
I do vote.
Geneva,
All in
yes.
favor of,
Hi.
I can't even remember who gave the motion since I was.
Desiree, yes.
Me and yes.
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Dan, yes.
Betty, yes. 6:35 PM and the executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive session were Teddy Erico, Mayor, Lance McDonald, Kaylee Ranta,
Ashley Von Sprecken.
Dan Enright.
Gina Shonnet.
Sorry.
Ellen 11.
Jesse Rare Grant.
Kevin Geiger.
Zoe Denal. And I got Lance. Okay. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion going into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation F of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. Seeing none, the next item on the agenda is to adjourn the Town of Telluride Town Council meeting by mutual consent.